Twitch title invalid. Try changing it. What?
Probably the devil worshippers or something. Twitch no like it. It's too
Christians fail conversion therapy. Therapy to Satanism. Let's see. Hey, Twitch likes us again. All right. Very good. Very, very good.
Yes! Let it fly high, baby. USA! USA! You know, guys, I'm not going to lie. I think this guy has the same mindset that I do.
Yeah. And the Nazi flag.
Whoa! No! No! No!
Billions and billions and billions.
Did you check if these were copywritten?
I don't know. No, I didn't. But you know, here's the channel. We're giving you a shout out. Please don't hit us. Very funny. This is, I think, the guy that did the original Gay Frogs one. Like the Gay Frogs remix. I think this is that guy.
And billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions.
I'm just the thing that gets me about this video is how many different clips there are.
And billions and billions and
Dude,
billions.
he can't. Dude, there's not a speech where he can't say millions and millions. It's migrants. It's either bad or good. Millions of dollars, millions of brown people. That's him.
Billions and 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 billions and.
Yeah, it's 90 seconds of that, which doesn't seem like a lot of time, but it's a long time.
On our website, kcalnews.com.
Well, new developments tonight in the deadly robbery and murder at Fashion Island Mall in Newport Beach. Well, these are the victims. KCAL News has learned they are 68-year-old Patricia McKay and her husband, Doug, a prominent banker in New Zealand. The alleged thieves...
They were
a banker?
Don't care.
targeted the couple and then...
They probably sell those... the land to all the billionaires to build their weird bunkers.
I wonder why the bankers were targeted by people, huh? Going around being like, I'm a banker.
And what's the bet they had like very expensive shit on?
Well, it's actually
where were they? Where were they? California?
Well, hang on. They might explain it because if I'm not sure, I put a few clips of this in here, but they might explain the situation if they cut to
I'm very curious.
Cut to a press conference, but you might have to find another video.
Street running over her with their car.
All right, that's a bit much. Like what?
Really thinking about myself, I felt so terrible for that woman.
Faith among filth. Boy,
this guy's an ex-addict who found God. I can tell you right now.
That person at that point, and I have no clue who they are, but it just wasn't right.
And new tonight at 9, we're hearing firsthand from a man who says he tried to stop the three men as they allegedly robbed that woman. He says
allegedly robbed that woman. What's with the passive language in the news? I'm so fucking sick of this
News
shit
assignment
about
editor Mike
passive
Roger
language when it comes to Palestine because it's such horse shit.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big difference because Wall Street Journal and shit, they justify it, okay? Mm-hmm. Just like how they justified the Iraq war. Like Israel is not a unique war situation. It's not like the worst thing going on of all time, right? Which it's treated as.
Mm-hmm.
It gets way more attention than most things as well.
Yeah.
As it should. Right? Now, that said, the whole passive language thing, anytime I've seen it about anything, they've done it about Black Lives Matter, all this stuff. It's such horse shit. Like there is tropes to a certain degree, right? Like whenever a white man kills his whole family, they pick like the nicest looking picture, right?
Yeah.
But like at the same time, while it seems like, oh, when they pick black people, they make them look like this, criminal type thing, or they pick like things where they're holding guns or something, right? Which has happened. But if you've spent any amount of time on right-wing Twitter and in those information circles, all they do, like they show the Trayvon Martin, the pictures that came out of him were him as a significantly younger kid. Was Trayvon the one who died at NYPD? Who is the kid who got shot by George Zimmerman? Is that Trayvon? I can't remember.
It may have been.
It's with both of them. Both of them, they showed them because their family gave the picture to the news.
Yeah.
Right. So think about this. What you want to know what the factor is here, right? It's either the family giving a picture or the police giving a picture, right?
Trayvon Martin was Zimmerman, yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure we had.
Okay. Who was the other young boy who was choked by the police then in New York? And they literally tortured him in a van and killed him. Yeah, exactly. I agree that look at this is I haven't looked as much about ABC specifically, but the CBS and NBC shit we were just watching, yes. And also when Israel put plainclothes people and went into a hospital and killed people, do you think there was passive language around that? No. Bart Simpson. I mean, he does get choked a lot.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Hang on, I know.
NYPD kills a lot of black kids.
Kid killed kid in stop and frisk. Elijah McClain. Yeah. So he was 23 when he died, right?
Okay.
So this is the picture.
That picture looks like he's 16 or something.
Yeah, because it was provided by the family.
Okay.
Right. So these same people, right, are saying these fucking psychopaths who read Wall Street Journal and shit and watch Fox News. The information narrative was that this is the Marxist making these thugs look like innocent young boys or something, right? Like this was their narrative. So to think that it's any different about any other conflict, right? There's certain conflicts where there's way more bias to one side than the other. But are we going to act like there's not pro-Russian media out there? Have you seen Tucker Carlson?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have a speech that he gave in Melbourne, which could probably explain exactly how Russian aligned he is. So
it's there might be less pro-Russian shit because we did the right thing and banned their shit. But it's not like we're reading sources from Israel when these things are happening, right? It's just that Israel is so ingrained into the media landscape.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I say. This is what I said to my my Jewish friend that I have these discussions with regularly. That it's you might not be influenced, but the American media that is pro-Israel is more genocidal, more apologetic for the IDF than any Israeli media you'll see, even the government. So I don't know. The American. This is just my observation, right? I think
most
Lindsey Graham literally said that they should nuke Gaza. You're not hearing that coming from the fucking Israeli government.
But at the same time, the government has had to be well, we weren't actually calling for genocide of that. You're just confused. They went to trial about that shit, and we're talking about it.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? Lindsey Graham's literally calling for Gaza to get nuked, pretty much. If you're in America watching these idiots, you're going to be more pro-genocide than Israelis would be.
But that's the thing is, I think it's getting to the point where the most common take is basically most people aren't putting malice into what happens.
Yeah.
You know, and unlike with the hospital bombing in Russia, which anyone who heard about it would be like clear malice that was deliberate of a hospital, right?
But because of the hostages, they're like, oh, but Israel's just defending themselves.
No, I think it's rare that you hear real people with that take about Israel defending itself.
Okay.
But obviously it's not a take that doesn't exist, right? But I think one of the big things was all the protests after October 7th being Hamas linked really didn't help this news cycle this time around. Right? And like, people get mad and they condition people who are extremely like inside the IRGC-IO narrative. Should be talking into my mic, but I'm stirring my rice. They've convinced them that whenever they say the Palestinian Health Ministry, they're trying to act like that's Hamas's numbers to discredit it. And it's like, that's called sourcing. Go watch other stuff and you'll hear them source the Red Crescent too. Crazy. Because the Red Crescent is also being sourced for Palestine as well, when they can be. They can't really operate that well, right? Doctors Without Borders often will be sourced in a lot of things too. So to act like they're discrediting because they're citing, you know, if they literally say the Hamas source, yes. But like, are we going to actually sit here and pretend that they didn't do that about like Iraq? Or let's go with the Cold War, right? There was people who would literally be like the commie news, right? And that was even before partisan was even like really shit, right? There was still extremisms because because the actual left and right thing was pro and anti-segregation in this country. It wasn't about communism, right? Or capitalism. It was about black people being seen with white people, you know? Like, like Justice Clarence Thomas, like having a white wife, you know? That was still uncommon at the time when it happened. It was legal, but it was still uncommon at the time.
Yes.
Just now from the desk to give us more information about this story.
Yeah, Pat and Juan, I got to tell you, this guy has quite the story. He saw something and tried to jump in and help. I want to show you that photo one more time here. This is Trish McKay and her husband, Doug McKay. This is a photo taken back in November at a family event. I spoke with tonight a representative from Bank of New Zealand. That's where Doug previously had been a chairman of the board, as we just mentioned. Very well loved over there in New Zealand.
Not just a banker.
Yeah, and that's a thing. And that's Israel. The thing is, the reason why people are so conditioned into thinking that it means that it's a Hamas source and to discredit it is because the media here can't interview Palestinians, even if they wanted to, because of Israel, right? Al Jazeera's even banned there, right? So the only sources they have for coverage is going to be the IDF. Of course it's slanted in their direction, just like how Ukraine is slanted in Russia's direction. It doesn't mean like, oh, it's fair here and fair there, you know? Like, that's just how it is. Like, of course it's slanted. It doesn't mean that the other side is fucking right because it's slanted to the capitalist interest on either one of the situations. But for Israel, it is. Anyway, they talk to the Israeli sources and they say, oh, you've killed this many civilians. And then they say, those are Hamas's numbers. That's their fucking propaganda counter. Of course. Of course, that's why you think you've been conditioned. But like, you're sitting here being conditioned by Instagram. Like, just stand up against apartheid and shut the fuck up.
And this is a big loss for their community. And again, as we've told you, this all happened in Newport Beach yesterday. Now, the Good Samaritan we spoke to said he was eating sushi at a restaurant there, stepped outside, and that's when he heard someone say she's getting robbed.
While I agree the IDF is not a good source, neither is like the U.S. military, but they do source it. So technically, if we weren't in a fucking polarized journalism world, you should be a responsible person looking at that and being like, oh, that's the source. Do I trust that source? Not, do I trust the news? No, it's you trust the source that the news gives. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a good source. As long as they have a source, they can use it. Second thought
He
just
says
dropped
she-
a view video. The U.S. is a police state. It is. I mean,
Yeah.
but
It's gonna.
the question is, how is it going to bring up Salvador Allende and shit? You know, because it's
Yeah,
like
the
it's
real-
really not hard to criticize the U.S.'s fucking criminal justice system.
Yeah, I
and
mean, we were just
healthcare.
doing it, right?
It's criminal justice and healthcare. It's like, but if he goes outside and gets wacky about it, which I expect he will, right? There's no way he can stay on topic, right?
He ran towards the woman
I just want people to
try to help.
honey.
That's when
I
he
just
said
want
didn't
people to have
prime them.
healthcare,
I
honey.
can't
I
believe
just
you,
want people to have
Jack.
healthcare.
I'm gonna
honey.
blame this
I
on
just want
you.
people to have healthcare, honey. I just want people to have healthcare, honey.
Stop it.
saw the suspects run her over with the car the first time. It was after that that he ran up to try to get one of the suspects. Listen to what he told us.
I clotheslined him and took him out. And then I had to stop. And as I turn around, he's getting up and we both start running because he's running for the car and I'm running after him. And then the car started moving again. And I thought, oh, great.
Were they both killed?
No, only the woman.
Okay.
They're leaving him. And I had just gotten a hold of the guy and I was ready to, I had purchased, I was ready to take him down. I was very happy about this. And that's when I heard the first shot zip past both of our heads and he ducked out of the way. And as soon as he ducked out of the way, I then saw the car had stopped and there was a guy with the passenger door kicked open and he was out it. And I saw down the barrel of the gun. I was like, oh, he's shooting at me.
Yeah, he says that's when that third suspect ran back to the car, got in, and they all took off. Those three suspects, as we then reported, were later caught up in this pursuit. All three of them eventually taken into custody. Now, that Good Samaritan Bo there tells us that Doug,
Felony murder.
Felony murder. Hell yeah. All three are going down.
Sat there and unfortunately had to watch the entire thing. He says after the woman was hit the first time, Doug began screaming, she's already down, already down. He believes that the suspects panicked. That's when the driver, he says, hit the gas and hit her for a second time before that interaction that he described happened.
So nobody got shot. She got hit by a car, then run over again. And that's what killed her, is what I'm gathering.
Mm-hmm. She was dragged for like a distance or something, I think, too.
And then all three of them took off, guys.
Just awful. Mike, all right, thanks for that update. Developing news tonight, an investigation.
Today at about 3:30 in the afternoon, there was a couple, a husband and a wife at Barnes & Noble. They were approached by two suspects, and there was a struggle, and they were robbed. A white.
Oh, you know what it's
Toyota
gonna
Camry
be?
sedan.
You know what it's gonna be? I think he's done this video before. What he's gonna do is he's gonna say that the U.S. is a police state. Meanwhile, this is why Stalin wasn't. Because he did it about like gulags and being like, aren't American prisons also gulag? Aren't they the same as Stalin? Except Stalin at least did this and this, but the Americans can't even do that. That's what the video is going to be.
Then pulled up, and the suspects tried to get into that vehicle.
Isn't that cheating the public?
One of the suspects ran.
Isn't that betraying the?
While the vehicle fled and actually struck the female victim. Subsequent to that, the male suspect that ran got back into the vehicle.
What the fuck are they doing? What are they doing?
Casing. Looking for shells, evidence, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Casings.
Vehicle, at which point some rounds were fired from a handgun and the vehicle fled the scene. Fortunately, no one was struck by any of the handgun rounds. Unfortunately and tragically, the female that was struck by the car was pronounced deceased.
Hey, look, a Focus RS. It's a nice car.
Newport Beach police officers then ensued once they picked up that vehicle in a pursuit which took them into LA County, and all three suspects have been captured.
Tonight, we are learning new details about yesterday's deadly attempted robbery at Fashion Island Mall in Newport Beach. Police identifying the woman killed as 68-year-old tourist who was visiting from New Zealand. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf live in
See,
Newport
now,
Beach.
the
Matthew, is
reason
there a
why
larger
I think that this is a story that I really wanted in here, because it's so funny that people always talk about how you're going to get killed by gun violence in America. And like people are scared to come here. You know, and then you get killed by a fucking car. Because the road violence is so much worse in America than the gun violence.
I imagine that a lot of the gun violence is spurred from road rage as well.
Well, it's just one of those things where it's like, wow, I wonder which one of these things is sensationalized.
Yeah.
security presence there tonight?
Yeah, Alex, it feels like a normal night here. We're seeing the shoppers, but definitely a more noticeable security presence. But one source is telling us that the woman was killed, was here visiting a loved one.
Typical cop shit. It's increased security presence after the incident happened. Yeah, they'll come now after it just that. Yeah. They're going to double tap you with a crime hit, buddy.
Yeah.
And it's just to make the people feel safer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all it's a security facade. It's all a show.
Police and mall security now increasing patrol at Fashion Island in Newport Beach.
It's scary and it's not surprising when you said it's okay to be criminals.
Shoppers here scared after armed attack.
Wow. Amazing.
Attackers Tuesday killed a tourist visiting from New Zealand.
Actually, just bought a stun gun that I'm going to keep in my purse now because of what just happened.
Lady,
according to
get
police,
a Glock.
68-year-old Patricia McKay and her husband,
If you have
the
a
well-known
stun gun and they have a
businessman,
gun, guess who wins, lady?
been outside Barnes & Noble Tuesday afternoon when two men tried robbing them at gunpoint. There was a struggle, then a third suspect ran over and killed Patricia with their getaway car. The three men arrested in Southgate after a cross-county chase.
To hell with these guys. They came into our city knowing that they were going to commit crime, and a woman is dead today because of it.
The suspects, now identified as 26-year-old Leroy Ernest McCrary, 18-year-old Jaden Cunningham, and 18-year-old Malachi Darnell from Compton, Lancaster, and L.A.
This is what I think is the important fact, right? It's like, because, you know, white ladies are the biggest perch clinchers, right? When black people are around. The fact that this was a crime that actually was targeted. They like drove out of the way to go to a fashion district in a rich white neighborhood. And then most likely were looking for targets and heard these people's accents and deliberately targeted them because of their accents. I would have imagined. Or they just were like, that lady, she looks rich, let's hit her. I imagine they heard the accent.
What if there was like one dude just hanging around on the street, listening, looking, casing people and seeing and having a
there
look?
There most likely was, but they'll give you a background on the suspects, right? And one of them has a lot of criminal experience. Okay. You know, he's got a resume. People will call it a rap sheet. I don't think that's appropriate because he is clearly a professional.
It's a resume.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just being like honest about it. He's a professional.
It's now identified as 26-year-old Leroy Ernest McCrary, 18-year-old Jaden Cunningham, and 18-year-old Malachi Darnell from Compton, Lancaster, and L.A.
They'll go wherever they can if they can get away with it.
There's a general atmosphere that's been a little chaotic. You wouldn't think it would be in this community, but
not in my backyard, baby.
Nowhere.
The average Californian.
I could have sworn there was a 40-year-old guy as the oldest. But maybe I was misremembering.
Maybe.
But they just say the oldest guy, he had three
26.
26, but he had 3 prior felonies.
I didn't hear anything about that.
It probably is a different report, but they did use that whole thing. I'm not sure if I watched this one with the white people, but I've seen the guy saying they came to here to do crime.
It is safe. A New Zealander has been killed.
The news making headlines across the world. A family spokesperson asking New Zealand media for privacy, saying no words can express our sadness as we try to come to terms with the loss of our mother, wife, and friend Patricia. The deputy mayor of Auckland posting to Facebook, Trish was amazing, funny, loyal, and loving. My absolute deepest sympathies to Doug and her family. A memorial now growing at the mall with a message that says, stop the senseless thefts.
Oh my God.
We need more security presence at Fashion Island. Wow. How white of you.
We are now learning the identity of the woman robbed in broad daylight, then run over and killed by a getaway car in Newport Beach. Police say
It's
she
because
was
of
a tourist.
sensationalism. Like I said, like if we really shined a light, really put it down to like car accidents, you know? Like plane crashes are more dramatic in movies, you know?
Yep.
Even though there's plenty of car crashes in movies too. Normally everyone's fine after.
Eyewitness News reporter Monica de Anda is live at Fashion Island and has the story. Monica.
Well, Philip, truly heartbreaking. We're learning
I was like, that's a weird way to say Monica, but there's an actual accent on her name.
the victim. Her name is Patricia McKay. She was here visiting California from New Zealand. She was actually at Fashion Island yesterday with her husband, enjoying their vacation when two men approached them. McKay was killed, and now her husband has to fly home without her.
He's devastated.
Can you do
It's
the
very
Instagram if
tragic.
you didn't?
Yeah, I'll do it.
By the
It's
way,
a very sad
by the way,
day.
Okay, I don't want to be rude, but they said, "Give us your purse," and she refused.
Oh, did she?
Yes. So they might have meant fucked up by targeting someone from out of the country there.
Oh, because they said no.
Yeah, because they're not in a culture of just give your stuff away if you are getting robbed.
Yeah.
Weak. It's something that's not expected, and it's a shock.
A husband in mourning after his wife, 68-year-old Patricia McKay, was killed in an attempted robbery Tuesday afternoon. Newport police say two men approached the couple and tried to rob them. After a brief struggle, the suspects tried taking off in a white Toyota Camry, hitting the woman with the car, killing her.
We're mourning the loss of someone today, a loss that never should have happened. Frankly, to hell with these guys. They came into our city knowing that they were going to commit crime, and a woman is dead today because of it. It's heartbreaking. It's a tragedy.
The three suspects took off, leading Newport police on a pursuit from Orange County to
And now two 18-year-olds are going to be fucked for life. All because what? And they were probably the ones that did it too,
I mean,
right?
Like, because you could technically say, I mean, they didn't plan to kill somebody, but you could make an argument for premeditation in your, because they're probably going to get second degree. Because like,
well, no. So the driver will get the murder charge. They'll get felony murder. I'm assuming.
Yeah. But it's
what I'm assuming this is the two 18-year-olds, right?
If like the driver is guilty of murder, the other ones are guilty anyway by default with felony murder. So
I know.
The case for a second degree murder is that they're going to argue that there was premeditation.
That's fine. That's not what I'm saying here. I'm saying that I'm making the assumption that the 26-year-old planned this, hence was driving, and the 18-year-olds were doing the robbery.
Yep.
So the 18-year-olds have been, peer pressured, whatever, into doing this. This guy's killed somebody. They're now fucked for their entire life.
Yep.
And the American justice system is going to make it worse. Exactly like prisons do everywhere, it radicalizes people. And it's going to create more career criminals because of this. Because two 18-year-olds, kids, made a stupid decision.
Yeah, and they're all from different counties too. So who knows what type of organization is behind it too. But also why are they stealing to begin with?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a little bit of the justifying October 7th logic about, hey, October 7th wouldn't have happened if Israel would have just fucked off.
Sure, but it's addressing the wider the wider points, the wider problems here. It's like
instead the real problem is that there wasn't enough security for the white people.
Of course, right? Take the guns away. That's the solution.
Right?
Yeah.
Like if they really, I guess they're being reactionary, but
it is reactionary.
Maybe put, end systemic poverty on your sign. Security won't prevent other people from being targeted and killed elsewhere, will they?
Exactly. But as long as they feel safe in their little pocket, that's all that matters.
Then nothing will change. That's how it works.
Yep.
LA County. One suspect was arrested in Cyprus. The two others arrested in Southgate. The suspects, 26-year-old Leroy Ernest Joseph McCrae of Compton, 18-year-old Jaden Cunningham of Lancaster, and 18-year-old Malachi Edward Darren of Los Angeles, are all charged with murder, robbery, and conspiracy to commit a crime.
There are no outstanding threats to the community. Our officers are doing everything we can to maintain the safety of the community and make sure everyone is safe and can have a good time.
This morning, police told me that this investigation remains very active. It is ongoing.
Wow, you mean police can't actually prevent crime?
Crazy. It's almost like police are there not to prevent crime at all. And that's not actually their job.
Live in Newport, Monica de Anda, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Monica, thank you. Police are investigating a dead.
Okay.
They didn't say.
We should never forget the NATO.
He had I think 3 felony convictions.
Yeah.
And had been done time before it, the older one. I think that's what it was.
Okay.
For armed robbery, I believe. So those are only the ones he got caught, so I'm sure he has plenty that he's pulled off.
It grew out of the wreckage of World War II, the most destructive war in history. The idea was to create an alliance of free and democratic nations that would commit themselves to a compact of
Actually, it was more about capitalism.
Standing together, they knew we'd all be safer. An attack on one would be treated as an attack on all. And it's worked because a would-be aggressor knows if they attack one of us, they'll be attacked by all of us. Sending that message is the best way to deter aggression and prevent wars in the first place.
Did it stop 9/11?
For those who thought NATO's time had passed, they got a rude awakening when Putin invaded Ukraine. Some of the oldest and deepest fears in Europe roared back to life because once again, a murderous madman was on the march. But this time, no one cowered in appeasement. Especially
I think you personally cowered multiple times to appease Putin in this war. And I think all Ukrainians would agree with me, but that doesn't mean that they're ungrateful for the fucking things that have been given.
Yes. And the F-16s are finally going, so there's something happening.
Well, I'll believe it when I see it.
When you actually see them there, yeah.
Turkey and
United
Hungary,
States.
because freedom and democracy.
We collected intelligence that Russia was planning to invade Ukraine months before the invasion.
Wow. You're not helping your case. You're not helping your case. Maybe you should have fucking had, just give him a fucking, big old gun plane or something, you know? Those convoys. Imagine, even, the fucking, recoilless rifles, like Gustavs and shit, right? Fucking mortar teams, right? Seeing those convoys ditch up like that, not having the logistics. The thing is that they dumped all their logistics into protecting the capital, which Russia thought it could take fast, right? But if we actually move the assets, like we can, because we're America, we're the only country that can do logistics in the modern war age. It just doesn't exist anywhere else. It's a fact. You know, most countries, even Russia did do this, but Turkey, for example, right? For when they launch offensives, they use terrorists first, right?
Turkey.
Yeah. So they'll do precision stuff, but then if they're doing a assault, right? They'll send terrorists first. You know, neat. And then they're able to plan their logistics around the response. And Russia
because they study the response.
Yeah, well, yeah, because they know if they go in, they'll get jammed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Burger King power. The war could have been ended in 3 days, literally. like Putin wanted it.
Yeah.
If they just had like millions and millions of recoilless rifles, anti-mat rifles, right? You knew months in advance, right? And like the only reason that this capital didn't fall is because Russia's logistics were bad.
Yeah.
So if you knew months in advance, what was that prep, bro?
They wanted tanks.
A significant amount of intelligence be declassified so I could start building an international coalition to oppose the invasion. Then in February.
Wait.
I warned the
So you mean to tell me that instead of just giving Ukraine the shit to win the war, you used it as coalition building to empower NATO?
Very cool.
And you didn't actually give a fuck about Ukraine. You were more concerned about having a shore of support to make sure it wouldn't expand past Ukraine because you fully expected Ukraine to fall. Epic, bro. Not helping your case.
World that the invasion was imminent. I rallied a coalition of 50 nations from Europe to Asia to help Ukraine defend itself. Many foreign policy experts thought, as Putin amassed Russian forces just 100 miles north of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, but Putin thought it was the mother home of Russia. The capital would fall in less than a week. But the Ukrainian people, backed by a coalition to help build, stopped them. Today, Kyiv still stands, and NATO stands stronger than it has ever been. During the week of this summit, several heads of states made it a point in their statements to thank the United States and to thank me personally for all that NATO has achieved. It was bigger because we led the charge to bring in Finland and Sweden into the alliance, and it makes a gigantic difference.
Who got fucked over because of that? Was it the Kurds again?
Well, they don't matter. They're not NATO.
Meanwhile, my predecessor has made it.
But the PKK is in Turkey.
Nah. Northern Iraq.
Clear. He has no commitment to NATO. He's made it clear that he would feel no obligation to honor Article 5. He's already told Putin, and I quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." In fact, the day after Putin invaded Ukraine, here's what he said. It was genius. It was wonderful. Some of you forgot that, but that's exactly what he said. But I made it clear, a strong NATO is essential to American security. And I believe the obligation of Article 5 is sacred. And I remind all Americans, Article 5 is invoked only once in NATO's long history, and that was to defend America after 9/11. I made it clear.
Not helping your case.
Not bow down to Putin.
Not helping your case.
I will not walk away from Ukraine. I will keep NATO strong. That's exactly what we did, and exactly what we'll continue to do. Now, the future of American policy is up to the American people. This is much more than a political question. It's more than that. It's a national security issue. Don't reduce this to the usual testament that people talk about, issues of being a political campaign. It's far too important. It's about the world we live in.
Good point.
For decades to come. Every American must ask herself or himself, is the world safer with NATO?
What the fuck, Joe? What the fuck, Biden? Two genders? Are you virtue signaling to the far right? What is this? No, them be.
Are you safer? Is your family safer? I believe the American people know. The answer to all those questions is yes. And I believe the American people understand that America is stronger because of our alliances. I believe the American consensus from Truman to Reagan to me still holds today. America cannot retreat from the world. We must lead the world. We're our indispensable nation, as Madeleine Albright wrote. Now let me turn to three other key issues. Just this morning, we had a great economic report showing inflation is down. Overall prices fell last month. Core inflation is the lowest it's been in 3 years. Prices are falling for cars, appliances, and airfares. Grocery prices have fallen since the start of the year. We're going to keep working to take down corporate greed to bring those prices down further. Meanwhile, Trump's calling for a 10% tariff on everything Americans buy, including food from overseas.
I do like the corporate greed shit. I think it's better messaging because people, especially on the right, have already been conditioned that BlackRock is bad, right?
Yes, yes.
So instead of saying the wealthy are going to pay their fair share, which he still does say, he says corporate greed. Because everyone agrees on this. There's nobody who's like more corporation greed except for libertarians, you know?
And other necessities. And economists tell us that would cost the average American working family another $2,500 a year. It's a tax of $2,500 a year. Second, our efforts to secure the border, southern border, is working. After Trump killed the bipartisan effort to secure the border, Republicans.
And then if companies don't like it because they have to pay more, then you can also, what you could do is, I think there's a country that did this, is make it a penalty that like every all of your income or like all of your extra profit, all of your profit is surrendered to the state.
To go to healthcare.
No. Like if they, so in the event that Biden implements anti-corporate greed narrative things, right, where they're paying more taxes. Let's say the company does what people say that they'll do and
that
leaves
make
the
cheeseburger more
country,
expensive,
and that leaves the country, right? You could not have them leave the country by putting in legislation that would make the companies forfeit their profit for that year and half of the profit for a number of years afterwards for leaving. Right? Because if they're like, oh, we have to actually pay to be in America, be like, all right, well, you can't leave. Eat shit. Like, because like at the end of the day, what is stopping corporations from leaving if that happens?
I would like, if we're talking about anti-corporate policy, honestly, I would like more along the lines of like worker protections, which he has done as well with the unions and stuff. But I think when I hear taxes, I'm like, I don't really give a fuck. I don't see that money.
Yeah, but you're not understanding the question. You're completely ignoring the question.
No. I know. I'm just saying. Like.
Yeah, but like, what would, I'm asking the question? What would stop a corporation from leaving if that was the case? Because obviously, corporate greed makes them do this. Corporate greed would make them leave. So, what would stop them?
I don't know. I'm not an economist, bro.
It's policy. It's not economy. It's policy.
I mean, I don't know if he has that policy in place, though. That's all I'm saying.
But like, would something like that not be a reasonable policy to put in place? I mean, if we're really talking about it, how about we start with repealing the fact that corporations are treated like fucking people in America? How about we start with that? That's a good start.
I think at the end of the day, they still make profit in America. So no matter what, even if they're making less profit here, they're still making profit, right? And like they already have operations all over the world anyway. You know, like completely pulling out of a sector would be worse for them.
Yeah. That's why I'm thinking
if they can outsource the jobs, sure.
Yeah. If to pull out of a whole market, surely not.
But like most corporations are also small businesses.
Sure.
Like a small, like the classification for a small business is something like, you know, only small businesses were basically immune from the COVID mandate.
Okay.
Right, but that was a majority of jobs. It gave you a cutoff of like how many hundred people you had to have.
Yes. I don't know. It's just an interesting question because, like, I imagine that would happen, right? Is if you're running a company, especially one like Apple, for example, right? You're making trillion in gross income, right? Billions in profit, and you're gonna get taxed a decent percentage of that. Like, yeah, that profit is like just going on wages at the end of the day. But those people control the company. No. So if the people making all the money are having all of their money taken, they would leave. No, they would try and leave the country with the company. Or do you think that they would just like move on? I just like
I agree with
don't
this
even
as
know.
well. The whole "if they're taxed, they'll leave" narrative is so dumb. I just would rather hear about how you're basically making sure workers get paid over corporations getting taxed. Like that's making sure you get paid, Joe.
That's actually a very interesting. That's a really good point. Actually, is that like this is all the upper class talking points, and like even with this here, it is dumb, right? But that's why I'm questioning it. That's why I want to sort of explore this a little bit, because does it actually happen? I don't think it does. I really don't think it does. Look at all the people who said they'd leave if Trump got elected, but didn't. It's the same shit.
Well, if they could afford to, they would have.
True.
If it was easy to emigrate, they would have. In a world with open borders.
Yeah.
The Democrats had worked on, because he thought it would benefit me and make him a loser, Republicans walked away. So I took executive action last month. As a consequence, working with Mexico, border encounters have gone down.
He just did the thing.
Down further. Meanwhile, Trump's calling for a 10% tariff on everything Americans buy, including food from overseas, vegetables, and other necessities. And economists tell us that would cost the average American working family another $2,500 a year. It's a tax of $2,500 a year. Second, our efforts to secure the border, southern border, is working. After Trump killed the bipartisan effort to secure the border, Republicans and Democrats had worked on, because he thought it would benefit me and make him a loser, Republicans walked away.
He's talking
So I
about
took
the
executive
border.
action last month. As a consequence, working with Mexico,
Gangster.
border encounters have gone down over 50%. The current level is lower today than when Trump left office. Third,
And no
for months,
Al-Qaeda attacks.
the United States has been working to secure a ceasefire in Gaza, to bring the hostages home.
You're
create a
supplying the
path
bombs, cunt.
For peace and stability in the Middle East. 6 weeks ago, I laid out a detailed plan. In
More
writing.
bombs to Israel?
Was endorsed by the UN Security Council, the G7. That framework is now agreed on by both Israel and Hamas.
True.
So I sent my team to the region to hammer out the details. These are difficult, complex issues. There's still gaps to close. We're making progress. The trend is positive. And I'm determined to get this deal done and bring
That's
an end to
Scott
this
doing
war,
that?
which should end now.
Is Scott in that team?
Might be. Who knows?
Might be.
Let me conclude where I began. We're the United States of America. We are the indispensable
I mean, I
nation.
think he lives
Our
in
leadership
Doha.
matters.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
the United States
no,
of America,
he lives in the
for God's
UAE. Doha's in Qatar.
Okay.
I think he lives in the UAE right now.
Dubai pilled.
Yeah, I think that's where he lives.
Our partnerships matter. This moment matters. We must rise to meet it. With that, I'll take your questions. I've been given a list of people to call on here. Reuters, Jeff Mason.
All right, do we care about questions? That was the speech. So this is the speech and all the questions.
Is there peaks and valleys?
No.
Okay. So anyway, what did we think of the speech, Jack? Out of Joe Biden's speeches, that
It was fine. I
but
think it's probably one of the better ones.
everyone is saying, even Pod Save America said that this was a disaster.
Sure. How?
I guess
Because it
we'll
didn't
find
really
out.
talk about NATO. Like what?
I guess we'll find out, judging by
Sure.
everyone else's coverage, huh?
I mean, it seemed relatively fine. There was nothing in there that was like, wow. It's another pretty stock standard political speech.
Mr. President, your political future has hung over the NATO summit a little bit this week. Speaker Pelosi made a point of suggesting that your decision on whether to stay in the race was still open. George Clooney and a handful of lawmakers have called on you to step aside. Reuters is reporting tonight that UAW leadership is concerned about your ability to win.
UAW just endorsed me, but go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay.
My question for you is, how are you incorporating
listen,
these?
buddy. What they said, they were concerned.
Mm.
You're losing the UAW. They just endorsed me. Okay, but they just said this. Update. You're losing the support of the people that you've been using as a. Oh, the Q&A.
Developments.
The Q&A is what the noise is about. He didn't do good with the questions.
Yeah. Okay.
To your decision to stay, and separately, what concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, that I think she was not qualified to be president. So let's start there. Number one. The fact is that the consideration is that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president. I beat him once, and I will.
Vice President Trump.
Beat him again.
Come on, like, seriously though. Immediately going, he's on the script, speech was fine. The moment he's off script, Vice President Trump happens. Right? And like fucking Biden stands are like being like, no, that's the Biden. Where was this guy on the debate night? Proving that he can fucking read for 30 minutes is not helping the case, guys.
No.
Look.
It was only 7 minutes, by the way.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, that I think she was not qualified.
See, my favorite thing is not only did he call Trump vice president, he also called Trump a she. I think that's the funniest part.
Qualified to be president. So let's start there. Number one. The fact is that
that's
the
obviously
consideration
not a dementia
is that I think I'm
though.
Yeah.
But like like cognitive decline is such a better term, you know?
Yeah.
Like old people aren't dumb, but they can get a little more confused about things.
Yeah, exactly. It's trying to delegitimize him completely because he can't speak. I understand where the fears are coming from, that he is declining. But I mean, his actions, like the way he's done things, his foreign policy, it all seems like it's somebody who knows what they're doing or has put a team together that it doesn't really matter. And at the end of the day, you want a useless president.
Yeah.
You don't want
Well,
Trump.
then that's the argument for Trump, is that he is useless and that like everyone was able to use him to get their agenda done. You know, that's one of the issues with Trump. Now,
that might have been the case in 2016. I think he's closed ranks and shored up.
Oh, they literally, the fucking people have said this, like the fucking pro-abortion or anti-abortion people. They've literally said it. It's like, Trump may say that, but we're just going to get our policy done anyway when he's in.
Yeah.
The most qualified person.
Yeah. So that's the thing. That's the thing. This is like, I have no problem voting for him. I'm just concerned that other people will. And I don't think those concerns are invalid by what you have seen. You know, I can't expect everyone to be like a total Biden stan, right?
You don't even need to be either. That's the other thing. You just need to understand what Trump is.
Well, like before stream, I was saying that the smartest thing for him to do would be announce that he's retiring next year. And then both him and Kamala are running for president. And then you can do things where it's like you're still voting for Joe Biden, and then other people will be like, oh yeah, well, he might be declining, but he's retiring anyway.
Yeah, exactly. It'll make people a bit more confident in the vote.
Yeah, so I think that's the smartest choice, is to stay in as Biden and say that he's retiring next year.
I agree.
And then, but the only thing there that I could possibly see is people being like, but who's going to be Kamala's vice president? So
doesn't matter.
If she put that out ahead too, I mean, then they totally could get 3 people running for that executive.
That would be very unique.
Once, and I will beat him again. Secondly, the idea, I served in the Senate a long time. The idea that senators and congressmen running for office worry about the ticket is not unusual. And I might add, there are at least 5 presidents running or incumbent presidents who had lower numbers than I have now, later in the campaign. So there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving. And because, look, I got more work to do. We've got more work to finish. There's so much, we made so much progress. Think about it. Think about where we are economically relative to the rest of the world. Name me a world leader who wouldn't want to trade places with our economy. We created over 800,000 manufacturing jobs, 1.5 million. I mean, so things are moving. We got more to go. Working class people still need help. Corporate greed is still at large. Their prices, the corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic. They're coming down. And so I'm optimistic about where things are going. Danny Kemp, AFP.
And like, yeah, all of them are
thanks.
in swing states. That's a big fucking, that's like exactly who you don't want. Right? Like that really shows if it's the swing states that are trying to preserve because they think that they're not going to win the federal, but they can still preserve their position. That's not good. That's really bad. That's like nightmare scenario.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you about your, you mixed up Presidents Zelensky and Putin earlier today. And you now have sort of your key allies, including the British Prime Minister, the President of France, and the German Chancellor having to step in and make excuses for you on that. Officials here are saying off the record that your decline has become noticeable. Hasn't this now, frankly, become damaging for America's standing in the world? Thank you.
Did you see any damage to our standing in my leading this conference? Have you seen a more successful conference? What do you think? And the Putin piece, I was talking about Putin, and I said, and now, at the very end, I said, here, I mean, Putin. I said, no, I'm sorry, Zelensky. And then I added 5 other names. Look, guys, the idea, anybody suggests that we haven't had an incredibly successful conference. How many times did you hear in that conference, I know it sounds too self-serving, but other leaders, heads of state, in thanking me, saying the reason we're together is because of Biden, because Biden did the following. Look, folks, this is well.
Listen, guys.
Anyway, I thought it was the most successful conference I've attended in a long time, and find me a world leader who didn't think it was. Next one, sorry, Nancy Cordes, CBS.
Thank you,
You
Mr. President.
fucked up again. You forgot you had a list.
Instances in history where presidents have
a list.
Yeah, because he had a list of people of names who are going to get questions. Right? There's a common thing. There's a common thing. So he said
was
next.
she not
like,
listed?
No. But he said next, and then he went, "Oops, I'm sorry," and then said the specific name.
Ah, right. Because people are like, "Oh, he's got directed questions."
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
it's a press conference. They want efficiency.
I'm saying that he fucked up thinking that it was an open thing for a second when he actually had to call on people. Not making a good case.
But what
yeah.
makes this moment in history so unique is that it is not your enemies who are calling on you to reconsider your decision to stay in the race. It's your friends, supporters, people who think you've done a great job over the past 4 years. Have you spent time thinking about what it would mean for your legacy, which you've worked decades to build?
Seriously, can we talk about the issue here is that this is a NATO press conference and all the questions are about, aren't you old as fuck? Shouldn't you leave?
Yeah.
If all
why,
the questions,
why are they not about NATO?
Yeah, if all the questions are about how you're old as fuck, and like, what about these people? Like, the press is like literally being like, hey, can you like leave?
Yeah, like you are the press. You're meant to be asking the question.
He busted out. Can't even hear him. Might have lagged out mid-sentence. Who
That's
knows?
me.
We can't tell because his camera's off.
Yeah. Like it. I lost track of my train of thought because everything dropped out. Very cool.
The concerns that voters say they have, and you lose to someone who you yourself have argued is unfit to return to the Oval Office.
Well, look.
That's right. Like the media's supposed to be giving us information, but all they're doing is, oh look, old man, old. Okay, what about the wars? What
Yeah,
about the 2 fucking wars that NATO is
but I
currently
think
involved with?
because that's the issue though, is that like his age is sidetracking everything now.
Yes.
Like it's not good for the world at this point if he stays in.
Yeah, the question kind of needs to be answered
Yeah.
to get people back to focus.
Like the main focus is going to be about Biden needing to leave because he's old, and people don't focus on more than like 3 things at a time, and all 3 of those things are Joe Biden right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in this for my legacy.
Yes, you are.
I'm in this to complete the job I started.
Uh-huh.
As you recall, understandably, many of you and many economists thought my initial initiatives that I put forward, can't do that. It's going to cause inflation. Things are going to skyrocket.
We hear this constantly from you.
What are you hearing now from mainstream economists? 16 economic Nobel laureates.
You said this
I've
already.
done a hell of a job.
At least this time you didn't stammer over it.
In the future, if I'm reelected, the things are going to get much better. Our economy is growing. I was determined when I got elected to stop the trickle-down economic theory. That if the wealthy did very well, everybody else would do well. My dad was a well-read, decent guy. I don't remember much trickling down on his kitchen table. Middle-class people and working-class people need help. And so what happened is I decided to was able to implement as president what I believed when I was a senator. And that is that the way to build this economy is from the middle out and the bottom up. That way we grow the economy. And the wealthy still do very well. They do fine. And guess what? Find me an economist, mainstream economist who said we haven't done well. What have we not done that isn't working right now? And so we got more to do, though. We got to finish the job. And by the way, I come from the corporate state of the world. Delaware has more corporations registered in Delaware than every other state in the nation combined.
Come on.
I'm not anti-corporate, but corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic. Doubled.
Should be anti-corporate.
It's time things get back in order a little bit. It's time, for example, if I'm reelected, we're going to make sure that rents are kept at 5% increase. Corporate rents for apartments and the like and homes are limited to 5%. We're going to make a lot of changes that I've been talking about.
How about
continue to grow this economy? And
how about banning corporations from owning homes? That'd be a good start.
Well, he's not anti-corporate, so
you should be. As I said, you should. Firstly, that shouldn't be anti-corporate policy. That should be pro-people. Secondly,
Jack, corporations are people.
No, they're not. Yeah, Americans can argue this point all that they fucking want. No.
By the way, remember how I got so roundly criticized for being so pro-union, not labor, union. Well, guess what? I've been the most pro-union labor president in history. Not a joke. And guess what? We had the Treasury Department do a study. When unions do better, everybody does better. Everybody does better. And we talk about how, for example, remember when we talked about getting the computer chip industry back in the United States? Used to be 40% of the industry. We invented the chip. 40% of the industry was in the United States. And former presidents decided that the best way to do it is find the cheapest labor in the world, send the product over there and import what the product was. And so what did I do? I was told not to go over to Asia, including Europe, but Asia. And I remember going to South Korea, convincing them to invest $20 billion in the United States to build computer chip factories. And I asked why when they finally decided to do it. And the answer was because you have the safest economy in the world and you have the best workers in the world. So the whole idea here is we've invested, there's over $50 billion in investment in computer chip manufacturing just coming into being. None of you thought that would happen. But it's happening. It's happening. And it's going to grow economies. All three. And by the way, red states and blue states. Manufacturers as much in red states and blue states. I've made no distinction. So
see, now he's making up for the debate now.
Trying to.
My generic point is that the idea.
No. It's the goose is cooked.
That we can't continue to build and grow the economy, make it fairer. And like I said, from my standpoint, when the middle class does well, that's when the whole economy grows. The poor have a shot, the wealthy do well.
We heard it.
Got to start paying their taxes.
Thank you for answering the question 3 separate times.
Your Vice President Kamala Harris would be ready to serve on day one. Can you elaborate on that? What is it about her attributes and her accomplishments over the last 4 years that make her ready?
Hi, can I ask the media a question? What the fuck does this have to do with NATO?
to serve on day one if necessary.
Yeah.
First of all,
is this what you call a red herring?
Like, you should be asking him about Patriot batteries.
Yeah.
And how Ukraine, like, seriously, like, the first question asked should have been, that was about the hospital that was hitting Ukraine, right? And how if he had given Zelensky the Patriot batteries that Zelensky had asked for, it wouldn't have happened. And ask him about how does it feel that those Ukrainian lives are directly on his hands and nobody else's.
Yeah. Here's the question. Hi, President Biden. Your decision to not send Patriot missile batteries resulted in the death of children at a hospital.
We have to keep our country gay.
Why didn't you send those missile batteries, and why are you only now sending them?
Well, we're just authorized new missile batteries going. Great. Just like how security was added in the airport after 9/11, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the way she's handled the issue of freedom of
look at how he's
bodies
holding
to
onto
have
the
control of the
podium.
bodies.
I love this.
Secondly, her ability to handle almost any issue on the board. This was a hell of a prosecutor. She was.
This stance is when he's either annoyed or serious. So I think this is a genuine answer, just based on his body language.
The first-rate person, and in the Senate, she was really good. I wouldn't have picked her unless I thought she was qualified to be president. From the very beginning, I made no bones about that. She is qualified to be president. That's why I picked her.
She's the DEI vice president, though, because you said it was
Felicia
going to be
Schwartz,
a woman.
Financial Times.
Thank you, Mr. President. Presidency is the most straining job in the world, and it's 24/7.
No.
How can you say you'll be up for that next year, in 2 years, in 4 years, given the limits you've acknowledged that you have today?
The limits I've acknowledged I have?
There's been reporting that you've acknowledged that you need to go to bed earlier and your evening around 8.
That's not true. Look, what I said was, instead of my every day starting at 7 and going to bed at midnight, it'd be smarter for me to pace myself a little more. And I said, for example, the 8, 7, 6 stuff, instead of starting a fundraiser at 9 o'clock, start at 8 o'clock. People get to go home by 10 o'clock. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about. And if you look at my schedule since I made that stupid mistake in the campaign, in the debate, I mean, my schedule has been full bore. I've done, where's Trump been? Riding around in his golf cart, filling out his scorecard before he hits the ball? I mean, look.
That was such a good dig, bro. Filling out his scorecard before he hits the ball. I
don't know how many.
That was
20 major.
That's so funny. I would not have caught that unless you pointed that out. That's funny.
Events. Someone with thousands of people showing up. And so I just think it's
now, Biden's more of a sniffing type, I think.
Better.
I don't want to eat it. I just want to smell it. He sits there.
Whether I was playing sports,
just looking up you, and his hands are like this.
Just to keep going, not stop. I just got to just pace myself a little more. Pace myself. And the next debate, I'm not going to be traveling into 15 time zones a week before.
And then watch you do even worse. Watch you do even worse. And like honestly, honestly, at this point, can we just really be honest about how fucking great it would be to see Kamala Harris debate Trump?
Yes. Like as you said on stream, she could build a case against him. I've been thinking about this, and you are correct. Like, she is the only person who can build a legal case against Trump and present it to the public.
Yeah, now that he's immune.
Mm-hmm. The only person.
Even with that, I love my staff, but they add things all the time. At the very end, I'm catching hell from my wife for that. Anyway,
he did it again. He was looking on who to call for next.
Zeke Miller, Associated Press.
He did it again.
Two questions for you. First, on the NATO summit.
You only have one question. Sit down, Zeke.
He pressed you to lift your.
You can't wish for more wishes, Zeke.
Use of American weapons, saying that in his public remarks afterwards, saying that.
Finally, a question about NATO.
Ukraine cannot win the war unless those limitations are lifted. Are you reconsidering your position on that? And then secondly, following up on Felicia's question there, leaders of your own party have said that
like you think that she can't get Trump to like slip and say the dumbest shit?
Oh, 100% he would.
The only thing that would go wrong is she would come off as being evil and manipulative.
Maybe. But she's a prosecutor, so she is manipulative and evil.
And evil, yeah.
So, you know, you're just leaning into the thing there, right?
At debate, they're worried about the next bad night and the bad night after that. How can you reassure the American people that you are up to the task and that there won't be more bad nights at debate stage or somewhere else?
First thing about Zelensky asking for the ability to strike deep into Russia. We've allowed Zelensky to use American weapons in the near term, in the near or abroad, into Russia. Whether or not he should be attacked. For example, should Zelensky, he's not. But if he had the capacity to strike Moscow,
striking inside
strike the Kremlin,
Russia,
would that make sense?
Mm.
Nobody's asking to strike the Kremlin, dipshit. The patch that Akafa had about we stopped oil. Did you see that?
Yes.
It wouldn't. The question is, what's the best use of the weaponry he has? The weaponry we're getting to him. I got a more long-range capacity, as well as defensive capacity. And so our military is working on following the advice of my commander-in-chief, the chief of staff of the military, as well as the Secretary of Defense.
Yeah,
and our intelligence
and
people.
that's
And
the
we're
only
making-
thing I could imagine is Trump would be a weasel about it, being like, I agreed to debate Joe Biden, who's supposed to be the president. This isn't fair to me. You know? And then if they really keep been like, he's scared after that, like... The issue is like there's so many things that can be tactically done, and Joe Biden is not like a tactician. He's a fucking policymaker and pencil pusher. He's a fucking Poindexter who looks at the statistics and stuff. He's not a fucking people person. He's an actual politician who never was running for popularity contests, right? Like it's like Katie Porter, right? You know, she was just a pencil pusher nerd.
Yeah, with a paper board things.
Yeah, exactly.
Her cardboard signs.
Like
she's a teacher.
That and then there's people like MTG. MTG is not a politician.
No. She's a cunt.
She's a popularity contest winner.
Day-to-day basis on what they should and shouldn't do.
Which is insane because she shouldn't be anybody who's popular. I'm sure that she is just the most awful fucking person to be around.
Or they should go in. That's a logical thing to do. Second question related to
bad nights, sir. How can you reassure the American people that you won't have more bad nights, whether they be on a debate stage or on some matter of foreign policy?
Well, I tell you what, the best way to assure them is the way I assure myself. And that is, am I getting the job done? Am I getting the job done? Can you name me somebody who's got more major piece of legislation passed in 3.5 years? I created 2,000 jobs just last week. So if I slow down, I can't get the job done. That's a sign that I shouldn't be doing it. But there's no indication of that yet. None. What do we got here?
Which is true.
Yeah.
Merrick, Pulaski Radio.
Thank you, Mr. President. How are you?
I'm well.
The elections in the US have consequences around the world. You have pretty high standing in Europe. I just asked President Macron about you, and he said we are happy
around the globe
as the President of the United States. But there is a concern. Many people in Poland and across Europe are worried that the former president may win the election. And there's a lot of concern that Donald Trump may weaken NATO,
Beautiful.
stop
NATO
supporting
question.
Ukraine, or push Ukraine to give up territories to Russia.
They're correct.
And yourself was warning just 2 minutes ago about it. So my question is, do you think that Europe will be left on its own if Donald Trump wins the election? And what's your advice to European leaders to prepare for possible US disengagement?
Well, look, I think, how can I say this without sounding too self-serving? I'm not having any of my European allies come up to me and say, Joe, don't run. What I hear them say is, you've got to win. You can't let this guy come forward. It'd be a disaster.
Interesting.
It'd be a disaster. I mean, I think he said in one of his rallies, don't hold me to this, recently, where NATO, I just learned about NATO or something to that effect. Foreign policy has never been his strong point. And he seems to have an affinity to people who are authoritarian.
And then once he doesn't like something, he says he doesn't know about it.
Fun fact.
Very Trump.
Fun fact. Orban met with Trump immediately after the NATO summit.
Of course he did.
To go tell him everything that happened at the summit.
Of course.
Isn't that great? Isn't that awesome?
Yeah,
wow. You literally have a Trump agent in your like NATO circle. Awesome. Epic.
Yeah,
great.
That's pretty cool.
That worries, as I tell you, from Poland, that worries Europe. That worries Poland. And nobody, including the people of Poland, think that if he wins in Ukraine, he's going to stop in Ukraine.
Isn't it wild that a world leader is beholden to Trump? Pretty cool.
I don't know.
That's going to be the end of it.
He's more beholden to an authoritarian agenda of conservatism and shit. Because he knows that it's to shore up his own power. Trump will help him shore up his own power.
True.
And Putin will as well.
Yeah.
And like, why would he go to the EU when they're very open about how they hate him and that he's an authoritarian guy? Like, why would he continue going to the EU? They clearly have shown they don't want him in power.
Sure.
So
I mean, what? How has he maintained control?
Oh, well, it's complicated, but the real reason why he's maintained control is because he won an election by a majority, and the majority then acted and implemented a policy to lock down. So the government was already extremely ineffective to begin with, right? People were already, it's like the conservatives right now in Britain, right? So imagine like running up to that election after everyone hated the conservatives, someone also like you know, Richie or someone else who's a leader of the Conservative Party let something slip behind closed doors about, you know, like, oh, the people are stupid, or you know, or like that they're aware they're incompetent and they're doing it out of corruption type stuff.
Okay.
Like, so the opposition, not even the opposition, the people who were in power before Orban had this happen where they had something like that slip that pissed off people who were already disaffected by the government. So it led to a landslide for Orban. And Orban was also like campaigning directly against this institutionalization and was able to weaponize that leak.
Okay.
Which was probably, you know, I don't know. I'd have to look into it, but who knows how that leak came about, if it was like done through like a WikiLeaks type thing. Or they were just dumb and said something publicly.
That'd be interesting to look into. Maybe it's another topic to deep dive.
Someone will know.
And so what I can say is, I think I'm the best qualified person to do the job, to make sure that Ukraine does not fall, that Ukraine succeeds, that the European alliance stays strong. You may recall, no one was talking about Finland joining NATO. I remember talking to Putin right after he got elected in Geneva, and he was talking about what we should do. We couldn't be in Eastern Europe, et cetera. And I said, you're looking for the Finlandization of Ukraine. I said, you're going to get the NATOization of Finland. And about 4 weeks later, I got a call. No, that's not true. Probably 5 months later, from the president of Finland, could he come and see me? Because in my office, I invited him to the Oval Office. We sat down and talked. He said, "Do you want to join NATO? Could I help?"
Wasn't it a woman? Or was she prime minister?
I'm not sure, but he said Putin again.
What we should do, we couldn't be in Eastern Europe, et cetera. And he was talking, we're talking to Putin right after we got elected in Geneva. And
like what?
And he was talking about what we should do. We couldn't be in Eastern Europe, et cetera. And I said, you're looking for the Finlandization of Ukraine. I said, you're going to get the NATOization of Finland.
Maybe he was talking about Putin.
Yeah, no, he was meeting with Putin, and then the president of Finland called him and said, "Come to my office," is what he said. Okay, check this out. I got a little abstract from journalofdemocracy.org, right? So he won his 4th straight election and 4th straight supermajority in parliament. It allows him to amend the constitution at will. This essay traces how he managed to do that. Orban's skillful use of the war in Ukraine and major expansion of social benefits right before the elections were important in the victory. Many more crucial were rules the game that Orban established after his election victory in 2010. Rules that have been constantly modified as the opposition has tried to work around the barriers those rules erected. Hungary has already been demoted from democracy to autocracy by all democracy raters. This essay shows precisely why those rankings were right. And as long as he has complete control, that's how it's going to remain. It doesn't exactly say how he won that election in 2010, but this is more of how he maintained his power.
Yes. Okay. This makes sense.
And about 4 weeks later, I got a call. No, that's not true. Probably 5 months later, from the president of Finland, could he come and see me? In my office, and I invited him to the Oval Office. We sat down and talked. He said he wanted to join NATO. Could I help? And I did. It wasn't automatic. And then I got a call from the Swedes. I beg your pardon? And so Finland joined NATO. 800-mile border is a significant, and they were already allies, but they weren't part of NATO. And you heard, I think you heard, maybe I can't recall what he said in public in our closed meeting, but he wouldn't mind being repeated. He said, we decided in Finland, the people of Finland decided they had to be part of NATO. It was in our interest because of the joint ability to be together to dissuade any attack on Finland.
I have spoken to a few Finnish people that I know about this, and that is the general sentiment I got, is that generally the Finnish people are like, we should probably join NATO.
And the same thing with Sweden. It took a lot of selling to some folks, particularly in Turkey and other places, to agree to the expansion. But it expanded. And we're
Why, Joe? Joe, why? What was the condition that allowed Sweden and Finland to join? What was it, Joe?
Let's not forget.
Who was holding you up?
Let's not forget, okay? If we're supposed to believe Joe's, why we should elect him is because he cares about these things on foreign policy and stuff. Go watch the big presidential debate that Kamala Harris and Tulsi Gabbard are still a part of for the Democratic primaries of the last primary, right? Go watch the entire thing. It's an hour long. Let me know afterward who has the strongest stance on Kurdistan, because I can guarantee you there's two. And it's Pete Buttigieg and Joe Biden. Even Bernie had a pretty good stance, but he shifted it away to be about something else, where he said that it's like, oh yeah, sure, we should protect the Kurds, but the bigger issue, because everyone else had already said what you should have said about it, right? But he says the bigger issue is like, who's going to trust us?
Yeah, because America fucked them over.
Yeah, so that because it was also an issue of the time, because it was in November, and like my friends had just been killed in Afrin. You know, it literally was like, it seemed like days, but I was pretty fucked up at the time, and it's very blurry how much time would pass between things. But like Joe Biden, not only that, but there's that video I showed you of him talking about how wants to do an electoral coup against Erdogan, right? And then like Turkey now owns the rights to that footage, so they deplatform anyone who tries to show it, even though they'll post it themselves. So you can find it from TYT, not TYT.
Yes.
TRT.
A lot stronger because of it. We're more secure because of it. And by the way, I was able to get 50 other nations, 50 to support Ukraine. 50. We were able to bring about a coalition between of Europe and Asia.
Also, Japan. I forgot this happened, but the reason why I started supporting Kamala Harris is because she called Tulsi Gabbard an Assadist that debate. She goes, I can't take Tulsi's word too too strongly because she's an Assadist, is what she said.
And in South Korea, I just we talked about AUKUS, and we talked about the relationship between Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, the United States. We're making the world safer and stronger because we have to deal with the new arrangement that exists in the world. The Cold War is over. The post-war era is over. What is going to replace it? And I respectfully suggest I have a pretty good idea what that should be. I've convinced a lot of people will follow it, and we're just going to get stronger. David Sanger. Where's it?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Be nice, David.
Mr. President, the NATO declaration that was issued yesterday was very notable because it described China as a decisive enabler of the war in Ukraine for its provision of critical goods to the Russians. That's part of a broader partnership that seems to have cemented in place in the past 2 or 3 years. I think one that you were a little bit doubtful of when we asked you about it some time ago. So I'd be interested to know whether you have a strategy now of trying to interrupt the partnership between China and Russia.
You know what? You know where I'm going to find this?
In the second term, you would...
Instead of trying to find it on YouTube, I'm going to go to my Instagram because I know that I've already made a supercut. And it's going to be hard. It's going to be easier to just scroll back, even though the thing about Instagram is that the reels take so long to load.
Yeah.
Pursue that, if you could describe that strategy to us. And along the way, could you also tell us whether you think, just to follow up on Felicia's question, that if you were in a room with Vladimir Putin again, the way you were 3 years ago, or with President Xi, that a few years from now, you will be able to go negotiate with them, handle them one-on-one?
Well, the first part of the question is, we discussed and I raised in the NATO summit, and others raised, the future of China's involvement, what they're going to do, what they're doing with Russia in terms of accommodating, facilitating them. They're getting access to additional. They're not supplying weapons themselves. They're supplying mechanisms for them to be able to get weapons. And China's position is basically, and I've spent more time with Xi Jinping than any world leader has. Over
China Joe, China Joe,
for real. And by the way, I handed all my notes.
CCP
but my
confirmed.
point is that she believes that China is a large enough market that they can entice any country, including European countries, to invest there in return for commitments from Europe to do A, B, C, or D, or not to do certain things.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to download
What's happened
this
is we had
so
a
I can
long
actually
discussion
full
about
screen it.
what we cannot. We have to make clear China has to understand that if they are supplying Russia with information and capacity, along with working with North Korea and others to help Russia in armament, that they're not going to benefit economically as a consequence of that by getting the kind of investment they're looking for. And so, for example, we're in a situation where, and we've reestablished direct contact with China after that, remember the balloon, quote unquote, going down, and all of a sudden things came to an end? Well, we set up a new mechanism. There's a direct line between Xi and me, and our military has direct access to one
you got a
another,
red phone, huh?
We have problems. The issue is that we have to make sure.
Wow, that sounds
that
really
Xi
diplomatic,
understands
right?
There's a price to pay for undercutting.
He put a red phone in, and now they have a direct military contact line with each other. So their military can meet autonomously and independent with each other as well.
I mean, that's good.
Yeah, no shit. It's almost like he's not trying to start a war with China.
Both the Pacific Basin as well as Europe, and as it relates to Russia and dealing with Ukraine. And so for example, if you want to invest in China, as you know this area really well, if you want to invest in China, you have to have a 51% Chinese owner. You have to make sure that you do by their rules, and you don't have the authority, and you have to provide all access to all the data and information you have. There was a while there, as you recall, the last administration and other administrations, where the access to that market was enticing enough to get companies to come in because they had access to over 1 billion people in a market, not 1 billion, but a lot of people in the market.
Billions and billions!
But that got curtailed when we started saying we're going to play by the same rules. For example, the idea they don't abide by the international rules related to subsidizing products by the government funding. So guess what? They're not going to be able to export their electric vehicles to the United States without a significant tariff. Others are doing the same thing around the world. But it is
and that should remain indefinitely.
Mm-hmm.
Concern. It is a concern that you have both China, North Korea, Russia, Iran, countries that are not necessarily coordinated in the past, looking to figure out how they can have impact.
Interrupt that impact?
Is that when they annexed that? Was that when they used the Nazis to get rid of the Soviet Union and then turned on the Nazis and got them the fuck out of their country as well? Was that time?
Oh, okay, but when Mao Zedong does it, it's cowardice. Okay, Jack.
What do you mean?
I was joking. Because you say
It's
that
not even
Mao
the same.
Zedong hid and then got the fascist out, right?
No.
Jack,
No.
Jack,
He
it's a
hid.
joke. It's a joke.
I
It is
know.
a joke.
I'm just saying that it's not even it's not even a similar situation.
I know it's not. That's the point of it being a joke, Jack.
Yes, I do, but I'm not prepared to talk about the detail of it in public. And I think you'll see
Oh,
that
really? Some president, huh?
some of our European friends
Doesn't sound
are
like a
going to be
supreme leader to me.
their investment in Russia. In China. As long as China continues to have this indirect success, help to Russia in terms of being able to help their economy, as well as help them as a consequence of that, their ability to fight in Ukraine.
Look.
The other thing that we talked a lot about.
Uh-oh. So we're seeing the problem here is when he lists too many countries, he starts to slow down. You know, this is a RAM issue, is what it seems like.
Is that, and I raised it, and I didn't hear any. I can't swear that everyone agreed because not everyone got to talk about it. But we need a new industrial policy in the West. For example, we talked about how both the EU as well as NATO has to be able to begin to build their own munition capacity, has to be able to generate their own capacity.
I was like, by industrial, does he mean the military industrial complex? Yes, he did.
Weapons and the ability to, it came as a surprise to some of us how we had fallen behind in the West in terms of the ability to construct new material, new weaponry, new everything
shells
from vehicles to weapon systems.
Just say
And
shells.
so one of the things that came out of this was we're going to be meeting again with a number of my colleagues, my European colleagues, is what do we do to increase the capacity of the West, particularly in Europe and Japan, to be able to generate kind of ability to produce their own weapon systems, not just for themselves, but to be able to generate that. It's the same.
Japan, if they get a military industry going in Japan, oh my God.
Dude,
the Emperor's Japanese baby.
Japanese tech is already the best.
Yeah.
Imagine Japanese military equipment. How fucking good that would be.
Like
they would make so much money.
If
America
they
might
from a tech economy to a military economy because of this. Because if you think about it, like the tech economy can really come from Taiwan now.
Yes.
And Korea.
Mm-hmm. They totally could.
And they can still be Japanese owned, but they're using the Korean brains and labor inside that country, right? I don't know. They're probably racist about it and only want Japanese people at the top. Samsung and Sony collaboration. Has that happened before? I want to say it has.
I would probably say
Sony has, I mean, they have a new CEO, at least in the West, but like Sony is so interesting because like they make such good shit, but their leadership is so dog shit.
Yeah.
Samsung, on the other hand, their products are dog shit, but their leadership has been great. So they've been able to really do well in the market. I mean, I'm literally have a Samsung right in front of me. My second monitor that's just a TV is a Samsung.
I mean, Japan and Korea could unite their 5 pinnacle pillar companies and have a super Asian colony. They could the Zaibatsu and the Chaebol. They could unite and become a force against China. All the wealth and power of Japan and all the wealth and power and knowledge of Korea mixed together to take on China, the fascists.
Went to China, and they didn't get the weapons, but then they went to North Korea. But we're going to be in a position where the West is going to become the industrial.
They're dumping to make Vietnam China's competitor as well. It's not just like an interest because of like the problems in Chinese labor, making it a problematic for these companies.
Yeah.
Especially like because like even things like that German law, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a significant chunk out of a lot of companies if they want to do business in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
So transitioning it to depower China's economics by empowering Vietnam as an economic rival, smart for capitalists to do.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with states.
Mm-hmm.
For it to be able to the ability
Right.
to all the defense weapons. That was a discussion as well.
Okay.
Whether you would be ready to go deal with.
He didn't call on you, bitch. You sit down.
I'm ready to deal with them now and 3 years from now. Look,
check this out. You ready? This is highlights made from the last not debate, primary. I had my Joe Biden moment there. And this is highlights on their responses to it, right? So the question at the bottom, it says, should U.S. troops be sent back into northern Syria to prevent an ISIS resurgence and protect our Kurdish allies? So this is gonna pick up in the middle of him answering something, but I don't remember what the first part is, but it's something that wasn't to do with this specifically. He Kurdicized him on something else and then started answering the question basically.
Okay.
But you'll see even Tulsi gets chops that are pro Kurdistan in here. Maybe because they're more on the Assadist side, huh?
Turkey is the real problem here. And I would be having a real lockdown conversation with Erdogan and letting him know that he's going to pay a heavy price for what he has done. Now, pay that price.
Donald Trump has the blood of the Kurds on his hand.
What in fact needs to be done, protecting those Kurds. They lost their lives. This is shameful, shameful what this man has done.
But it's also the case that a small number of special operations forces and
special
capabilities were the only thing that stood between that part of Syria and what we're seeing now, which is the beginning of a genocide and the resurgence of ISIS.
I'm sorry. Is Turkey still a U.S. ally? Should they remain in NATO?
No, Turkey is not a U.S. ally when they invade another country and engage in mass slaughter.
What has happened in Syria is yet again Donald Trump selling folks out. And in this case, he sold out the Kurds, who, yes, fought with us and thousands died in our fight against ISIS. And let's be clear, what Donald Trump has done because of that phone call with Erdogan is basically giving 10,000 ISIS fighters a get out of jail free card.
The crisis here, as I think Joe said and Pete said, is when you begin to betray people. And in terms of the Kurds, 11,000 of them died fighting ISIS, 20,000 were wounded. And the United States said,
see, he's the only one who dropped that. And I think that's really exceptional. But the rest of Bernie's statement is really more about other things. But like actually listing how many people died is something that nobody else did.
And then suddenly one day, after a phone call with Erdogan announced by tweet, Trump reverses that policy. Now you tell me, what country in the world will trust the word of the President of the United States?
And the Kurds are case in point. In fact...
Oh, I forgot this guy existed.
Because we turned our backs on them, those Kurds who fought for us in Syria, helped to defeat ISIS, not just for themselves, but for the United States of America. it makes it more likely that we will have to send another generation of service members to fight those battles there.
Meanwhile, soldiers in the field are reporting that for the first time, they feel ashamed of what their country has done. We saw the spectacle, the horrifying sight of a woman with the lifeless body of her child in her arms, asking what the hell happened to American leadership. And when I was deployed, I knew one of the things keeping me safe was the fact that the flag on my shoulder represented a country known to keep its word. And our allies knew it, and our enemies knew it.
Thank you, Mayor.
You take that away, you are taking away what makes America America.
Mayor.
It makes our troops and the world a much more dangerous place.
And you know who the winner is in this? There are 4: Russia, Iran, Assad, and ISIS.
Sure.
What happened to that? What happened? Huh?
You want to see Japan's service rifle? It's fucking gangster.
How come she didn't mention that Turkey's also winning there? Huh?
Very strange.
I know, but that's true though. That
Yeah.
is true though. Those are the 4 winners, not even Turkey, because even Turkey is bending to Assad now.
That's Japan's rifle, which is fucking cool as fuck. It's like a SCAR and an AR. Japanese made. I didn't realize that Hauer was a Japanese company.
So, yeah, so the thing is, now it's debated. I mean, honestly, the folding stock is better, especially if you're getting out of armored.
You're saying
Right?
that because it's a fixed stock.
Yeah, well, no, that's not can fold, right? Can it? It looks like it's got a pin on it to fold. Like
Looks-
that's a button you press, right? That's totally a stock folding button. It might be a stock
Maybe.
adjustment button.
Maybe, yeah, it might be adjustment. That does not
Like
look
it,
like a folding stock
like
to
you
me.
see the halfway part, right?
Although there is this little
Yeah, that's what I was looking at
this
first.
little thing here, maybe, but there's this here.
But it also, like, I think that it telescopes, right? The stock. So one of those is going to control the telescoping of the stock.
Yeah.
And one might be the fold. That said, I just wanted to say that I think the AR recoil buffer going into the stock is genius.
Yeah.
So as long as the thing is that it looked a little large to me. And like I said, the folding stock, I mean, even we're going to of something that can be shorter, right?
Yeah.
Because getting in and out of armor with a full stock on your weapon will snag you more often than not.
Honestly, this gun is fucking gorgeous. Like, if Japan exported these rifles, I'd want one.
I'd have to also see the ergonomics of holding it, right? To see, because it just looks very large, right? And I want to see like the average, because obviously, they have smaller hands than the corn-fed Nebraska Americans, right?
Hold on.
So that switch, the switch above the magazine, right? That one looks like, if I want to see how much effort you need to do to raise your finger to hit that switch.
Yes. Hold on, I'll find
The ergonomics on that part specifically. I had a front grip like that.
Doesn't look awful.
Yeah, that looks fine.
I think that's the same gun. Yeah.
Can we get it? Can we get it with a folding stock?
Well, what would Japan need folding stocks for? Think about what they would need a rifle for.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I don't care if it's folding or not.
No,
really.
I know, but that's what I'm like. That's what they would be.
I'm more interested
Honestly,
in the
this looks like
buffer.
an AR, like a more.
Their rail system is different too. It looks like they have a
Yeah.
Picatinny on the top rail, but the other rails are different.
Yeah, it is very strange, but it really does look like a mutual sort of breeding of the SCAR and the AR, because the center bit looks like an AR, like the receiver, the magazine, but the rest of it looks like a SCAR. So it's just kind of very, very interesting that they took inspiration from multiple different companies and countries.
Do they make a short version of it?
I don't know.
I
Let's
want
have a
to.
look.
Let's see if Japan has a 416 counter, because 416 is the best rifle for the situation it's being used in. Obviously,
Howard Type 20 SBR. No, it does not look like there is a shortened version. Not yet.
Okay, I'm gonna type in Japanese 416. See if they have one.
Interesting.
Last month, you said that you believe President Biden is.
Slight tangent to guns because that was a very cool gun. But I can justify my tangent here because we were talking about Japan's military industrial complex and whether they were going to transfer from tech to military, and if we're going to see ballistic computers become normalized, fucking Japan's going to do that. So if Japan does rotate to a military producing country, we may see ballistic computers become a thing. Yeah.
So also, I'm looking at a render from the other side, and it looks like the ergonomics are on both sides, but it's slightly different. See, like this is like a slightly different switches here.
Dude,
but
it's a 13-inch barrel already.
This is definitely a mag release that's on this side,
Yeah.
but it's different than the other mag release. So you know what it is? The safety, you might be able to like push it out from this side, right? And so like this is a lever type thing. The other side, it's more of the switch, right? But the actual mechanism is on this side.
Yeah.
So you just will have to engage it differently potentially. And it looks like you can push it on the bottom and top to like engage it.
Yeah. So
And
the
then
barrel's
also,
already 13 inches, by the way.
Back
So-
here, there's not the square button to fold it. That I was assuming. This definitely looks like something that's a telescoping thing. And then
Yeah.
I'm sure that this pad here can also raise.
Yeah, it's the same ergonomics as the Scar. It's the same
Mhm.
stock as the Scar has. No, guns are cool. No more wars. I'm cool with that, but guns are cool.
Yeah, that's like saying
second
ban
term. You said
fireworks,
this
you know?
Although drone shows are cooler, I will say. Fireworks are kind of lame.
No, they're not.
You don't have any concerns about his health, as other folks have raised questions. We have, since that debate performance, though, we've seen the biggest shift in polls here in the U.S. away from him and towards former President Trump that we've seen to date. Do you still believe that he is likely to win?
I'm not someone that is able to say how will be the outcome of American elections, but I think it would be a big mistake to underestimate the president. He is successful in doing the necessary things.
He
for
is
instance,
sexy.
in organizing the NATO alliance, and his leadership was very important in the last years and months, and also preparing this very meeting here in Washington. And he is also a successful campaigner. So I think it is the American people that will take a decision.
Oh, I think I had a genius idea for a joke as well. That was basically saying that allowing homosexuality to thrive prevents fascism is the premise of the joke. Because the Nazis are always said to be well put together and well groomed and high fashion and all this shit. I'm like, they're just gay. And Germany was repressing the gays, so they turned into fascists. But I need to work on the structure of it and the meat of it to actually make it into something. But I think there's something there. I think that could be funny.
And I just can tell you from my perspective as someone that is speaking with Biden, he's very focused and he's very intensely doing what a president of the United States has to do for leading the alliance.
Can I ask, because you have been in a sort of unique position this week, you've been meeting with him, you're watching him work. Have you seen any moments at all in your latest interactions with him that tell you in any way he is not up to another 4 years?
No.
And can I also ask, did you watch the debate that has created so many headlines here?
Yes, I did.
You did.
Nobody else fucking
everyone,
did. I bet he actually did. I bet nobody actually watched it.
In Europe is very much interested in the politics within the United States because the United States are the strongest superpower in the world. And
what do you think the SS was? They're the most high fashion.
It's our most important ally, so we are trying to understand what goes on.
And as you watched it, nothing that you saw gave you any concern or reason for pause?
I think that he made his points and he argued why it is necessary to work on a good cooperation globally without friends and allies of democratic states, and he was very clear and focused on questions of national politics.
The eyes of the world are on the President of the United States, and we've been anxiously waiting to see if he can get through a press conference and questions from journalists without
See if this chick's as a psycho as the other one that we watched on Sky News.
a script and without a teleprompter. But what has come as no surprise, Joe Biden couldn't even make it to the press conference without making a massive blunder with world leaders at the NATO summit. Here he is introducing the leader of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, as President Putin.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has.
I'm always curious how they cut this, because if you play the whole thing, it really doesn't come off as that bad, in my opinion.
Determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. We're going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Anyway.
You see that and your heart sinks. The man needs help. Watching him realize.
Okay, no. My heart sinks for Zelensky. Can we get? Do they have?
Yeah.
Did they close up on Zelensky's face when he said that? Because
He's like fuck. Crushed.
He pauses is so awkward.
This is the man we are depending on to survive.
Yeah, like he did
Fuck.
not look hyped. He did not look hyped when, like he laughed appropriately when Biden recovered.
Yeah.
But then he said, "I'm better," as he was walking up to the mic.
Yes.
You know,
Joe Biden cannot go on pretending that he's actually in charge of the country, and the people around him are right now being exposed. They have been lying to you. It's of course their jobs to protect him.
That's right. He's been faking that he's been in charge this whole time. What are you
It's
talking
the
about?
deep state. It's the deep state controlling everything. He's just the puppet, don't you know?
He's
Don't you
CGI.
know? Don't you know that
Joe Biden, the
this
first
is-
AI president.
Like, don't you know that the president isn't real? The actual government is the unelected bureaucrats behind the thing actually running it, and therefore that's the Jews. Didn't you know this?
And I agree.
It's funny how they take correct premises and then go the Jews and just ruin it.
Like
It's very
I said
funny.
about before, I said that dementia is clearly not what's happening, but it's accurate to say cognitive decline.
Mm.
You know, it's general old person confusedness.
Exactly.
It doesn't,
That's why
but
I'm
like
not
he
so
said,
concerned.
he's still more effective than anyone else with the
Mm-hmm.
legislation, all that stuff. Like I'm like, and then the whole thing of people being like, "We'll vote for a corpse over Trump," and it's like, that's great.
Then what?
So that's all. Just like that's great, good for
And this is
you.
the latest
But
example of
like,
that.
I care more about what he's actually done, right?
Yeah, and that's what we were saying when we were actually watching the debate. We're like, nobody's actually listening.
I
Like,
would
if you
vote
actually
for
listened-
Kamala over Trump too. That's you know, a corpse is the better option.
Right, but like, I'm convinced. I really am convinced that nobody listened to the debate.
Well, and then also the only people who went down in support were people who watched the entire thing.
Mm.
Which
And
I
realistically-
put down to people who heard about the debate or watched the clips, right?
Mm.
People already have these tons of clips of Joe Biden gaffing and stuff. So they've already
Yeah.
been desensitized to that being a big deal.
True.
But people who actually sat through the debate, everyone was like, "Ooh."
Yeah, and it really, I just don't get it. I don't think it was as bad as people are trying to make it out to be.
Neither do
I
I.
just don't. I just
But-
don't think. I just don't think it was. I think that because of the outrage, it has created this bad situation and tricky political scenario that Biden has found himself in. But I don't think it was that bad. I don't think that his inability to process words from brain to mouth is all that big of a deal. As long as his policy making decisions are sound,
Also, like a lot of
I
times,
don't see a problem.
if you have a really good position with a company, for example, my mom, like she worked in, so she like started really her like you know, she had internships in the starting out nursing stuff
Yeah.
in nursing homes, but her main career as a nurse was in intensive care units after heart surgeries, open heart surgeries, right?
Okay.
So she is a heart expert. She's a cardiac expert, right? So she then became a nurse practitioner, right? So she could do office work because she lifting patients, because a lot of times these are people who are having heart surgery, mostly heavy patients, right? So she just couldn't lift the patients anymore, so she went to do practitioner work, right? And so she basically ended her career as like in an office job, seeing patients, you know, and doing preventative like heart disease treatment, right? So when she retired and had her retirement like party and stuff, it was like 6 months before she even stopped working. But that day at the retirement, she was already scaling back, right? Because she was so essential to that business that they actually had to bring up somebody behind her, right?
Yes.
So she worked less out. She worked like basically cut her work time in half right there at the like. So it's like a pre-retirement retirement that happens in a lot of
and then
places
you
like that.
taper off and delegate jobs to other people, so
Yes,
it doesn't fall apart. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So like, you know, like she had like, you know, transitioning patients over. Everyone who is used to seeing her, she has to be like introducing them to the next person.
Yes.
That type of stuff. So that's what I'm talking about, is basically he will announce that he's retiring and be like, I'm going to retire like next year, you know, we're going to hand the leadership to Kamala Harris, but there's still things that we need to get done, you know.
I honestly, as soon as you said this as like a good idea to potentially do this transition, that's the best I've heard. They're like, sure, we can joke about the DNC being like, haha, Kamala sneakers, right? We can do that, but realistically, that's a pretty good idea. Like, run the campaign, do the first 6 months, transition everything, step down.
And not only that, the polling is like such a small margin of those viewers of the debate, and it only lowered it like a few points.
Yeah.
Right. And the other ones increased support for him. The other categories of people who didn't watch, right? Imagine that the people who didn't watch the debate and only heard about the debate rose in support for Biden under these polls, right? Those are the people who are the voters. So he won the debate, basically.
It's been revealed that the Biden camp requested that a Wisconsin-based talk radio station edit out the president's blunders from an interview earlier this week, something that civic media agreed to as part of the conditions of securing the interview with the president.
Yeah.
Now we are
so what? So what?
Backfire.
Wow. Standard things happen. We're going to act like it's a big deal all of a sudden.
You got to keep in mind, this is Murdoch in Australia.
I know.
This is the media here.
I know.
I want people to understand this. There is no standard. The standard is corporate bootlicking or no job. Which is why I make no money doing this.
And then, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? News Baby is the real media. Honestly, who's better? Who's better than News Baby?
Like, ABC, sure, does their job, I guess. But
I mean,
it's still
they do like some high
bootlicking.
production shows. You know, they have the budget to do corporate production shows.
Yeah, but like realistically, like there's still some like they're more local sort of fluff piece stories are fine. Like they're fine. But like their political stories, dog shit.
Yeah,
just dog shit. All the media, dog shit. Like I haven't watched 6 News's actual like political coverage of Australia.
But like, you know, News Baby being the first one to grab Fatima.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like nobody, and being able to say nobody else gave a fuck about her. Like that was really good marketing on that kid's part.
Yes. And it literally, as I said when I retweeted that, I'm like, if I cared enough at this point, would have tried. But nothing. It was like, oh, she crossed the floor. I'm like, oh, wait. You know what I mean? It's like that sort of thing.
I have more blacks in my
I
administration.
think that's more because we don't do domestic Australian news. Like her crossing the floor was big news here. I didn't give a shit. Her being booted from the party and Albanese bringing up Howard level anti-Islam bullshit. That is something. That's something to talk about. So, you know.
Any other president, all of the presidents combined, and major positions, cabinet positions. I don't know if they even call for their hanging or not, but they said they were convicted of murder.
There are no words. It is sad and it is cruel.
Okay.
The American people deserve better than this. Joe Biden is the laughingstock of the world, and each day it feels a little bit more.
Question: why does an Australian media mogul and an Australian media outlet give a fuck what the American people deserve or not?
Oh, because Australia is controlled by America.
Yes, we'll find that out later.
Painful, excruciatingly painful, in fact. Not to mention how dangerous it is that America has people in power right now that will go to extreme lengths
Like
to
Trump?
control what you see and what you hear.
Uh-huh.
But standing by this morning in Sydney, waiting for this press conference, I felt sick to my stomach.
Was it standing down and standing by?
I felt sick to my stomach.
Because we have watched this time and time again. Joe Biden has all the signs of a medical condition. Here he is at that press
You're a
conference.
medical condition.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you about your you mixed up Presidents Zelensky and Putin earlier today. And you now have sort of your key allies, including the British Prime Minister, the President of France, and the German Chancellor having to step in and make excuses for you on that. And officials here are saying off the record that your decline has become noticeable. Hasn't this now, frankly, become damaging for America's standing in the world? Thank you.
Did you see any damage to our standing in my leading this conference? Have you seen a more successful conference? What do you think? And the Putin piece, I was talking about Putin, and I said, and now, at the very end, I said, here, I mean, Putin. I said, no, I'm sorry, Zelensky. And then I added 5 other names. Look, guys, the idea anybody suggests that we haven't had an incredibly successful conference. How many times did you hear in that conference? I know it sounds too self-serving, but other leaders, heads of state, in thanking me, saying the reason we're together is because of Biden, because Biden did the following.
It's
Look,
almost
folks,
like they
this is
need to do that because if Trump came in power,
anyway,
it would be a disaster.
I thought it was.
It doesn't necessarily reflect their confidence in you, right? Also, the reason why this press conference is successful is the Georgia Maloney reaction images we got from it.
Of her being bored.
So good. There's more than that though. She has it. There's another one with her looking at Erdogan, or not Erdogan, Orban. And she's making a face. Honestly, makes me like her more. You know.
Did you hear
I
that?
forget that she's Mussolini.
Some Australians were found dead in the Philippines. Did you hear about this?
Epic. Who killed them? Commies.
I haven't looked into it. But it's just something that I saw.
It's either crime. It's probably crime related.
Probably, yeah. But also, this one I did see, but I didn't put on the list. But I've put on the list now. Some people in Brisbane are being accused of being spies for Russia.
We're Costco guys.
Most successful conference I've attended in a long time, and find me a world leader who didn't think it was. Next.
And this is the opinion of every senator
Who's
and
this
Congress member and
fucking guy?
governor that I've spoken with.
We know about
India's.
Oh, by the way, I'm
Who's
not
this
sure.
fucking
I'm
guy?
not sure. We should mention this. We'll get more coverage on it probably on Monday. But there was a major prison break in Niger.
Yes, I saw posting about it. Yes.
Yeah, is it hundreds or thousands? It is hundreds. Hundreds of Al Qaeda, Boko Haram terrorists escape. Not good. So we'll see what happens. How much reporting comes of that one?
Well, I'm actually kind of envious of the Democrats because they stay in lockstep even when they have a reanimated corpse as their leader. They all will fall in line and actually do it behind closed doors. But
all right,
if
I
you're
found the
actually paying
picture.
attention
You
to the
ready?
political world, the Obamas do not.
Isn't that fucking great? Anything?
Sorry, what?
The picture.
Oh my god. That's awesome. That is the best face of disgust I've ever seen. That's next level.
They support Joe Biden, when in reality, nobody on the left supports or
I one up you. Imagine being an Australian nationalist.
trust Joe Biden to be the leader of the free world.
I have to ask you, what do you
Really,
make?
really though, it's like conservatives that I ask this question in America, right? What the fuck is there to be a nationalist about in Australia? Really, what is there? What history makes you be like, that's a good fucking part of history? We should we should definitely turn into a national myth and nationalize as a, you know, Australia is great. What the White Australia policy that was in place until the 90s?
I can tell you.
What about the
hang
boat
on.
people policies where they sent the Navy to sink immigrants coming over from Indonesia? Granted, they were being human trafficked, but you don't send the Navy to blow people up. What about putting people on prison camps for over a
The most
decade?
I know about Australia, it's like 50% you, and the other 50% comes from Civ. You know, like the Diggers. That's all I know. Weird name to call your special ops guys. Okay,
Well,
so
they weren't
before
special
we
ops,
continue
they were
with
just normal.
yeah, no. In Civ, that's what they are though.
Oh, really?
Because do you know how to use special ops in Civ?
No.
They're I love them because I like to do rushes, right? Because like I like to do swarms and stuff. That's how I play those types of strategy games. But they can their move command is like a parachute deployment, and you can do it. And so like you can move them way farther than you can standard infantry. Standard infantry is stronger, but you can basically deploy them behind enemy lines.
Okay.
Right, by using their move command, they'll just they can move a great distance and they drop down behind the enemy lines, and then your infantry can move up to hit the enemy from the other side.
Okay.
They're like a good utility unit. Actually, like Civ strategy and combat mechanics are kind of shitty. Anyway, before we get back to the news, we need to talk about this Vosh clip. I obviously muted the copyrighted music here, but we got to talk about this infamous Vosh clip going around. You aren't going to believe.
Oh my god, this
one.
is Alex Stein. Oh, I saw this.
What is going on here with Vosh, huh?
The audio is even crazier of this video, honestly.
Yeah, because the guy's like, what is he doing? Get in there, man. What are you slapping there, pal? Gotta ask Vosh about this weird shit. God, John is so gay. What did I say? What did I say? That's
Hunter
gay.
Biden in all those meetings with.
Was it about
but
Vosh?
like, is that worth being a nationalist over?
That's what I also know. Boomerangs, kangaroos, Civ. Listen. I mostly play StarCraft because Civ sucks.
Like there literally is nothing. I can't think of anything. There's no wars unless you count the British landing on Australia and massacring all the indigenous just for fun. I guess you could count that as something you could be proud of. Actually, let me just double check how long the Elijah Schaffer's favorite Australian policy was actually in favor in place for.
Remember when he cried about Notre Dame?
That's the White Australia policy, by the way. So the White Australia policy, the Immigration Restriction Act, was one of the first Commonwealth laws passed after Federation. It was based on the existing laws of the colonies. The aim of the law was to limit non-white, particularly Asian immigrants to Australia, to help keep Australia British. Excellent. (1973) it ended. 1973. And then let's have a look.
I mean,
Stolen Generation. And
that's not much later than the Civil Rights Act.
No. So, Stolen Generation, Aboriginal children taken away from families by government churches and welfare bodies to be brought up by institutions and fostered out by white families, removing children from their families was official government policy until 1969. Cool. Now let's have a look up at Howard's boat policies.
Now let's look at what Albino Mayonnaise said last stream.
Upon coming to power in 2007, the Rudd government ended some policies put in place by the Howard government, discouraged unauthorized arrivals, and initially focused its attention largely on border security measures designed to disrupt the work of people smugglers. Okay, so 2007 is when they stopped putting, stopped sending the Navy to kill migrants. When did Australia stop putting migrants on Christmas Island?
My favorite is the people who still LARP about Rhodesia. They're
2010.
So funny.
So even under fucking Kevin Rudd, who ended the boat policies, right? The specific ones that led to deaths, still to up to 2010 minimum here. Just basic. This is from the Australian Human Rights Commission in 2010. So here we go. How many people are detained on Christmas Island? The number of people in detention on Christmas Island has increased significantly since Commission's July 2009 visit. At the time, there were 800 people in detention on the island. The Commission's 2010 visit, there were 2,421 people in detention, 250 being minors. At the same time, there are 1,045 irregular maritime arrivals and detention on the mainland, including 246 minors. How long are people detained? 656 have been detained on the island for three or more months. Of those 656, 300 of them have been there for 6 months. Of those, 120 over 9 months. There were some up to a decade. So, yeah. Australia is a pretty cool country.
With Joe Biden.
We love being an
guilty of a
Australian
gun charge-
nationalist. It's definitely something to do. It's definitely a thing. I hope I've proved to everyone over this week that Australia is not a good country.
And drug charges. I'd want my dad to stay as president as long as possible just to make sure that I get pardoned. But, honestly, I would respect Joe Biden for pardoning his son right away. I know he doesn't want to try to give the appearance that.
Okay, I'm done with this.
My question for you is, how are you incorporating these developments into your decision to stay? And separately, what concerns President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she's not qualified to be president.
First question! Are you kidding me? It's the first question!
So there's a long way to go in this campaign.
People watch this guy.
Bro, he screamed.
Like,
that was the most feminine scream.
I was away. He does that.
That was fucking hysterical, though. Just be like, first fucking question.
Because, I walked away. I literally came back. And the first thing I was like, Vice President Trump. And the funniest part is that he continued on like he said Harris. And was like, she.
Listen,
that's
what
the
is
funniest
this?
part.
What is this shit, Alex Stain? Who's that? We don't know
from
who
the
that
last
is.
video.
No, I don't know who that is. Oh, the one guy who is on camera.
Yeah, the guy that they were interviewing is the thick Latina guy that harassed AOC. That's him. That's the guy that they were interviewing.
Have I ever
And so
Have I ever actually like screamed like that?
No.
I've definitely
Um,
like yelled in rage,
Mm.
but I'm like doing it as a joke to play it up.
Yeah, I don't know. I would kind of do that to play it up of like I feel like that was genuine though, because I've seen him do that multiple times.
No, that was. But I said I was the same way. I was like, "Come on, bro. First question." No. I mean like a scream like that, like Hassan, because I think that I think that I could do it all the time, but I just don't think I tend to scream. I'm more
No.
like, I'm more of do a yell and shriek stuff.
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president,
Oh!
but I think she's not qualified to be president. Let's start there. The fact is that
That's next level.
so keep moving, and because look, I got more work to do. We got more work to finish. There's so much. We made so much progress. Think about it. Think about where we are economically relative to the rest of the world. Name me a world leader who wouldn't want to trade places with our economy. We created over 800,000 manufacturing jobs, 1.5 million. I mean, so things are moving. We got more to go. Working class people still need help. Corporate greed is still at large. The corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic. They're coming down. And so I'm optimistic about where things are going.
I wanted to ask you about you mixed
That was
up
so bad.
Presidents Zelensky and Putin earlier today. And you now have sort of your key allies, including the British Prime Minister, the President of France, the German Chancellor having to step in and make excuses for you on that. Officials here are saying off the record
he's
that the
mad.
decline has become noticeable. Hasn't this now, frankly, become damaging for America's standing in the world? Thank you.
Did you see any damage to our
Honestly, that question, hearing it again, is actually a pretty good question. Asking about America's standing as opposed to how he personally thinks about his health, that's actually a pretty good thing, because it's almost asking him to fall on his own sword for the betterment of the country.
The issue is he handicapped the response by asking it combatively, being like, the German chancellor is making excuses for you.
Yeah. He definitely could have asked it in a better way.
He scared the crap out of me and switched to mono. What was I screaming about though? When I want, because I want to compare. I want to be like my scream versus Hassan's.
You might have to actually. I might be able to get the stream up and find it.
Oh, I have them up. I just need to know what segment we were on when it happened.
Yeah, check.
Look, the dude who got scared by it is gonna know when it was, and then I'll look in that section.
Leading this conference? Have you seen a more successful conference? And the Putin?
I don't know.
Because I was talking about Putin, and I said, and now, at the very end, I said, Putin. I said, no, I'm sorry, Zelensky. And then I had 5 other names. Look, guys, the idea anybody suggests that we haven't had an incredibly successful conference. How many times did you hear in that conference? I know it sounds too self-serving, but other leaders, heads of state, in thanking me, saying the reason we're together is because of Biden.
Oh my God,
look, folks, this is anyway. I thought it was the most successful conference I've attended in a long time. You find me world leader who didn't
what are you
think it was.
screaming about now? During the Biden stuff, like over an hour ago. Okay.
It's worse than I thought.
In
Okay,
history
I'll
where
admit
presidents
it.
have faced a challenge.
I didn't think it was going to be this.
Okay, he's being dramatic, bro.
Surely, right? This is what I'm saying. Nobody's actually listening. It's just like, oh my God, he's very old.
He made flub.
I'm so bored of it.
I pointed out all the flubs too, but
yeah, like we didn't exacerbate it. We just like pointed out and explain what could possibly be going on, or what,
we criticized the media like we did with the debate.
I don't know.
Every question starts with a glacier.
Many people in Poland and across Europe are worried that the former president may win the election. And there's a lot of concern.
It starts out with a glacier, and then they ask a question.
Donald Trump
pre-prepared.
Weaken NATO, stop supporting Ukraine, or push Ukraine to give up territories to Russia.
They're correct.
And yourself was warning just 2 minutes ago about it. So my question is, do you think that Europe will be left on its own if Donald Trump wins the election? And what's your advice to European leaders to prepare for possible US disengagement?
I think, how can I say this without sounding too self-serving? I'm not having any of my European allies come up to me and say, Joe, don't run. What I hear them say is, you've got to win. Can't let this guy come forward. It'd be a disaster. Be a disaster. I mean, I think he said in one of his rallies, don't hold me to this recently, where NATO, I just learned about NATO or something to that effect. He
Came for the copium, thought for a single second he might drop out. Why would I be sad about that?
And nobody, including the people of Poland, think that if he wins in Ukraine, he's going to stop in Ukraine. That's going to be the end of it. And so what I can say is, I think I'm the best qualified person to do the job, to make sure that Ukraine does not fall, that Ukraine succeeds, that the European alliance stays strong. You may recall, no one was talking about Finland joining NATO. I remember talking to Putin.
Yeah, because Putin hadn't invaded Ukraine yet and also failed.
And he was talking about we couldn't be in Eastern Europe, et cetera.
Stop hedging against Biden doing well. He's oldest. It's not like the most disastrous conference.
And so one of the things that came out of this was we're going to be meeting again with a number of my colleagues, my European colleagues, is what do we do to increase the capacity of
broadly
the West, particularly in Europe and Japan,
it's not good, but
to be able
nobody
to
was expecting it to be
kind of
good.
ability to produce their own weapon systems, not just for themselves, but to be able to generate that. But we're going to be in a position where the West is going to become the industrial base for it to be able to the ability to have all the defensive weapons that we need.
Do the reporters realize nobody cares about NATO news? Well, this is in the heels of a NATO 75-year anniversary. This is his favorite subject.
Deal with Putin and Xi 2 or 3 years from now.
I'm ready.
Did he skip all the shitty questions and go straight to the meat?
Well,
or the editor, whoever edited it.
Well, also he's not actually listening because he didn't pick up that flub that just happened because he was too busy reading his chat.
Yeah, because he's arguing with somebody who's saying exactly what we're saying. That it's really not that fucking bad. Old man, old, like we get it.
Well, Hassan was saying that it was not really that bad. But
Hassan
then he was.
I
Yeah.
thought he was responding to a chatter who said it wasn't. That's okay. I was mistaken.
To deal with them now and 3 years from now. Like I said, I'm dealing with Xi right now and direct contact with him. I have no good reason to talk to Putin right now. There's not much that he is prepared to do in terms of accommodating any change.
He's talking about Xi, chat. Shut up. He's talking about chairman.
I'm not prepared to
General
deal with.
Secretary, the GOAT.
But I understand.
Cringe.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And the generic point is Putin ready to talk?
Yeah, the GOAT, the guy who directly called for the Xinjiang fucking ethnic cleansing. Yeah, fucking that guy. Cool.
I'm not ready to talk to Putin unless Putin's ready to change his behavior. And the idea, look, Putin's got a problem. First of all, in this war that he is supposedly have won. And by the way,
I think there's really good reason.
It's so weird that Hassan is Ukraine, Gaza, China. It's so weird. That is such a weird stance to have. Because he's not really pro-Russia. He's definitely Gaza.
I think he kind of is. It's just that everyone is so mad at him about his takes on it.
Interesting.
That he has to alter his position to be more open to the general consensus of the liberal to progressive to socialist branch, right? The mainline communists don't criticize Assad, nor do they watch him.
Okay.
You know? Like, I'm sure, like, Black Red Guard would have a criticism of Hassan, but he wouldn't be going out of his way to, like, attack him. Plus, he's not that type of guy to attack people in general, anyway, you know? Like,
yeah, he would like have a passing comment about how that was fucking stupid. Why are you bootlicking China?
Well, like he also what I like is he criticizes DSA in nominations, even though like you know, it's like recently he criticized them with AOC because she won't call for Biden to step out.
Yes,
and being like, why did we endorse her? Which for me, my analysis pronounces it curd. Criticize. Oh, criticize. Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's.
I think it's a New York thing.
Yeah,
it's a northeastern accent thing. I think.
Well, also we actually have cheese curds here. Have you ever had those?
No, but I know what they are.
There's like two different kinds, right? And one is like one is breaded and fried.
Okay.
Right. And the other one is like just like almost like large crumbles. They're like cheese balls almost. But they're like a small like size, but they're like clumps.
Yeah.
They're like literally when you were making cheese, added curds. Like they separate those curds, so it like
Yeah, the
comes
curds
in-
and whey. It's the
it
two
comes into like
separations,
the digest. It's like little packageable
Mm.
clumps of cheese you can buy as like a snack, right?
Ah, okay.
And like eating just straight cheese as a snack, woof.
He's going to talk to Putin, for the
I
record.
think that Russia had 17.3% of Ukraine that they've conquered. Now it's 17.
Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting theory that he's just adjusting his position. He's actually pro-Russia.
I mean, look at him before the time.
Yeah, he's been exposed to so much information. I just can't see how he is, unless he's that retarded. He could just be that dumb.
Yeah, I'm more. It's not even just like I'm fine with dairy, pretty much. I have to do an excessive amount. My thing is that I just think that's fucking unhealthy.
Oh
You know?
yeah, it really is. Yeah, we know he's pro-China. We're trying to figure out whether he's still pro-Russian or not. Yeah, but you can't really be like, oh, but he was then, because I was very different.
Well, so I think
5 years ago.
So that's the thing is like I think even Sam Cedar was kind of like this, where it's like it's more of a reflection of the Iraq War, right? So Sam Cedar is popular because he was a good Iraq War critic. That's how he started on radio, was criticizing the Iraq War. Democracy Now! As well, right? So the default position was not to fucking trust these fucking snakes.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why he had his fucking countdown timer of days Putin hasn't invaded Ukraine as it was leading up to the invasion. Right.
True.
So like he was more in line where he would see somebody who would be in like a Claire Daly camp and agree with what they're saying or platform them. Right.
Yeah.
And we know. we know. Anyway, like so those people, even Sam Cedar got heat for his positions when Ukraine started, right? So all those like really the like I said, Ukraine was so beneficial to the information warfare sector because it really exposed the ghouls, who were fucking grifters and posers, right?
Yeah,
like. You know, and still people like Abby Martin were like still saying she's good.
She's good. She's the best.
So like that's what I think is that Sam Cedar and Hassan both had to change their positions. If I recall, he had no fucking way. That's Abby Martin's husband, literally one of the leaders of the PSL. Literally one of the leaders of the PSL. He's the guy who does the protest of 1 million Iraqis at George Bush.
Yeah.
That's him.
Fucking hell. Okay.
That's him. That's fucking amazing.
That's great. Okay. So he probably is pro-Russia. He's just trying to maintain support. Interesting.
Yeah. There was too much backlash.
Then his because I feel like Sam is smart enough to see the facts and change his opinion. Which is why I reckon it'd be a good idea if you could get on and be like, why do you platform Assadis?
Yeah. And bring up that, like, look, I mean, I know you got a lot of heat for your position on Ukraine, you know, and understandable, but, you know, I think you're like, if you don't admit as being a progressive that the war in Europe has changed your position on like a lot of military and NATO issues, like it's obvious it has. And you can still be like, but I still criticize this, you know, just stop coping. Stop like being like, I didn't change my positions. I'm sticking to my guns. No, you're not. Shut up.
Yeah.
It's different.
Like people who double down. Yeah. It's so weird. People who double down is very strange because like, you don't need to double down. You can be in support of NATO's actions in Ukraine and then not be the next thing that they do. Like you don't need to team sports this. I don't understand why people don't comprehend this.
Starting out and you were still doing, like, I think you were still doing something for somebody else, but we had a conversation and
I was contributing
Claire
to the Daily
Daly.
Caller.
I was saying Claire Daly was like good. for certain things. That she's an Assadist, but she has good points on other things. Like my position has gotten a lot better because of Ukraine, and also just because I've dived into information warfare more effectively and stuff. And actually started studying it. I'm sure it would have changed anyway on that case. But like, come on, that was a really dumb thing to say.
Yeah.
And like
I
the
mean,
points that I was making were shit, like when she talks about Assange and like the points that she makes about like, you know, alienating Russia, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think that not alienating Russia would have changed anything about Ukraine.
No, because at the end of the day, this is Putin and his own, as far as we can tell, his own ambitions to rebuild the Russian Empire as it stood before the Soviet revolution. So, you know, pretty set in stone ideology there. He went to the Nazbols to shore up support from the fascists in the country, and now he's got the Russian imperial movement behind him. Like, what the fuck? Like, are we really talking about who's at fault here? He's literally backed by Nazis.
That early time, right? I was less up to date and studied on the IRGC-IO network, but I was still very knowledgeable about Al Qaeda and ISIS.
19.4. I mean, in terms of percentage of territory, they've not been very successful. They've caused horrible damage, loss of life, but they've also lost over 350,000 troops, military, killed or wounded. They have over 1 million people, particularly young people with technical capability, leaving Russia because they see no future there.
He said China doesn't supply weapons. He said China doesn't supply weapons directly,
are very
which is
good
true.
at controlling.
They do help though.
Running the public outcry that relates to how they use mechanisms to communicate.
They give
with
technology.
people. They lie like hell to the constituencies. They lie like hell about what's going on. And so the idea that we're going to be able to fundamentally change Russia in the near term is not likely. But one thing for certain, if we allow Russia to succeed in Ukraine, they're not stopping in Ukraine. I recommend, I know you know this because you've written about it, read Putin's speech after they moved in, what it was all about in Kyiv. It wasn't about just...
I got to criticize this. This is a Google Project 2025 thing to say. What do you mean? Google Project 2025? Why don't you tell us what it is? Why don't you have your fucking Twitter account prepare like every day? Literally every day they can do a policy coming out of there up to the election. That's how much is in that shit. And you're just telling people to Google it. What do you think? Hey, let's Google it real quick to see what happens, you know? So hang on, I'm going to type in project. It's probably better now because of algorithmic driving, but we'll see what comes up here, right? Okay, the first thing that does come up is the org.
Okay.
I was going to see if like ads for travel sites came up ahead of it because you're typing 2025 into the browser. But bro, look at the explosion of press on this shit. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about. Like, look at that. Top stories. And all of them are like within like a day.
Yeah.
One is even a video from the AP. Let's see. 4 days ago is some of the oldest ones. So here we go. See, at least he has 4 hours ago. He has tweets doing it. So look, they listen to me. In the past, I traveled. They traveled into the future to see what I was saying to know to change it back then.
Anyway, but so I think that I'm prepared to talk to any leader who wants to talk, including if Putin called me and wanted to talk. And I met twice now, I think, with the 14 leaders of the Pacific Island nations. And we've slowed down what's going on there. We've slowed down China's reach. But there's a lot of work to do.
I wouldn't be able to quote that figure off my head, though, the 5-to-1. I wouldn't know that off the top of my head to know that. But I would be able to say that they are the number one like flagged risk, and I would cite Facebook as the source for that. You know, just like when we would say something like about Ukraine being incredibly corrupt, we're going to cite the Pandora Papers to point to, which, you know, was a long time ago now. So it's like not the best source now.
But right now, everyone is only hyper focusing on like the way he's
Not the
saying it.
best
So that's
source.
like the major point of contention right now. But I
Thank you,
will
Mr.
address
President.
all
You
of
hear
the
that?
ridiculous nonsense that
I
he's
have
chirping
two
about in terms.
You hear
What?
what Hassan just said? Go back and listen to what he just said.
He's saying right now, but right now everyone is only hyper focusing on like the way he's saying it. So that's like the major point of contention right now. But I will address all of the ridiculous nonsense that he's
I have
chirping
two
about in terms
questions.
of foreign
Earlier,
policy.
You spoke about the season.
Okay. I won't hold my breath. I might die.
But like he's
Fire
acknowledging
plan.
that nobody's listening to what he's
Okay.
saying,
Good.
including
I'm glad.
him, including
glad.
him.
I'm glad.
Between Israel and Hamas. We're now looking at 10 months of war. And I'm curious if there's anything that you feel
Oh, of
personally you
course
wish
got the
you would have done
journalist in the
differently over the
hijab
course
to
of the
ask
war.
about
And then
Gaza,
secondly,
huh?
if I
Mm-hmm.
may, I wanted to ask you about your presidential campaign. I remember covering your campaign in 2020, and there was a moment where you referred to yourself as a, quote, bridge candidacy, a transition to a younger generation of leaders. I want to understand what changed.
Two things. Let's go back to when you talked about would I have changed anything that's happening with Israel and the Palestinians and the Palestinian movement. The answer is, as you recall, from the very beginning, I went to Israel, but I also got immediate contact with Al-Sisi in Egypt. I met with the
President of
King
Mexico.
of Jordan. I met with most of the Arab leaders to try to get a consensus going as to what had to be done to deal with getting more aid and food and medicine into the Gaza Strip. And we pushed it really hard. And Israel occasionally was less than cooperative. The Israeli war
Oh, you
cabinet,
think?
I've been dealing with Israel since Golda Meir. I saw some of the reporters around here come all the time and heard me say this. First time I met with Golda Meir, I sat across from her on her desk, and her assistant was Rabin sitting next to me. That's how far back I go. I know Israel well, and I support Israel.
He was alive when Israel wasn't.
This war cabinet is one of the most conservative war cabinets in the history of Israel. And there's no ultimate answer other than a two-state solution here. And so what was able to be done in terms of the plan I put together was it would be a process for a two-state solution. And we'd get the Arab nations to, particularly from Egypt all the way to Saudi Arabia, to be in a position where they would cooperate in the transition so that they could keep the peace in Gaza without Israeli forces staying in Gaza. The question has been from the beginning, what's the day after in Gaza? And the day after in Gaza has to be, the end of the day after has to be no occupation by Israel on the Gaza Strip, as well as the ability for us to get in and out as rapidly as you can, all that's needed there. I've been disappointed that some of the things that I put forward have not succeeded as well, like the port reattached from Cyprus. I was hopeful that would be more successful.
That was a massive failure.
That's
It's harder
what
than the top of the
Israel
hour ad break is.
Once we got bin Laden, we should have moved on because it was not no one's ever going to unite that country. I've been over every inch of that, not every inch, the entirety from the poppy fields all the way to the north. I said, don't make the same mistake we made. Don't
I
think
agree
that's
that
what you should
nobody
be
is
doing.
going to
It's doubling
unite the
down.
country.
We'll help you find the
But goddamn, a pullout back then also may not have been the best thing. Something needed to happen where I think Abdullah, who ran against Ghani, Ashraf Ghani, his policy was better. And like his entire platform was to negotiate with the Taliban.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a firm believer that he won the election, and America intervened to keep Ghani in power, because Ghani, you know what Ghani specialized in?
No idea.
Right? Wealth extraction.
Great.
Not that I'm saying that it was about emeralds or shit, right? Because the Taliban have always owned the emeralds,
Mm-hmm.
them being like, it doesn't mean they were able to like not have like influence over drugs and emeralds just because they were in like the hills, right? But Ghani was an economist. So we believe strongly in this Denganism, right? Where it's like we're capitalizing the country, building the industry and the economy is what's going to help this country move forward. Well, sure, nobody was going to coup the Chinese Communist Party like they were with the, like, there was no Taliban there to fucking knock them out, you know? Doesn't matter the investment we made in China, they were still going to be capitalist at the end of the day there. When it comes to this, like, listening to Abdullah when he started raising these things, instead of being like, let's put the economist in. If people aren't poor, then they won't turn to the Taliban. And nothing fucking changed in that country under this guy. And also he fucking appointed one of the worst war criminals of Afghanistan as his VP. Not a good choice. Not a good choice. And then the second term of Ghani, his vice president, is the guy who wants to go to war with Pakistan. That would have been disastrous for Afghanistan. And they wanted to go with Pakistan because they think Pakistan is backing the Taliban, which they were.
This is so fucking funny. This is so funny. This is so funny. Scott Ritter goes, letting NATO understand the consequences of sticking a North Atlantic-centered organization's nose into China's backyard, the Pacific. Fuck around and find out. NATO's finding out. I respond with, hi, Scott. NATO isn't in the Pacific. That's called AUKUS, and it's Australia's backyard. Because and then somebody responds to him with, the U.S. Armed Forces have been in the Pacific longer than the PRC has existed. Objectively true. He goes, reflect on the stupidity of your comment.
Didn't you say Afghanistan might be broken up for, like, it shouldn't be a country? I don't remember exactly. Afghanistan
wasn't Afghanistan, I don't think.
Well, Afghanistan did well as an empire under the emperor. And Islam has helped unite that country. That's the reason why, like, instead of using romantic nationalism and shit to unite under the throne, the king said, like, we're all Muslim. That's what brings us together. And that's kind of what Saladin did in the Crusades, right? Like, that's why he was able to hold that power, is to unite along these religious lines instead of, like, because there was so much, like, ethnic differences. Meanwhile, in countering, while this is older than the concept of states with Afghanistan, with the kings and stuff, but countering with that attitude in Afghanistan is Woodrow Wilson, as we learned recently, saying that states should exist because of ethnic things. Like, these are different ethnic groups, they should have states. Like, that was the argument for states to form after World War II, right? In Afghanistan, it's never actually been like that. It's always been more inclusive, even though there is so much ethnic conflict there. It's a very inclusive country at the end of the day with ethnic groups, right? It's like more inclusive than the United States in many regards. But the thing with Afghanistan is that the Pashtun nationalism and the Baloch nationalism both want to break away to form their own states. And that would be more in line with that World War II argument of these ethnic groups. Both of these countries are divided between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Balochistan is also divided between Iran, obviously. And then, like, there's been Tajik nationalists that also kind of, like, want to do their own, like, micro Tajikistan type thing. But the thing is that the way Afghanistan already was, it was kind of like a city-state type thing going on anyway. Like, the whole, like, reason why Fatah exists in Pakistan is because the British had to deal with the tribal agencies, right? They had to deal with chieftains and leaders and stuff like that in these tribes anyway. So that was already kind of the system that had been worked out in the region, is that there are leaders that then would, you know, they needed to basically coalition and keep these leaders happy. You know, it's strange that, like, an authoritarian grip was even able to come over Afghanistan. And that includes the Soviet era too, because the way it is, it's like, how do you police that kind of state as a state? Like, the resources weren't necessarily there for most of the time. And, like, what's this? I would say Afghanistan is oh, look, he said it. There you go. Exactly. I didn't even read this comment before. Exactly. Yeah. This is exactly right. I would agree 100%, obviously, because I just said it. Yeah. And Afghanistan's government under the US was, like, multicultural. So the Soviet era wasn't that bad compared to, like, I mean, they did fucking kill people because they were Muslim and shit, but compared to like other governments of the time period, it was a pretty good success for a Marxist-Leninist regime.
Yeah.
It's really the guy who was there at the end after the coup. And Babur Kemal obviously was a Soviet puppet through and through. But Najibullah, I mean, he was not a bad leader. He just was hated by people because he fucking was in charge of the secret police. It's like he's literally like Amr Saleh, who is the guy who wants to go to war with Pakistan, who is VP. That's like what Najibullah was, you know? Like Amr Saleh is like insane. The shit that he says. Literally insane. There's a great Mehdi Hassan debate with him that's so funny. He's like, all you're saying is that you want to go to war with Pakistan.
Made the executive decision. We got to move on.
Yep.
This is Johnny Harris.
Okay, so whatever. I'm a journalist, but I kind of hate
whatever. I'm a journalist.
The news often tells you what isn't actually happening in the world. The information available to us is the stuff that doesn't happen very often, the stuff that's actually an aberration from the norm. We get a distorted view of how the world works.
But the news is new information of interest, reports of current events. So repeated information and historical events might not be news, it might be education.
I think there's a really...
I wonder if this video is just going to be pedantic. Like, is it journalism or is it educational content, or what actually is it? It's YouTube videos based on journalism. That's all it is. It's nothing more complicated than that. Let's say.
Blurry gradient between educational YouTube, that is a firm-footed thing that has already been pioneered. And I think I'm more on the journalism side in the sense that I'm going out, I'm trying to report on things that are happening today with data and evidence and interviews and, you know, sort of a more journalistic craft.
Which we'll come back to, but he has said...
The news has become way too fun. Prioritize entertainment and false feelings of this is important or this is scary. It's like it becomes a giant gossip fest almost.
However, using his words...
I believe big time in presentation and style, that like those two things are equally as important to me as story.
Suggesting presentation is important, but he doesn't like a certain type of presentation for news. Going on to say...
In short, it's meant to keep the people informed and aware of what is important in the world.
Which the news does, but as news outlets have adapted to media trends, the way people watch, read, and listen to news has changed, and these changes aren't without consequences. It's been reported the internet is used by 66% of people in the UK for their news, 6 in 10 Americans getting their news from Reddit, Facebook, and Twitter back in 2016. So when Johnny says news, it would be helpful to clarify where the news was coming from. A friend, reporter, presenter, journalist, whistleblower. Gatekeeping is common. Gatekeeping bias, which is the preference for selecting stories from one party or the other. Coverage bias, the amount of coverage given to different sides in a debate. Statement bias, whether favorable or unfavorable opinions are present. For example, when Martine Croxall, a BBC presenter, was taken off air after a gleeful reaction. She presented news in a way that the BBC didn't want. Which I think is what Johnny is getting at. Not news as a problem, but the presentation of news.
The news tricks you into feeling informed.
Saying,
this is not journalism. This looks like journalism because it looks like there's a robust debate going on.
But journalism and debating have different roles in communication. Journalism, the style of writing consisting of direct presentation.
God, this guy's
of
such a
facts or
fucking
events with an
nerd.
attempt to minimize analysis or interpretation. But debate is discussion, which is to talk about a subject with someone and tell each other your
Look at him.
ideas.
Look at him.
or
Everything that he
Johnny
said
says.
is sourced.
Journalism is
He's
about
just reading
evidence.
quotes.
It's about going out and gathering evidence and scrutinizing it and then putting it together and presenting it to a reader.
But adding interpretation, opinion, or style could be presentation, not entirely journalistic. Journalistic integrity for mainstream media is important. Qualifications, standards, and expectations try to hold those reporters and presenters accountable. If you have integrity, you are honest and firm in your moral principles. This includes accuracy, fairness, objectivity, balance, and transparency. But Johnny's journalistic integrity has been heavily questioned in the past.
This is not journalism. This is a piece of propaganda.
So that's literally using the research that I've been working on for 15 years without citation to put money in the bank. Should I sue?
I think he goes too far with the whole storytelling bit.
He's playing this up a little bit too much.
With discussions saying his videos are loaded with historical inaccuracies, misleading, and almost political rhetoric.
When it comes to learning about inflation, Johnny's video does more harm than good.
And unlike in Martine's case, Johnny is independent, so is accountable to who he chooses. But this is where intention complicates presentation or communication. The internet didn't bring false news or fake news to the world.
Negative.
The internet has
Johnny Harris is responsible to the internet. That's a much crueler mistress than any fucking boss.
So if this person is this person's like channel more about like journalistic integrity?
I learned about ecology.
I don't know.
What does it say at the top? His headline.
Taking an ecological.
So he's just a video essayist. That's what I was checking.
Independent researcher based in UK.
Okay, researcher is clear.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I was going to say there's such thing as too much sourcing. That's all I wanted to say.
Allowed for the
like you were away. You haven't seen how many of the things he's read and how many of the
I brushed through it to check what it was because I wasn't sure what it was.
Almost all the things
it was almost all like
sources.
this. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Misleading news stories. Fake news described as the deliberate creation of pseudo-journalistic disinformation. However, these two scenarios illustrate the issue pretty well. Lois, a journalist, publishes a story which she has carefully researched, claiming that there is a link
fictional
between drinking
example.
a brand of soft drink X and an increased risk of cancer. Lois cites well-respected and peer-reviewed scientific sources to back the claims she makes in her story. Lois's intention here is to produce a factually accurate news story.
Lois,
However,
like
a year
Lois
after
Lame.
her story is published, it turns out that new scientific evidence has emerged, proving the sources cited in the original news story wrong, meaning that the claims made in her story are factually incorrect.
This actually happened, though.
Howard invents and
This
publishes
might be a fictional example, but this is literally they did the new research where they where all these people posted about how aspartame is cancerous, right?
Yes.
But like they weren't scientists when they were writing
sugar
about
guys,
it.
Were they?
Huh?
Were they sugar guys?
No. I mean, it was a scientific experiment, right? But like the experiment that they did is like not
unscientific.
They didn't like see an actual like increase in cancer, right? It's like they injected tons of aspartame into rats and the cancer risk like increased slightly, right? Which is like the case for like everything because rats get cancer so easily, right? So it actually isn't something that shows, and like the research actually shows in that paper that it's not actually like that. Like it is like a level that was overused, right? So if you use too much alcohol, guess what happens, right? So it was not saying that aspartame is unhealthy because it's just not true. It's better for you than sugar all the way. And studies clearly show that. So they didn't understand the study that they were doing, the reports on, and this whole rumor about diet drinks being worse for you than sugar drinks has always been this, I don't know where it came from. Like, who's trying to sell more sugar drinks? Like, Diet Coke was invented just specifically to sell them cola still. You know? So it's like the whole thing with vaping. Like, people try to say that it's worse for you than cigarettes, which is just not true. It's the same with aspartame. Except actually, genuinely, Diet Coke is like pretty much not bad for you. Like there is no like
Using a
major health risks from drinking Diet Coke. It doesn't like the thing is normally I would say that it's more of a character profile of somebody who only drinks soft drinks, even unsugared soft drinks. So because they didn't understand the research that they were looking at, everyone just led with a headline, and people don't read articles. So the headline was just Diet Coke causes cancer, aspartame increases cancer, and new study, blah, 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 blah. And immediately, just on those headlines alone, researchers were pushing back saying, no, that's not what the study showed. That's what happened here. And the people still continued to print it and didn't correct themselves because clicks. This is a very bad example because it shows the exact problem. Is that he's trying to say that they tried to make it fact-based. No, they didn't. Their goal was to make it sound like Diet Coke was bad because it's sensational.
You know how you always say shit and then it was a waste of time because the video does the other thing that you didn't expect?
That's not what.
That's what I
feel.
feel.
Already put it out though. He was already.
No,
saying
I feel like he's going
it.
to explain exactly what you just explained.
What I
You're
said.
not
Stop talking for 2 seconds. What I said is right before this. He's saying that they tried to make it fact-based. I'm saying no, they didn't. He's wrong there. I'm already correcting something he has previously said.
Is to produce a factually accurate news story. However, a year after her story is published, it turns out that new scientific evidence has emerged, proving the sources cited in the original news story wrong, meaning that the claims made in her story are factually incorrect. Howard invents and publishes a story accusing a prominent politician of murder. The claims are completely unsubstantiated. Howard has no evidence supporting the claims, and his motivation for publishing them.
No, he's giving different multiple examples of what.
But I'm saying the goal was never to be fact-based by those people writing those articles. Like they knew they were incorrect before publishing.
The person writing the article didn't know that. That's the point he's making. So what he's going to say is this isn't disinformation. This is just bad news.
It is bad news.
Right? This is just bad information. This isn't misinformation. This isn't disinformation. This is just bad news. And then he's going to explain the difference.
Saying that they aren't deliberately trying to mislead is not saying anything. Because it's not that they deliberately do anything. They don't care.
Is not to inform the public about true facts, but rather to harm the accused politician politically. Alternatively, the motive could also be financial gain. However, unbeknownst to Howard, it emerges after the publication that the story was correct and said politician is in fact a murderer.
This reeks to me of Friendly Geordies and the New South Wales Deputy Premier. That he he made a video about him about something, right? Barilaro got butthurt as fuck, pushed back, and Jordan went a bit harder, accused him of something which turned out to be true, and then he went a bit hard on it. That's what I think happened. Which is also why he doesn't look into any other politicians. Because it's only personal gain. He was only looking for, it was a purely personal, vindictive, spiteful act that resulted in something getting a politician taken down. And people are misattributing good journalism to spiteful action. Also, because he's a Labour politician, it's also very convenient that that politician turned out to be a Liberal politician. It's just very ironic. So I think this is also an example of bad journalism.
Both could be classed as disinformation at different points in time with drastically different intentions, be them good or bad. Some have argued that fake news is best conceived of as something that can arise independently of anyone's having intended to produce it, suggesting and supporting claims that consumers should look to multiple sources, upholding journalistic integrity.
Sure, I don't agree that this definition does not fit the examples given. I don't care that his house was firebombed. Like, it's Australia. Of course his house was fucking firebombed. right? He's going after the gambling lobby. Of course,
Yeah.
he's going to get
Yeah.
firebombed.
Yeah,
Like,
go
it's
ahead.
the literal fucking mafia.
Fuck with Ninja Getta.
Jesus Christ. Also, victim complex doesn't discount anything that I've said. I could sit here for an hour making a case that Jordan Shanks is a Labor agent, and somebody would just be like, oh, but his house was firebombed. And journalism's a dangerous fucking job.
Yeah. Can we talk about this? Speaking of firebombing, can we talk about this thumbnail here?
It's a good thumbnail. Who made that?
I mean, we both did. We both gave ideas on how to do it.
Also, is that the housing video?
Yeah, this video.
Okay.
This video is so good. This
What's the
video is so
title?
good. It's real journalist. It's if you go to most popular, it's one of the top ones.
Yeah. Just
But
give the title so people can
It's
actually
real
know.
journalist roast friendly Geordies, right? But like, it's me. Literally before this, I had no knowledge of anything about the Australian government, the housing policy, or AUKUS, right? And I literally figure out on the spot that this guy has no idea what he's talking about by like just asking simple questions. And it gets to the point where I'm yelling and like angry as fuck at the shit he's saying because I know he's just being a dumbass about it. Because it's just him saying that the Greens are ruining everything. Wah. And it's like, no, they're not. Like, that, like, I was like making an argument for why the Greens are good in this case. Because, like, how large is the Green Party? How many seats, percentage, would you say?
Not very big.
4% of the vote for
Give me a
parliament seats?
how many seats do the Greens
As a percentage.
have in Parliament?
As a percentage.
I'm not sure it's going to give percentage. Not much. Does that sort of correlate?
Is it 4%?
In the House, yeah, 4 of 151. So
it's lower than 4.
Less than 2%.
There you go.
I think.
And still, they're able to do. They were able to save that housing policy with that minor influence of housing that they have.
They have more in the Senate, which I think is the more impactful thing.
Well, the point is like, wow, good thing they exist.
Yeah.
That it actually makes your government work and function better for the people. Crazy.
Okay, so I actually every time that this comes up about AUKUS, I say that it's giving us the ability to build them. I just wanted to like double, triple fucking check that that was actually accurate, because that's like my entire support of this deal was based on the fact that we get to build them. Importantly, this is from the Ministry of Defence of Australia, right? Importantly, it enables Australia's sovereign submarine build partners to develop and expand an Australian industrial base and supply chain for long-term submarine construction. That is why this deal was made and why so much money was spent on this AUKUS deal. I really want to stress this, that it has nothing to do with fucking over the French, even though fuck the French.
Actually, we have talked about it a few times.
Hey, look, I didn't even see that. Fuck the French. That's the too long didn't read. So they
were offering diesel subs.
They were diesel submarines. They were old, and we would just buy old ones. We are getting brand new, current generation nuclear submarines. This will be the most advanced thing in our entire military. Maybe the F-35 is a little more advanced, but it would be the most advanced thing that we have, that we can build and produce independently of anybody else. We also had the option to get Indian nuclear submarines, I believe. But I think the American deal was better, because it also brings in the UK, and then we have interoperability, and there's also that security partnership where they have rotating patrols with American, British, and Australian submarines, which all could or could not have nuclear weapons on them. So that is the too long didn't read of the AUKUS deal. Yeah, I think that covers.
So we talk about AUKUS in that video, and then also we have one a video that's Hassan is pro-genocide. We talk about AUKUS there. But I want to say there's a specific Let Them Eat Cake where we talk about it. Somebody asks you about it, and you like dive into it with them.
Yeah. France had a cry because they were fucking us over. Right? We just realized that their deal was shit and made a better deal and told them to go fuck themselves. And then everybody has a cry about it and is now crying, oh my god, nuclear power. New Zealand is like, you can't have those submarines in our water. And now they're like, can we be a part of AUKUS, please? It's so fucking funny. So, like, us having the nuclear subs just means we can have submarines out patrolling longer. For everybody who's a political bootlicker, a nationalist, a statist, whatever you want, this is a good fucking deal for you. I don't know why you are crying.
We also have another Friendly Jordies video here. That's Friendly Jordies is blinded by party loyalty. I think that's the housing video. I think the other one is roasting him is mostly about AUKUS. Oh, you know what? It might be Drew where we talk about AUKUS a lot there too. The Drew interview. We definitely talk about it in depth.
That's like our lowest viewed episode. Thank God.
I mean, it's still a great episode.
All of them are. They're all good.
I don't know. Episode 1's not great.
It's fine. It was our first try. I called it a program, which I think I should have stuck with. What do you reckon? Should I start calling it a program instead of a show? Welcome to the program. This is Let Them Eat Cake. I think that's a pretty good intro, honestly. Welcome to the program.
Of anyone's having intended to produce it, suggesting and supporting claims that consumers should look to multiple sources.
Just once again proving Friendly Jordies is a fucking idiot.
Upholding journalistic integrity.
What?
But Johnny has said,
I think two of these thumbnails that are so funny. Right? So this one's called Race Science with Hassan. It's John Wayne as Genghis Khan. It says that one day you'd be betrayed by a white dude from Iowa. And then this one over here, it says Barbie is like feminist ISIS. Like, I don't think he said that.
I don't know. I think I came up with the words for that one. Was that our Barbie response to Ben
One
Shapiro?
of them. Yeah, funny. That one is the Barbie.
They were all really good videos as well. I'm still convinced that we're the only ones that have like gotten that out of that movie. Like our opinion is, I think, extremely unique on that movie. I think we came out of that saying the same thing. Because I don't think I told you anything before you went and watched it. I think we both came out of it with the same opinion.
Your viewer to go fact check everything you say is irresponsible and naive.
Alluding to an assumption Johnny seems to make with his content, that the content he creates holds up to high levels of journalistic integrity, so consumers might not need to look elsewhere. But as the lowest example illustrates, time can change interpretations on content, emphasizing the importance of documenting research and retracting or correcting content as time moves on. Those with high levels of journalistic or creator integrity should have no issue with this. But Johnny's past actions are questionable, omitting sources, poor research quality, which he suggests was due to reduced resources.
It's a beautiful experience, and it's honestly what taught me everything I know is having that editor relationship, mostly with Joss Fong. Leaving Vox, I gave that up, and I don't have an editor.
Which was helped when he hired others.
She came on and has this journalistic background. I can go send her on a topic, and she'll go super deep and use the journalistic skills to come back with an info doc.
However, as mentioned earlier, Johnny said,
and I think I'm more on the journalism side in the sense that I'm going out, I'm trying to report on things that are happening today with data and evidence and interviews and, you know, sort of a more journalistic.
China
fact.
is definitely trying to invade half the Pacific.
Really,
That doesn't mean they're effective
I'm
at
taking
it.
a lot of information and I am packaging it in a way that will enter your brain for and hopefully stay there for a very long time.
which sounds more like education than news or journalism.
But I believe that most people want to understand. They want to understand.
Also,
why
you can
this
go
certain
watch our
policy will
video
work and the
where
other one won't.
Whether you call it,
we do talk. We have one. It's the Hassan is pro genocide video. It's all about them being. It's all about a Johnny Harris video about the militarization of the rings and the double island chain. Also, I talk about the motivations and even beyond this, like the motive. And we do our breakdown, our crash course on Pacific policy.
South Pacific
Asian.
Islands. Yeah,
And like I
election.
go into like even like the expert we have on from the region yields to me, right? When I start talking about the policy of containment in China, and I'm not saying that the policy is good, right? Like I talk about why people should care about specific islands that are shifting towards China, and how, like, you know, how this changes things here and there. And I specifically talk about how it's a policy of containment to form rings of defense around China. You know, like
the island chains. Yeah.
It's just a fact that it's happening. But the thing is that China is not losing access to international shipping lanes or waters. It's not impacting their trade. That's not how it works. It's international water.
Yeah. So China is literally trying to take EEZs that aren't theirs. That's where the conflict's coming. That's why you see China coming into conflict in, that's not going to zoom, areas down here. Now, tell me. Let me just get maps up, right? Let's have a look. See if I can spell the Philippines. Okay. Here's that area, right? Here is China, right here. Here is where that incident happened the other week, where it was entirely justified for the Philippines to open fire on Chinese vessels. If the Philippines was irrational, entirely justifiable to call that an act of war. Right? This is where. So, you tell me whether China is justified in attacking Philippine ships in the Philippines waters.
They're allowed to have warships there. It's international waters, right?
It is the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines, but
There's
they're
no
international
problem.
waters.
There's really no problem. China can put military assets there if they want to. Go ahead, right? Not artificial islands. I'm talking ships, right?
Yeah.
If they want to put ships there, they can put ships there. If Russia wants to do military drills with Cuba off the coast of America, they can do that too, right? America is also here. All these countries have navies here. Not really Vietnam, but like all the navies are already here, coalescing in these international waters, right? Nobody else is doing shit like this. That there is one other place where it happens, and it's very rare that incidents happen, and it's fishing vessels between North and South Korea. Sometimes there will be fishing vessels that get fired upon.
Yes. From the islands, right? From militarized islands off the coast.
Yeah, so like sometimes both countries will overreach. Sometimes it's South, but normally the ones who fire is the North, and the South just do like, you know, other stuff.
And this is exactly right. China is an imperialist local power. It's that simple. And I continue to say this. They are
and
fascist.
like if you go and you there's we have conversations. I don't know what episode, but we have like Ace is like, oh my god, if I have to hear more about the Egyptian EEZs, I'm gonna kill myself. You remember when he said that? Because we dive into like what the issue is in that Mediterranean thing, talking about how Turkey is manipulating these EEZs, right? So like, are we gonna justify what Turkey's doing in northern Cyprus? Is that justified now? Because that's even worse.
Yeah.
What Turkey does in the Mediterranean than what China has. I don't know. Turkey doesn't exactly do the ramming incidents, but militarizing Cyprus, northern Cyprus like that, and like still claiming it, that's shitty. That's a shitty shit.
So like, yeah, I hope that everybody is now fully aware of what China is actually doing. They're also like kind of fucking with these islands here in Japan. They claim like here, so the Takatomi Island here and maybe Ishigaki, I think they claim, which is 2 steps from Okinawa. So obviously,
and look, if these colonies had colonial deals, even if they were like argued out in China's favor, that would be fine. The United States has Guam, that's right there. The U.S. Marshall Islands are right there. Like Samoa is not independent, right? There's American Samoa, but then there's another Samoa. Is that
yes? No, I think Samoa is fully independent.
Okay,
I think they're more trade partner with Australia, I'd say.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if like they had partnerships elsewhere, but yeah, like there's American Samoa.
Yeah,
like there's a lot of, and it's leftover colonies from the U.S. imperial rule in the region, right? And so like the U.S. isn't fighting to control those islands. Right. And you could say it's unfair to China because they had these islands in the past, but the world was rigged against them. Sure, you can say that, but the U.S. is not maintaining these deals with these islands through force.
No.
And if you can learn more about the U.S. colonies and how the U.S. negotiates with those colonies in that video that I mentioned in LTech, where we go through the elections in the region, breakdown, crash course of politics in the region. I talk all about what these islands want, how the U.S. maintains them, what's the risk of them going independent, if it's more beneficial to them. China could easily do these policies. They have the economy to do so.
Yeah,
and they have. There is an island that's pro-China. It's off the coast of Australia.
Yes, yeah.
Palau, I believe, switched.
Yes, yeah.
Palau switched its allegiance to China.
Yep, funny.
Which is fine.
Integrity, scientific integrity, which I've spoken about before, or creator integrity, independent journalists have different freedoms from mainstream news. Also considering,
since the qualifications for doing this job are essentially non-existent, a lot of these mass-produced video essay channels will essentially use these aesthetic elements as a way to make you think that what they're saying is a lot more profound than what it actually is.
Emphasizing the creator industry or independent journalists on YouTube only really have social credibility.
Imagine what we could do with
how is this
production.
relevant to anything that was just said? China's not been participating in wars of aggression. Okay, who cares?
That's not what imperialism is, by the way, because that's exactly what you're pushing back against.
We're now, because China hasn't participated in wars of aggression, they can fucking ram Philippine ships and start wars because they haven't been involved in wars of aggression. Didn't I just say that the U.S., these colonies that they have, were taken by force in their colonial era, and how the U.S. has to maintain relations by ceding power to these governments? No, that's not how it works. You can't box in economic trade routes. They're international waters.
They're literally maintained by the United States.
The only
China's economic.
The only thing you can say is that there's oil drilling in the fucking ocean that China might not have access to. But guess what? They can buy access.
Also, they're literally building islands in the middle of the ocean to try and claim area that isn't theirs. How is that not imperialism?
Yeah, well, it's the thing.
It's literally
it's not there. There's more wars of aggression in the West, and that's why China's justified in fucking with the Philippines, because the U.S. has done more bad stuff in the past. Who gives a shit?
Oh, but the invasion of Korea was defending its own land from America.
Sure, whatever. I don't care. Fucking Cold War is over.
And when mistakes are made or disinformation is spread, it comes down to the creator, maybe using their moral code to guide what they share. But this factually incorrect video,
it's like you
Johnny
think
was
that
picked
like
up and
if the
critiqued by another
reason
creator, he did use the creator's help in
what
future
is the
videos.
reason why they're militarized?
Mainstream media making errors often share
Trade
follow-up
routes
pieces
that
for
are open
correction and or retract
they're a
the
UN
original
signatory.
mistakes, much like scientific publishing. But this alternative media with independent journalists, video essay, mini documentary creators don't need to. In this case, corrections were added to the description with no link to the critique video.
Epic.
Whereas the critique video referenced the original video, putting corrections and omitted information in the pinned comment. With Johnny saying,
I think the idea of trusting your viewer to go fact check everything you say is
militarization is
does
not
that
a big
also
deal.
hold true for going to
China
find
is
corruption
allowed
and
to
omitted
militarize.
information? If so, shouldn't
It's not like
corrections
they
and
have to just
omissions
be a
in
fucking
a
foreign state for the
re-upload
rest of
the
their
video?
lives.
In a
They're allowed to
different plagiarism
militarize.
situation,
Everyone
Alan
can
said,
build
What
a
I don't
military.
like about
The
this
issue is
that
not
when you
having a
actually
military.
genuinely have a
If
mistake,
the United,
you take
like,
down
do you
your
think
video,
we would
you
just be
fix it,
cool
and
if the
you
United
re-upload it.
States
GCP Grey
went
done
and
this in
tried
the
to
past,
fuck with
alongside
like
many other
EEZs the way that fucking China has? Like, go watch the video where I'm literally criticizing their policies in these vassal states that are actual fucking colonies of the United States. You know, and like how every day my policy is more autonomy within states, and I talk about how these people are able to push their autonomy while staying in the colonial benefits, and how they can play both sides of the room. China could easily do this, but they don't. Why? It's just as easy, if not easier, for them to win economics. And they do. They do gamble with economics like that too. Because you can look at stuff like they do it with Taiwan, right? So the whole like war with Taiwan that China has done, it's not like you have the whole thing, incursions and stuff, but they're not doing the same shit to Taiwan that they do to the Philippines, right? Yeah. But Taiwan spends a shitload of money competing with China to build shit like ports and parking lots. Literal parking lot wars, and who can build better parking lots in fucking regional states, because Taiwan is using their economy and industry to compete with China, knowing that they need these links to these people to maintain their independence. So China proves it's capable of doing it with Taiwan. Why can't they do it with the Philippines? If Taiwan is the one that's the bigger deal for China that they really claim is theirs, you know, they have no claim over to what's happening in the Philippines as compared to Taiwan. There's actually an argument for China to have Taiwan. I disagree with it, but it's still an argument that's valid enough to make.
Yes. But the same argument argues why China should be reunited with the Taiwanese government. Which
20 years ago. You see where what's the problem is here? We're talking about today. Mm-hmm. Okay? Guess what? Things that the United States did 20 years ago also sucked. Wow, it's almost like we criticize the United States often, you know? You can't get through an episode where me talking about how big of a mistake the war on terror was. Like, who cares? Who cares what other nations did? It doesn't justify what China has done in the Philippines. And especially especially if you want to look at the United States history with the Philippines and what they did there, it should be more of a shocking detail that they're turning to the United States to build military bases there because of China. That's fucking insane. China could easily have the Philippines if they just did soft power and shit. Easily could have an economic interest in the Philippines. It would take less effort.
The whole fucking area.
Yeah. So why are they making more effort when they could easily win in other things? Like, why are they militarizing instead of competing on an economic interest? Because they can do it with Taiwan. That's supposedly because it's supposedly their state, so they don't need to go back and claim it, I guess, right? Yeah, they are. Yes. When China builds up arms and then other states say, hey, we want arms. Who cares? Like, who cares if arms are being built up? Let China build guns. Let China export military vehicles. Let China fucking give shells to Russia directly. I don't give a fuck. That doesn't mean that like it's justifying what Russia does in Ukraine. Look at how we were talking with Russia and the DPRK, and like literally nothing we said about it was that it was a bad thing.
Yeah, we were looking at it like it was America and Mexico. It was very funny looking back on it.
I learned about ecological dynamics while I was at university, and it took me a while to understand it. But, and I know this is going to sound icky, it actually changed my life. Being hard of hearing on my right side, school, sport, and any social interaction really is challenging to communicate with people sometimes, even with people that know I'm hard of hearing. I have to sit on the right side of rooms so I can see and lip read what's going on. And because if I was to sit on the left, I'd be staring at the person to the right of me so I can hear, which obviously is awkward and was awkward at school. Now, when I'm outside, obviously I want to shield my eyes from the sun so I can lip read because I can't rely on my hearing. So when teachers were standing there, obviously they don't want to face the sun, so they have the sun behind them. I can't see, so I'm like looking at them to try and understand what's going on because obviously I can't hear, and obviously I stick out, which I didn't like as I was younger, mainly because I was always sticking out. I was poking my head around people's heads so I could lip read, or peeking over the top, so I was always like looking and being the odd one out. It wasn't unnoticed. I got a lot of odd looks from me looking around, looking through things, looking over things, or just looking at people while I'm trying to listen to something else. It's just, I had to get used to it. But then simulating group conversations when multiple people are talking and there's lots of things going on, it's very hard to pay attention to whoever's talking because I can't.
Press refresh. There you go.
What the fuck just happened?
It was probably playing in the lower corner where you couldn't see.
No, like I literally checked all of my tabs. Nothing was playing.
But it will like do like a secret lower hand player sometimes. It pisses me off.
Fuck? Anyway. So does that justify you supporting the fascist government of China and its imperialism now? Like, what are you arguing about?
Fascist, obviously.
I don't understand. Like, who cares? We're talking about right now. It's like when I was trying to argue with people to say that what China did to Hong Kong in 2019 was imperialism.
Mm-hmm.
Right? All of their arguments was, yeah, but UK did it first. I don't give a shit. I'm talking about 2019. And if you really want to fucking split hairs, they were calling it, they were saying Hong Kong was UK colonialism. And I'm like, if you really want to fucking split hairs, it was UK imperialism. But let's not fucking split hairs right now. Either way, China, fascist, genocidal, imperialist, ultranationalist. Why do you support them?
Corrections and omissions be in a re-upload
because the US worse.
In a different plagiarism situation, Alan said,
what I don't like about this is that when you actually genuinely have a mistake, you take down your video, you fix it, and you re-upload it.
No, you don't.
Gray has done this in the past alongside many other.
No, you don't. Not if you're a top creator. There's too much money. Too much money that is lost.
Maybe
this is Johnny Harris, the person who changes titles and thumbnails to maximize reach and shit like that on a video.
All the time.
Different. But Johnny has now added sources, which, as the Faultline channel said,
the first one is sourcing. Adding sources to a video description or through a linked public Google Doc is a great way to add credibility to your video.
Now, looking at a recent video source doc, Sources Article 25, with no direct link. The quote shown in the source doc was reworded in the video from the article, and the article cited has the quotes, but it sources other articles.
Like, honestly, dude,
the original.
Honestly, dude, like I feel like if China used a nuclear weapon, all you would say is the US did it first at this point, instead of actually criticizing their use of a nuclear weapon. It's like fucking like saying that like Assad and Saddam used sarin and then being like, well, the US used a weapon of mass destruction on Japan. Like, who cares? Like nothing changes. Nothing changes when it comes to the current analysis of power.
So I'm trying to find the specific wording of the actual, here it is. This might be the joint declaration, the joint Sino-British one? Because I'm pretty sure the 99-year lease was after they transferred it. Or something like that. Or it was like here.
Hong Kong 97.
Oh, it was the British that got a 99-year lease. Okay.
Yeah.
97 was the end of the lease.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to know? You actually want to know why it's imperialism? Is because Hong Kong was autonomous. It was negotiated on the return of Hong Kong that Hong Kong would remain autonomous, and as soon as Hong Kong,
Oh, you mean a British client state?
Oh, of course, it's a British client state. Yeah. Well, it's colonialism because they replaced the native population of Han Chinese with Han Chinese. Okay. Cool. But yeah, it was negotiated for it to be autonomous. 2019 was imperialism because the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping, when he gained power, I'm not calling the CCP always imperialist. I'm criticizing right now. China under Xi Jinping is a fascist, genocidal, ultra-nationalist ethno-state. All of their actions mirror this. This is an observation, not an opinion. I want you to understand this. Look, you are just whataboutisming. Ah, really? I wonder why they did that. Is it because they were pro-democracy and not wanting Chinese Communist Party fascism to kill them? And
how come if they're in Hong Kong,
down?
they write sign in English?
It must be because the protesters were trying to.
CIA.
Yeah, of course. It wasn't them specifically targeting the global north who majority speak English. Couldn't possibly be that. Because China has control over the internet.
Well, they actually did shut down the internet after that.
Yeah, crazy. What a great government that must be to shut down the internet, man.
Yeah, crazy. The Opium Wars. Yes, they were bad. How does that justify modern day genocide?
See? He's doing the thing.
Who cares?
Tools.
Yes.
Exactly
the
what I
opium.
said.
Well, how many times have we heard Jack specifically criticize Britain on the Opium Wars?
I mean,
but if you mention Britain, one of the first things Jack is going to bring up is the Opium Wars.
Or maybe it might be the Aboriginal genocide of Australia.
Yeah.
I do like to remind people that was mostly the British. It was definitely started by the British.
Mm-hmm. And also, let's not forget that I sit here all day. Look
what we just got,
bro.
Now cultural genocide ain't genocide anymore,
bro.
Uyghur genocide doesn't happen because it was only cultural.
Learn what genocide is, first of all. Okay. What was the example I gave where I said that something was an ethnic cleansing but not genocide? Do you remember? We were talking about it recently.
Might have been Crimea. Maybe.
No, it was something it was something like maybe like the Gaza stuff, like when Israel unoccupied Gaza and left those settlements. Like the UN is still against that as ethnic cleansing. That's one. But I don't think that was the specific
that wasn't that example.
That's not what I was talking about. I'm pretty sure I was talking about something else. Oh, you know what it was? It was something like it's something like the French getting kicked out of somewhere.
Something like that. It was something obscure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm not talking about the 1800s.
I might have said it when I was talking about how Indonesia became Muslim.
Yeah.
Because they made it basically because technically, if you would use Muslim as Buddhist as an ethnicity, maybe that. But I made a case for it as well, and mass murder as well. You know, because like I think it's still reasonable at scholarly levels to debate whether the hunger in Ireland was a genocide or Holodomor was a genocide, you know, because the intent has to be there, right?
Yes. I do agree. Like famines are very tricky when determining whether they're a genocide or not. What's the population?
But it's like, but people then use that to deny that Holodomor happened.
Genocide. Yeah. That's the issue, and that's how I know that someone's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, genocide denial is a trait among pretty much all pieces of shit. Communists, Nazis, they all tend to hold genocide denial.
I mean, look at who, and like you know, look at Destiny arguing that what's happening in Gaza is not genocide.
Yeah.
Even though, like, literally the court was like, it kind of is, but we just, you know, it's not as a definitive case as Bosnia, I guess.
Yeah. Also, they're also this is another point to the PRC, specifically Xi Jinping's People's Republic of China. However, this one applies to all of it because this has been happening literally since the inception of the People's Republic of China. Is Sinicization policies, literal imperialism. Actually, no, that's colonialism. So if you there you go, not even a point towards imperialism. They are now a colonial imperialist ultra nationalist.
And again, if they wanted colonies, go for it. Like I don't like a lot of these colonies are leftover territories, you know. But like
Tibet, not really.
No. I mean our colonies. The UK, France, like their colonies and stuff. Like
sure, from like a wider colonial empire, sure.
Yeah.
This is like new
but that's why I said
new colonies,
that's why I said you could say that it wasn't fair to China because of those opium wars that they didn't get colonies like the rest of the world did.
Yeah, tough shit.
Yeah, sure.
But it doesn't justify anything.
Yeah, if they could still maintain these colonial, like my whole point is like the U.S. is able to maintain these colonies not through force now. They've never used force well, not never, but obviously in the economic era that we're in, they don't respond with force. And like think about what the U.S. did with the nuclear tests on these islands, how fucked up that shit was. Right? So like a lot of these people, they now have it so the US basically has to pay them a ton of money because they fucked up their islands with nuclear tests and stuff. Some islands are still uninhabitable. Like I think the Bikini Atoll people haven't resettled yet. Maybe they started, but I don't think it's necessarily safe.
No, I wouldn't imagine so.
Second source in the Google Doc is also not original and says 229, the number of people said in the video, but the original source actually says 203. Just a couple of recent examples of source interpretation.
Like even Iran's imperialism is like more justifiable. Like who says they're not allowed to have links with Hezbollah? Who says they're not allowed to have links with the Iraqi government and like the PMF and Hashabi militias? Who says they're not allowed to have links with Assad? Right?
That's just how they utilize those links.
Yeah, they've done way more harm. But at the same time, the underlying things that are going on there, like Iran's perfectly justified in those underlying methods of having relations with specific groups inside these states because everyone does that.
That's weird. I just got retweeted by a Japanese account.
Epic.
As this is the banner picture. That's cool. Just copy pasting my own tweet from that I quote tweeted Scott Ritter.
Epic.
It just says
I was like trying to figure out what you were talking about, the nukes. But there's that one bad one where they fucking fucked up all the soil and then they just they poisoned their own soldiers trying to bury that soil.
Yeah. Wow, look, America poisoning its own soldiers.
Wow, when does that happen? All the time.
Probably every decade.
This is an example where video rewording potentially led to inaccurate claims.
First, what it means is that the US is giving nuclear submarine technology, its most powerful and advanced weapon, freely to Australia. Here.
We didn't give it for free. They paid for it. It was $368 billion. It was $368 billion.
I like screen sources, so I know what source relates to what part of the video. Johnny's
Hey, look, that's what we do.
timestamps are okay, but I don't know what is sourced.
This
in the
guy's a
video
fucking
until I go
nerd.
looking. In some cases, a little bit more than I would like. A quick point here, clarifications and misunderstandings left in the comment section.
Bro, he has 6,000 subscribers. This guy
Maybe
needs
add them
more
to the
subscribers.
description or pinned comment or wherever the other corrections are put. The joke Sue video still hasn't been sourced at the time of making this video, which you could argue is plagiarism. However, YouTube's fair use makes plagiarism extremely difficult to police.
Because of a little thing called fair use, the extremely important legal doctrine that allows creators to upload content that isn't theirs. And in order for content to fall under fair use, it must be transformative and add new meaning to the material.
Which Johnny does. He transforms and adds new meaning to the source material. So legally, nothing wrong. Ethically and or morally, maybe?
That's what the internet's for. That's what we're for. That's what Hassan's for.
Again, thinking about journalistic or creator integrity. Copyright is checked, but
is to give creators the ability to search for copyright matches to their own content and even use it for takedowns. However, this tool does have its limits. It only works with exact or near exact content matches to such a point where it's mostly only useful in
Also, I gotta say, I don't think
that
anything China did
and-
in Hong Kong or anything like that is nearly as bad as what Russia did in Crimea in 2014.
Oh, of course, right?
I
Hong
think
Kong was just injecting their own political puppets into the legislature to fuck over Hong Kong's democracy.
I don't necessarily think that China was wrong or out of the line doing that, right? I disagree with it because I don't think it's the right thing to do. But like from a state tactic level, like there's a reason why it was allowed, wasn't it?
Sure.
Because they can.
Yeah.
Russia, on the other hand,
It's because so many people make these arguments, man. You just like, I get like recently I was arguing with a bunch of obvious CIB accounts, like Chinese CIB accounts, the fake pictures, blatantly denying Tiananmen Square massacre, student deaths, that sort of shit. Yeah, when they go off topic, I will screenshot the picture I found of a student dead with brains on the ground and zoom in on the head and be like, this is what you're distracting from, by the way. Stay on topic. So I also know what I'm talking about when it comes to China. So, you know, it's just like we're not lying to you. Like I don't know, I don't get it.
Inspiration is not plagiarism, and neither is quoting something word for word with proper permissions and citings.
And creators in some of these situations have said,
I don't think there's anything like necessarily wrong with like copying to a certain level.
but the certain level is different for everyone. Mainstream
Honestly,
media
kind of over this
tell the
video.
same story
Anyway.
with-
Mister,
yeah.
we don't have enough stuff. We need more stuff.
Look, we got very fucking distracted.
Exactly why I knew that there was enough stuff in there to begin with.
Okay.
Howdy, folks. Mangy Fellox here. The Heritage Foundation has been real concerned that not enough people are hearing about their Project 2025 plans. So I got here the Kevin Roberts song for you. We don't think we'll have to kill you if you let us have our way. We won't
No,
murder
no,
your
literally,
whole family
literally, the
if
guy
you
who's like involved with Project 2025, he said we're in the middle of a next revolution and it won't be bloody as long as the left doesn't make it bloody. Or
Oh my
basically
God.
saying like it won't be violent unless the left tries to stop us.
Jesus Christ.
listen to what we say.
They literally
If you
like
get
we're
line
not the violent ones.
That's fucking crazy.
behind us, you may see another day. We don't think we'll have
I
to
love this
kill
guy.
you
This is
if
great.
you let us have our way. In 2025, if Trump's elected, we got plans. We'll transform America to be more like Afghanistan.
It's so true though. I've literally been calling these people American, like, because since
Well,
you brought it up, right?
yes, it's
I've
the
been
same
calling
ideology.
them okay Talibani. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
You've been calling them what?
I've just been the fucking Talibani.
That's what you call
fucking-
them? Just that's
yeah,
all?
I'm just, yeah, nothing more. I'm just like, okay,
But
Captain
it's
Taliban.
literally the same ideology. It's
Yeah,
dominionism.
same fucking thing.
We'll put
Now,
headscarves
how many
on the
views
women.
does this have? Because like I already want this guy for an interview.
108,000.
Okay, you think like this? Subscribe and write this down as a note for emails for workshops this weekend. Tic tac toe, a winner. The real musician I want though, you know who it is?
Kendrick.
No. Come on, who's the real musician we want to interview?
Our friend.
No.
No,
I wish he was my friend.
I have no idea.
John Hinckley Jr.
Ah, yes, of course.
But I really like honestly, like I really want to talk to him about like how he loves his life right now, how he just like he was able to get the help and that he needs to function in society, and how he feels that because his case was so politicized that people like him end up getting put in prison for life instead of psychiatric care.
Yes. Yeah.
I'd really like to hear how he feels about that. Honestly.
Yeah, it would be a very fucking good interview. Has he
And
done
also-
any interviews since coming out?
Yes, but it's mostly about him being like, I'm fine. Everyone said I'm fine.
It's just him doing. It's just him being the guy
Yeah,
who did it.
yeah. And he's very medicated and mellow. So
Okay. I would be
Yeah.
so interested. I kind of like your idea of raffling off or trying to raise a fundraiser to pay, like, buy one of his art pieces. That would be cool.
To get him to give us an art piece to raffle would be cool.
Yeah.
Anyone really, any artist who would raffle. I think that's a good way for nonprofits to do fundraisers
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah,
Is you
yeah.
have those fucking charity auctions,
Yes.
right? And all the rich people come to buy art, and then if all that art is coming from like, independent artists and
Yeah.
stuff like that, then you're
That's actually a really fucking good idea. I'm
Mhm.
gonna put a marker because that's an idea.
Oh
that we
well, I
should
won't. I definitely won't forget that because
Okay, because that's a fucking idea and a half.
And prosecute those who are
that's
gay.
the thing is
Does
that
the
the
heritage-
future plan is easy. It's the meantime getting everything up and running and the base
Yeah.
to be able to do the stuff to make those future plans.
Mhm.
That's hard.
Yeah.
No, that is the real American way. We don't think we'll have to kill you if you let us have our way. We won't murder your whole family if you listen to what we say. If you get in line behind us, you may see another day. We don't think we'll have to kill you if you let us have our way.
I love this guy. All right.
We are in the process of the Second American Revolution,
There
which
you go.
will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Look at- There you go. Already.
Oh boy. Oh good.
That was what Heritage Foundation President Kevin Roberts said last week.
I don't
which is pretty
think they watched the
significant
movie.
because
What
this man
movie?
runs
Rambo?
the organization spearheading Project
Blood?
2025, which is a plan, for those who don't know, to dismantle American democracy if Trump is elected again. So he's letting all of us know ahead of time that if we reject a Trump dictatorship, there's going to be violence. Now, even though what he said there is incredibly ominous and chilling, I am still really thankful that he was bold enough to say that with his full chest publicly, because now more people than ever are finding out about Project 2025.
I think
thanks
what
to
I
him
think
and
is
other
happening
individuals
here.
who are trying to sound the alarm about this dangerous plan. And so many people are finding out about this that Trump had to.
I think what's happening here is he doesn't actually know how it came off. Like his intent is really that we're not the violent ones, and like if they really like opposed us, they would win through policy like we have, right?
Yeah.
So he's doing the it's ethical when we do it. It's okay when we do it type thing, but you can't even though you don't have the same economic privileges. Right? So that's
Yeah.
more of the route that he's taking, is that classical imperialism type of thinking, more than he is saying that we're gonna bring violence if you try to stop our agenda.
Yeah.
But he fundamentally believes that they're the nice ones who can win over with policies and stuff, and it's the violent radical left burning down the cities. He genuinely believes that.
They're that dumb.
Come out and publicly distance himself from Project 2025, writing on Truth Social, quote, "I know nothing about Project 2025. That's horseshit. I have no idea who's behind it. Also horseshit. I disagree with some of the things they're saying, and some of the things they're saying are absolutely ridiculous and abysmal. Anything they do, I wish them luck, but I have nothing to do with them." But wait, if you know nothing about it, how could you
Didn't you
possibly
also
know that some of
basically
the
say
things
the
in
same
Project
thing about
2025
Epstein?
are ridiculous and abysmal? Seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. Now, obviously, Trump is lying. Shocker, I know. In fact, Amor Moussa, director of Biden's Rapid Response, seized on that lie and shared ads run by Trump's super PAC where they share a website promoting Project 2025. One ad even calls it Trump's Project 2025. Additionally, as Judd Legum of Popular Information points out, there's more than 30 people from Trump's administration now directly involved with Project 2025. And he adds, 31 of the 38 people involved in Project 2025 came from Trump's administration. Furthermore, Legum adds that Trump adopted 64% of the Heritage Foundation's policy recommendations in his first term. So it's reasonable to think that he's going to do that same thing again. Now, there's so much more information packed into that thread, which I'll link to down below, that directly ties Trump to Project 2025. But in case you're still in denial after reading that and seeing what I just said, here's some of his former administration officials.
China every
openly
episode, it's just more reason to tune in more, because there'll definitely be more
discussing
look at our
Project
conversation
2025
with Black
explicitly.
Redguard about China.
Yeah. If you haven't watched that episode, go watch that episode. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, we literally have pretty much an episode for most things at this point. I'm sure there's stuff that we haven't covered that we're yet to cover, but here I am looking for a fucking Twitter thread, and it's fucking X now. Where is this thread, you fuckhead? This it? Why is this the only one that wasn't?
What are your favorite videos? That's funny, because it's definitely the one we've been criticized the most for doing.
The Black Red Guard one?
Yeah.
We were criticized?
Well, just because... No, not... They more criticize him and the things he says in it.
Okay. What does he say? Cope?
No, I mean, he doesn't hurt it.
Okay.
So what we're doing with Project 2025 is we're recruiting the MAGA America First Republicans right now so that we can take DC by storm
Nazis.
in
What was that?
2025.
What
We're
was
not
that?
gonna go in like we did in 2017.
What was that? You're going to take DC by storm? We're not going to go in like we did
2017?
As in January 6th? Wait, so you're saying you did January 6th now? What's going on here?
No. He said 2017.
As in
Let's
going
see.
in with the Trump admin.
We're not going in 2017.
Like how we did with
2017.
the Trump admin.
Charlottesville.
No way.
Virginia, August 2017.
Hang on, let him finish. There's no way it's that dark. I know it's the Heritage Foundation, but come on. We got to see what he has to say here.
MAGA America First Republic. What we're doing with Project 2025 is we're recruiting the MAGA America First Republicans right now so that we can take DC by storm in 2025.
Storm?
We're not going to go in like we did in 2017, where the establishment took over and co-opted much of the personnel
he was
of
talking
President
about the
Trump's
admin.
administration.
I know.
We're more prepared this time. We're recruiting
It's still
grassroots.
funny because the elections are
Bro,
16
he's saying we're not going to allow
and
anyone
24.
but us in that admin.
Boy, some real Nazi party shit. Good
Look,
lord.
real American
Conservatives.
voice.
And we want all of you, if you want to serve in the next White House, next State Department, next Pentagon, we want you to sign up. Tell your sons, tell your daughters, tell all your friends. It's Project
the guy fucking your wife.
2025.org.
So, Johnny, okay, you heard that?
Oh. Okay.
There you go.
Steve
There's
Bannon's here too.
There's one of my patented yells that was not a scream.
If you guys want to serve, you've got to get engaged now. You've got to be involved now, because one of the big parts of this is
Ronald
networking.
McDonald behind him, fucking sad clown looking ass lady.
It's not just training people up, but those networks that we do with grassroots organizations, with other organizations. Walk through, tell me what the plan is.
So we're collecting resumes. We're getting as much information as we can now to save the transition time on the back end. As you know, when a president wins,
Don't drink margaritas because margaritas are gay.
There were big chunks of salt on the glass, and I said, no salt.
things happen very quickly, and you have a short amount of time to staff an entire administration. It's also looking beyond the 4,000 and what we can do with the bureaucracy itself. So we're thinking of creative policy things as well that will integrate with this.
Well, hold it. When we talk about that, let's talk about schedule. I mean, is there going to be a plan in place to start to take apart the administrative state?
There has to be, and yes, there will be. The next president, if President Trump gets back in there, he needs to reorient the government that's in a way that hasn't been seen since Franklin Roosevelt did it with the New Deal. We need to gut these agencies. We need to
We're
start
going to
from
reverse
scratch.
the New Deal.
Cool.
There's also, bro, have you seen the stuff about the Civil Rights Act in there?
No, I haven't
Bro,
yet to
okay.
deep dive it, but I will soon.
Let me summarize and look. You can debate what I'm saying here if you really want to go hard into it, but I'm overgeneralizing here. They basically want to make it that employers can fire black people and not hire black people because they don't like the way they wear their pants.
Excellent.
I think that's a pretty good summary. Everyone who knows what I'm talking about can agree or disagree.
Amazing.
We need to make
how
a new
the Supreme
government,
Court just
essentially, because
overturned
the
those
one that we
racist
have
gun
now
laws?
doesn't work for conservatives.
Right?
Yeah.
Notice how at
They
the end there,
overturned those because the Civil Rights Act says that you can't do discriminatory policies like that.
Yes. Yeah.
Just because you don't like the look of somebody
Mhm.
or don't like the attitude of somebody.
he said that he wants to remake government so it works for conservatives as opposed to, say, all of us. Now, to be clear, he wasn't misspeaking, and that wasn't some sort of a Freudian slip. Project 2025 explicitly does just that. The plan is to radically transform government so that way it works exclusively for conservatives and nobody else. The goal is to impose their will, Christian nationalism, on all of us,
And,
regardless if we like it or not. And according to
think
Kevin
about
Roberts,
it.
if we don't
Do you
like
think these people are dumb and haven't looked what Orban has done, and they're just hanging out with him because he's fascist like them, and they agree on those things?
Oh,
Do you
no,
not
they
think
definitely
Do
surrounding
you not think they're
themselves with
actively talking with people in not Erdogan? I meant Orban. Sorry, doing my president of
Same.
Mexico thing.
No, that's a Freudian slip.
Yeah, but they what do you actually think? Why did Orban go to meet with Trump immediately after the NATO summit? It's obvious that he's telling Trump everything that was going on there because he plans on Trump coming in.
Mm-hmm.
There is a coherent plan. It's not just like fascists being fascist and they hang out. They like Orban because he's also fascist.
Mm.
And they like Putin because he's a strong man too. No, they've looked at their policies. It's not so much an ideological similarity, which most people analyze it as. It's a policy thing. They are coming together not because they are friends, but they are discussing policy. They are discussing how to do and what these people did to maintain and hold authoritarian power.
Yep.
and we try to fight back or resist in any way, shape, or form, there's going to be violence against us. So what Project 2025 does is it dismantles the administrative state and abolishes agencies that they don't like, such as the Department of Education. And then they have Trump take control of the existing agencies that they don't abolish, direct control, by the way. And then once you've done that and consolidated all of this power into the executive, well, you then have Trump unilaterally enforce Christian nationalist policies, such as nationwide, bans on abortion, porn, bans on gender affirming care, a ban on gay propaganda like the one that we see in Russia, abolish same-sex marriages, jail teachers will affirm queer kids, an effective ban on queer existence in public after designating.
So remember, like, how I always say that if you're a woman or in the LGBT community, that you should arm yourself and learn how to use them. You should do that even more than ever. You should do that immediately and very quickly.
Remember, guns are gay. If you have a gun, if you have a gun, it means you're gay.
You can even get little pink ones if you're that gay. So yeah, but you should buy as many guns as you can afford. Doesn't matter what the fuck they are.
Hey, go watch our episode with Dustin.
Yes.
Try that in a small
the
town.
leftist gun control one, yeah. Find organizations that will train you that are friendly. Pick wisely.
Go watch Tactical Girlfriend videos.
Yes. Look at their resources. Better Way 2A, their resources. Just don't be caught off guard.
Did you see Kyle Rittenhouse doing his obstacle course?
I did.
And then people quote tweeted it with Kanye, or not Kanye, Keanu Reeves. There's me doing the Biden thing. I have dementia.
But like the thing that I saw from that was what I also said, which is he's training. Why aren't you? Like you're making fun of him for being a dumpy little fat fuck.
Like you don't want to engage in politics, you don't want to vote. Your boss votes.
Yeah,
and I think that's one of the best arguments of socialists that they've come up with and made.
For voting, yes. For voting, sure.
Yeah.
Like,
That's what I specifically
as somebody who doesn't advocate for voting, I have no response to that. I'm like, sure. I don't legitimize the state. Like, I don't.
Just listing up cops vote, all these institutions that they'll lay out, like all these institutions,
Yeah, but yeah, so it's like, but that's what I was saying. It's like, okay, you guys are on the left, are making fun of this dumpy little fat fuck training, looking like a goofball, right? But he's training. He's becoming better.
Not only did he not pass it and couldn't join the Marines, they literally told him that he cannot apply again. That's how bad he did.
Or I think it was a temporary ban from reapplying or something like that. I think we fact checked it on stream. I think.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, it was
it's
only
still funny that the Marines will tell somebody do not
hysterical.
Come back.
Yeah, it's very funny.
Gay people and trans people as porn. It is explicitly authoritarian, and Trump's only running away from it now because it's a massive turnoff to most Americans who don't want to live in a Christian theocracy. But in terms of the Heritage Foundation, they don't give a shit if it scares people. In fact, I think that they're enjoying the fact that it scares people. And I say that because Roberts, who is the guy threatening violence, responded to the controversy by doubling down. The Hill reports, quote, "The Heritage Foundation and its president, Kevin Roberts, are facing blowback in the wake of his comment about an ongoing Second American Revolution."
Isn't this one of the people that people accuse us of being associated with? Was it the Heritage Foundation?
Yes. I don't remember what the other one is.
That's so funny.
That will, quote, "remain bloodless if the left allows it to be."
And
Heritage and Roberts, though, are standing by.
It all actually stems, ironically, from doing an interview with the YPJ, right? Because that interview exists.
Yeah.
It pissed off a lot of imperial powers in Turkey and Iran. And the fact that apparatchiks tried to fucking do a disinformation campaign specifically on me and not you is just so funny.
What are they gonna get on me?
I think they could find way more things to screech about with you, like
I mean,
fat
sure.
phobia, and dumb shit
dude,
like that. You
do
know?
you understand how much fun I would have with people crying about that kind of shit? Because my actual opinion is no reflection on how I speak.
Like there's one. I remember one time it was something. I basically defended specific Boogaloo boys.
Okay.
Right. Not people that I even like. Someone like people that somebody I've even blocked by saying, you know, I just defended them basically. Told this person to shut up. And then I was like, yeah, you're just, and she said something like, yeah, you're the same people or like anti Julian Assange or something, or like pro Julian Assange. I was like, wait, what about Assange? She's like, haha, is this you? And I'm like, no, like, and then she starts saying that he was a rapist and stuff. And it's like, oh my God, dude. It was like literally,
that's the Swedish narrative that they tried to get in with.
yeah. And if it's true or not, like I don't like Assange. I'm just agreeing that the whole like narrative that like he was a spy and shit, and like the narrative that it's a journalistic issue the US pursued him is true. That's all I was trying to like say. So then they were like, we're gonna dox you now, right? I'm already public. Right? Like I talk about that I live in Syracuse, New York constantly.
Yeah.
And I talk about my credentials and record constantly, right? And so they just clearly did searches like the word bitch, right? And didn't even look at the context that it's in. So one of the things that they said, it's like basically saying the Nazis were great here, that they sent back was me saying how horrific it would have been if the Nazis used sarin on D-Day. Right? So all I was saying is that the Nazi weapon was bad, and somehow that's me saying the Nazis were good to this person, you know?
Sure, there's some mental gymnastics, sure.
But that was better than whatever the fuck they're still trying to do with this Heritage Foundation shit. But like to implicate us with other people, and it's because I have retweeted people who are in Heritage Foundation, but they're like foreign policy people that I don't agree with on a lot of things.
Yeah,
it's almost like I do balanced coverage takes in these regions.
Crazy.
Like
missing the criticism as
insane concept, right? Neutrality
is being
it's not even neutrality. It's just
I just think sometimes a specific person at Heritage Foundation had a good point, but I haven't looked at them since the Israel war started because they already had way too strong a bias there. And I've gotten this person to delete tweets as well by commenting my opinion on them multiple times. Like they said, they said something about horseshoe theory or something, and then I commented on how horseshoe theory is still too vague. And she deleted the
Quote, Americans in 2024 are in the process of carrying out the second American Revolution to take power back from the elites and despotic bureaucrats. These patriots are committed to peaceful revolution at the ballot box, Roberts said Wednesday in a post on the social media platform X, continuing to describe the threat he sees and warning that the left may not allow a peaceful transfer of power. Oh, well, that's fucking rich. Now, a couple of hours after Roberts made those comments, well, guess what happened? The official Heritage Foundation Twitter reposted the exact same words, the exact threat that he made, but they tried to change the context to scapegoat the left and make it seem as if they're the ones that are violent. But in the original video, he very clearly says, we're going to impose our will on everyone else. This is a second American revolution. And if you don't comply with the new government that we form, well, there's going to be violence. So regardless of how you try to spin this, it is very much an implicit threat of violence from the right, not the left. But
I don't know.
Bad luck that some Republicans, they see it and they are trying to spin it because nobody wants to embrace it.
That they're trying to frame the left as being the ones that are violent.
We are in the process.
Yeah.
So
I lost it.
This episode is made.
I don't think it's them directly threatening violence. They're just
I think that's a little bit of a stretch, but it still sounds that way.
Yeah, I agree that it sounds that way. That's why it's funny that he said it.
Possible by Henson shaving.
Oh God!
Now we get to find out.
What was
Second
that? A
thought.
capitalist sponsor?
7 months ago, he made this video. Very interesting.
It's almost that time again. Election season is bearing down on us, and we have
No,
some
it's
truly
not.
strong contenders this cycle. In the red corner, we've got Florida Man, the Penguin, this guy, literally the only black Republican.
Look, it's old. Well, given, yeah.
In the Senate, and of course, the God Emperor himself, the man who's so confident that he won't even show up for debates, Donald Trump. And in the blue corner, we've got Oprah's spiritual advisor, Hassan's uncle, the chairman of a gelato company, and the reigning champion, the man who may or may not remember how he got there, Joe Biden. Yes, it's really shaping up to be a once-in-a-lifetime election season, and as always, a life-and-death struggle for democracy and the very soul of the nation, as they all seem to be these days.
Oh, so
despite very few differences in Republican and Democratic governance.
Owning an independent business of gelato and seizing the means of production for yourself is bad suddenly, I guess. Okay. Sounds pretty anti-worker to me.
But there is one thing that actually does make this election cycle a bit different. Conservatives have been lurching towards fascism for years, with the Democrats not far behind, though historically they've been a little more subtle about
God,
it.
he just...
But
everything about him is aggravating. Fucking everything about him.
you know,
fucking haircut,
You know,
half a face of fucking facial hair.
You know,
He's got more hair in his eyebrows than his fucking beard. Fucking shave it off.
you know the Louis C.K. bit about like calling people fags? And he's
sure.
like, he's saying like, I don't mean gay people, right? And he's saying like, it's a specific thing. Like if somebody took the dick out of their mouth and said, actually, people from Phoenix are called Phoenicians, I would say, shut up, faggot, and suck that dick. Right? So that's like that. People from Phoenix are actually Phoenician. That's how I feel with watching him. I feel like that Louis C.K. bit.
recently, the American right has dropped a hot new single, Project 2025. If you thought they were bad before, just wait till you get a load of this. In today's episode, we're taking a look at the new conservative plan to seize total control.
Like he has
and what it
another
means for the future of the
controversial
country.
bit that's the
Brace
N-word
yourself.
bit, where he actually drops it with a hard R and he says, I don't mean that. I mean the N-word, the abbreviation, because it's just like a scapegoat. I'm pretty sure that's him, right? He also has he does the two slurs. If anything, he's the, closest to George Carlton of our time, huh?
I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Louis C.K.
Oh, Louis C.K. I missed who you're talking
Yeah,
about.
because he used both the slurs in comedy bits and got away with it.
Look,
can't make jokes like that today. I bet he could.
No, Louis is not. No. Carlin could do the same bits today. He's just that kind of person. Cunt isn't a slur.
We'll have to
Funny.
look at the bit.
But yes, are you going? Goodbye. Hold on, we'll play a soundbite for you. Hold on, this one.
I'd rather be a social justice warrior than a piece of fucking shit.
The other one is Cato, the Cato Institute. I think
Yes.
I'm associated with.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think there is anybody like George Carlin anymore. I don't think.
No, I don't. That's like saying a modern day Richard Pryor.
Yeah, like I don't think.
Which would
even,
obviously modern day Richard Pryor is Bill Burr.
Yes. if any comparison, right? But it's also I also don't think I think there are eras of comedy as well.
Both are in movies.
Because I think there are eras of comedy because obviously comedy changes over the time.
Can't make jokes like that anymore. Can't make my Pop-Tarts movie.
Lenny Bruce today would not be telling the same jokes he told, but he would be just as funny. I think. I think Kill Tony is Tony Hinchcliffe is a good example of somebody who can pretty much say whatever the fuck he wants. What he does, the people he puts up, he speaks. His actions speak for him. You know what I mean? He can be as big a piece of shit as he wants to be. Like he's making stars of pretty much exclusively minorities at this point. It's just they're the ones that end up being fucking hilarious. So you know, it's really interesting. Comedy's super fucking interesting, but maybe like John can talk about movies, I'll talk about comedy.
Okay, Project 2025. What is it? Spearheaded by the Heritage Foundation, Project 2025 is a massive 920-page conservative...
No. Chappelle... I don't think Chappelle's got it anymore. I think he's still funny, but he's not Chappelle Show.
Manifesto detailing how they intend to give the president vastly more power, destroy bureaucracy, root out woke propaganda, appoint vetted far-right freedom fighters at every level of government, and have it all ready to implement the day that...
This is my favorite part, is they've literally got the names of everybody on every chapter of who actually wrote this part, so we actually have names. You know how they always say these laws are made by people with names and addresses? Yeah, we have their names.
The next conservative president is elected, which they assume will be 2025, hence the name. Despite Trump obviously being the favorite, the plan is not dependent on any particular candidate winning, but can be implemented with any figurehead at the reins, who will become essentially completely unaccountable. God Emperor was supposed to be a joke, but here we are. You may have seen this book floating around online, The Mandate for Leadership. This is what most people assume Project 2025 to be, but this is actually just one part of a much larger conservative master plan. Project 2025 has 4 core pillars. First, the policy, as outlined in the 920-page document. This is where all the heinous and frankly disturbing policy proposals live, and don't worry, we'll look at some of those in a bit. 2, the personnel database, which has been described as the conservative LinkedIn, as if LinkedIn wasn't cringe enough already. This will be a repository for conservative resumes from people across all sectors and from all walks of life, to be selected as needed to staff positions in every level of government, at both the federal and state level. 3, training. They've got a new online institute, basically PragerU.
You know what's going to be funny, though? Everybody who could ever possibly want to could easily get inside this project through that conservative LinkedIn. Just spout the talking points. Just become a fake person, infiltrate, and take the fucking thing down.
Well,
you could easily take it down from the inside.
Did you put the story about the gay furries in there?
I didn't say anything about gay furries.
Okay, so a gay furry hacking group hacked the shit out of the Project 2025.
Really? Okay.
But for people who like to wear poorly tailored suits and fantasize about rolling back environmental regulations. This training program will create willing and able soldiers to serve on the front lines in the war on the woke cabal of the deep state. And finally, 4, the 180-day playbook, a step-by-step guide for the new conservative emperor to systematically implement the policies listed in the manifesto. Think IKEA assembly instructions, but for fascism. These 4 pillars are the key components of the project, and taken together, they offer a pretty comprehensive vision for the dystopian future the right hopes to usher in. It's all pretty alarming, but where exactly does this come from?
Oh, God.
Let's take a look at some of the names behind the project.
Oh, thank God.
If you flip through the first pages of the PDF,
thank God he's going to do
be honest,
it right.
We're not about to give the Heritage Foundation $35. You'll find a list of far-right think tanks, advisory...
Did he just say give the Heritage Foundation $35?
No, he's saying that he stole the document because he's not going to pay them, basically.
I stole the document that is available for download on their website.
Yeah. Instead of like actually paying them to like look into it further.
Yeah. I didn't pay for their book either.
I don't know. What are you
groups
saying?
And business and government figures who contributed to the project. Some of the names include Donald Devine, once called by the Washington Post Reagan's terrible swift sword of the civil service for his eagerness to slash spending and fire people. Stephen Moore, the well-known conservative author and right-wing economist, with such credentials as working for the very legitimate FreedomWorks and serving as a Fox News contributor. And Peter Navarro, who is notable for being one of just 3 people who worked with Trump for the duration of his term without being fired. He's also a...
That name sounds very familiar.
Speaking of gay furries, did you put that one with the Teen Titans in the thumbnail in there?
It's in there.
A little bit obsessed with China, having written 3 truly awful books on the subject: The Coming China Wars, Death by China, and Crouching Tiger. The manifesto credits 35 total authors, as well as dozens of contributors, all with their credentials listed. It's about what you'd expect.
Honestly,
a lot of people from the Heritage Foundation, some military goons, a smattering of former Trump officials, extremist economists, and a considerable number
he
of
literally
people who have worked in
showed
climate,
infographics
energy,
with percentages of how these people worked for Trump. But at the time, Trump wasn't distancing.
Yes.
So I think it's less important to point out how many of these people worked for Trump back then when this was made.
Yeah.
immigration, and legal positions under conservative governments. What you won't see a lot of in the acknowledgments is religious credentials, which you'd think would be important given how much the document leans on Christian language. This should be your first indication that maybe the people who loudly proclaim their faith aren't really all that Christian, and they're just using it to win brownie points among their religious conservative
Wow,
audience.
you mean they're fascist?
There's actually a lot of overlap here with the
Crazy.
topic of our last video on Christian nationalism. These people use religious rhetoric, but a little bit of digging reveals that the
Instead of watching his video, you should watch ours.
I'm interested
Our
in seeing
Singapore
his now too.
God they pray to is not the God of the Bible, but a mythologized vision of America itself. Much like fascists throughout history have relied on a glorious
Here we
false
go.
past to act as a
Theory
North
is
Star to guide them into the promised land,
religion.
so too have
Okay.
American fascists.
Okay,
You
Jordan
ready?
Peterson.
You ready? And now in Chile,
wrap themselves in comforting mythology, proving that what they are doing is not only just, but divinely inspired.
In
When you
Chile.
have a higher power on your side, it's pretty easy to justify horrific acts. Okay, with the brains behind the project out of the way, let's get into the nitty-gritty. What exactly do these people want? What's their end goal? Well, there are 4 main priorities. In their words, they want to 1. Restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. 2.
Sure.
Dismantle the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people.
okay, but that is a blatant lie. Like just by their own policy,
wow,
that's a blatant lie.
both
No, no,
of
no, no,
them
no, no,
are.
no, no, no,
Both
no, no.
of them are.
This one specifically, right? Because if you're reading through the policies, you're looking at the policies, you're hearing these people talk, right? Self-governance is not the vibe that I get from any of this.
3. Defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. And
Bounty.
4. Secure our God-given individual rights to live freely. What our Constitution calls the blessings of liberty. Okay, you can probably already see where some of this is going, but let's start with the boring stuff. The nuts and bolts of manipulation.
They're not granting freedoms to families. The whole thing is like they have to make it act like being Christian is being persecuted in this country, and how your ideas are being extinct. Right? They're busting in the migrants to vote out your people.
0 conservative coverage.
No, I put Ben Shapiro in there on Project 2025. I put a few in there. I sent the links to you in the chat.
Is it the Eric Swalwell one?
I don't know. I just sent Project 2025 links that were from conservatives.
Okay, well I'm just gonna do this one.
There you go.
Because like
There you
that's
go.
because this video is fine, honestly.
Mhm.
Like we're saying this about a second thought video. This video seems fine because I'm gonna do basically the same thing on live stream. So fuck this guy.
Yeah.
We
Well,
also
that's
have-
why I put it in there, because I was like, hey, here's a second thought video we might be able to be charitable to.
Yeah.
And turns out, yes.
Daily Wire.
Yeah.
Ben Shapiro got
Maybe we'll revisit it after I do my deep dive.
Well, like
into it
also
with
like the
Democratic
Madame
Representative
Panada video that I put on last Friday.
Mhm.
Fine.
Yeah.
I didn't finish it and get to his actual crux of it, but all the information he was giving wasn't
Mhm.
inaccurate.
It was very well sourced too.
Mm-hmm.
Was he doing visual sourcing as well?
He was basically doing a
Okay.
shitty version of that video we watched before.
Yeah. Okay.
Not that it's
Swalwell.
I don't mean it was more entertaining. At
Mm.
least it's not like shitty as in it's not doing all the effort of doing the animated titles and stuff.
on the House floor on Wednesday. Now, Shapiro was testifying before the House Judiciary Committee to talk about the allegations that an advertising coalition called the Global Alliance for Responsible Media was colluding to suppress conservative voices under the guise of brand safety. Here's Shapiro explaining that theory. Let's watch.
We're in the midst of a trust crisis in the world of media, which is because so many in the legacy media have lied in order to preserve left-leaning narratives. To take just the most recent example, we were told by the legacy media that President Biden was just fine. For years, anyone who questioned his health and mental fitness was trafficking in cheap fakes. And then President Biden went out and engaged in a full-scale mental collapse on stage in front of hundreds of millions of people.
How is
So
that
you can see why
censorship?
Americans, at least Americans who are not Democrats, do not trust the media. The question isn't
Hang
really
on.
why the legacy media have lost Americans' trust. We know
Wait,
that
hang on. What does that have to do with censorship? Ben?
Nothing, apparently.
answer. The question is why, despite that loss of trust, the legacy media continue to gain share in the advertising market. And the answer is simple. There is, in fact, an informal pressure system created by Democratic legislators, this White House, legacy media, advertisers, and pseudo-objective brand safety organizations. That system guarantees that advertising dollars flow only to left-wing media brands.
During the hearing, Representative Swalwell took the opportunity.
Sounds like someone's butthurt because they don't get advertising money.
Opposition.
Even though all Daily Wire is fucking ads.
Yeah. Opposition. Have you tried not being a cunt? I'm going to say no. You should try that.
To press Shapiro on his views about a bunch of subjects, including Project 2025, a proposed plan drafted
Fox
by
News
Heritage
can't get
Foundation
any ads,
that
huh?
outlines a series of policies they want Trump to embrace while in office. Let's watch.
How much do you support Project 2025?
I think, like President Trump, I haven't looked all that deeply at Project 2025, but it seems that Democrats on this committee, sort of like Peter Pan and Tinkerbell, if they say Project 2025 enough, their presidential candidate becomes alive again.
Swalwell also pressed Ben Shapiro on some other comments, including things he said about homosexual activity.
You did say, I think homosexual activity is a sin.
Yes, I'm a religious Jew.
Sure,
That's true.
there's a genetic component.
You found me out.
Orientation, but the view of all religious people I know has always been that sexual behavior is something that is up to you. And you said, I may have a desire to sleep with many women, but I do not.
I agree with me. Yes, that's true.
Congratulations on your, I'm sure it's very hard to restrain yourself.
Swalwell also grilled Shapiro on his thoughts about banning the abortion pill, to which Shapiro said it was actually a state-by-state issue. Now, reacting to all of this, Elon Musk...
This is like so in faith of Shapiro. Like, I think that was genuinely some great stuff that Shapiro was just countering with, right?
Yeah.
Which he's just basically pointing out that he's just doing character assassination about why Ben is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Musk tweeted, quote, having seen the evidence unearthed today by Congress, X has no choice but to file suit against the perpetrators and collaborators in the advertising boycott racket. Hopefully some
Tell me
states will
this
consider
isn't the
criminal.
same thing as will hurt you if you disagree with us that they just did with the Project 2025, right? So the boycott against you, advertising boycott, you're going to sue people for not advertising on your site.
Yeah, that's weird. It's like, you have to come with us. Okay. No, I'm fine. Thanks,
Oh,
though.
okay, so now it's not a free market thing. Oh, because I guess it's a collusion, a left-wing collusion to censor
Sure.
people by not giving them
That's-
ad money.
Guess what? Still free market.
Yeah.
It's the market coming together to say, fuck you.
It's it turns out appealing to the most common denominator is not wehatejews.com.
Who knew?
You know, like crazy.
Crazy.
You mean in Pride Month, all products switch to the rainbow flag? That's censorship to them, I guess.
Well, these people also don't know what words mean, so this doesn't. This makes total sense.
Or in Ben Shapiro's case, what facts are.
Prosecution. So some amusing moments from Ben Shapiro's testifying there. The
Who
issue
is
at
that?
hand is this idea that these watchdog agencies,
They got a
and
VBEC
there's truth
in
to it.
there?
I tangled with them before. There was something called the Global Disinformation Index. It's this web of nonprofits, some of them even State Department funded, that
that's
rates
cool.
and rank news sites and say
Let me
this is an
grab
unsafe
that.
site and
Let me see what
advertisers
that
should not
is.
work with
Is
them.
that the
They've
one-
targeted conservative sites. They've
Global disinformation, and he's making the same arguments commies make against Freedom House right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see this index.
targeted me as a
I don't
writer
know.
at Reason Magazine, where I also wrote some list of the most risky, dangerous sites because they were saying we didn't cite things properly. It was totally wrong, totally made up. We asked what their criteria was. They were opaque about it. It's bad. It's nonsense. Media organizations should not be listening to
Sounds like you're salty because you got included.
a lot of these so-called independent.
Instead of reflecting upon yourself and being like, how can we get out of this list next year? You opted for the nah, bro, you're wrong. Nah.
And at watchdog groups. So now whether this is
a conspiracy.
Well, it's a conspiracy. Whether it's something Congress needs to concern itself with is probably where you lose me. But I think it's absolutely correct to call out these fact-checking, anti-misinformation watchdog organizations that say they're neutral and they're just warning advertisers about what sites they should not work with. And then you look at what are they actually saying this site did wrong? And especially with COVID, there's so much of they were peddling the conspiracy theory that it could have originated from a lab, which is a racist anti-China conspiracy. Like, is it?
See, here's the thing. This is where I think that we get into a conversation about how tone versus substance. So, when Donald Trump used language about Asians when talking about COVID, it absolutely peddled in a lot of racist theories. Now, are there questions about whether or not the COVID came out of Wuhan labs and all that kind of stuff? I think that's where we should have been exploring. Yeah. But the tone of the conversation made it impossible to have any of that.
I think it's racist to say we got COVID because Chinese people were eating bats or whatever.
Hey, Robbie, is it racist to say that China withheld telling the world for 6 whole fucking days that COVID had reached human transmission and
Okay.
allowed people to leave Wuhan and infect the entire world. Is that racist, Robbie? I wonder. What about
Ready?
using Wagner to lock down Wuhan?
Okay, so check this out. This is their disinformation. It's so okay. So the disinformation is that they were listed as disinformation, right? That's a U.S. Department funds a disinformation index that warns advertisers to avoid Reason. Reason is listed among the 10 riskiest online news outlets by a government-funded disinfo tracker.
Top 10. That's
right.
That's
A
wicked.
British organization that wow, it's not even American. Epic. Okay, so he gave the report as a source in here. That's great. Okay, this is so let's hang on, open a new tab. Let's see this report that he sourced because I couldn't just search Reason magazine, right? Okay, so riskiest sites are these. Right? So oh, look, here's their approach.
Right. Hold on. New York Times #1. Challenge.
Well, what is
Number
the
3.
no? So what is the risk exactly? Right? It's the media market risk assessment method developed to assist advertisers and the ad tech industry in assessing the reputational and brand risk when advertising with online media outlets. So
okay.
what they're saying is, if you advertise on New York Times, it will not hurt your credibility.
Right.
Or not your brand. It won't hurt your brand.
Yes.
Right. So like the Blaze, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Like advertising in New York Post, sure.
The fact that New York Post is #1 is pretty crazy.
Well, I'm not sure if they're ranked. I think it's just listing 10
Okay.
from each. Okay, 69 news sites selected on a bias of online traffic and social media followers. Okay.
Okay.
That's that's what we look at that specifically too to assess risk.
Disinformation, yeah.
You
Risk
can
of
actually,
compromise.
so they actually probably built an entire algorithm, right? So that it's like a Giphy or something, but you can basically plug in your components and it will give you a map, like a data web.
Yeah.
So 6 indicators. Okay. Or 16 indicators.
Objectivist. If they're objectivist, that's fucking hysterical. Imagine actually thinking Ayn Rand books are an ideology. Cringe. Like her books are fine. Just don't fucking live your life based off her fucking books. Jesus Christ.
38% is directly targeted. So literally they picked 38% that was targeting Democrats and another 38 of Republicans. They made sure that they're looking at a selection of unbiased criticism of like both things. It's not like Wall Street Journal is, BuzzFeed News isn't real news, but of course, like BuzzFeed News, of course that's brand safe. It's fucking BuzzFeed. Of course you want to be on there with brand safety.
HuffPost is crazy because that's fucking disinfo central.
Yeah, well, of course, more liberal institutions have less risks for advertisers.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. 10 lowest risks. So let's go down. 10 riskiest. Reason Magazine high risk rating is attributed to scores in 0 of 3 operations pillar indicators. So out of 16 indicators, they had 0 in 3 of them. So attribution, pre-publication fact checking, or post-publication correction. So because they don't fact check or correct their articles and correctly attribute who are the authors of their articles. So that means that there's people behind the scenes giving them the scripts and stuff.
Right. So for us, this is why I kind of changed what we were going to do. Like anybody who wants to be anonymous could remain anonymous, but it'll be an opt-in, opt-out thing for bylines. And that's more of a protection thing than it is.
Nothing about this says anything about them being racist. Okay. So
bad information.
Okay. This is just how it is publicly funded.
What are you looking at, buddy?
Reason Manganese. So it's a different one. Yeah, no. This is the. It's not clear precisely what they mean. Well, they told you. They looked at the. You're explaining that you're literally explaining their methods and acting like this isn't clear enough. Hunter died in laptop story. There it is. There it is. Epic. Great job.
Blue tongue.
I didn't see anything about them saying that you say that COVID is racist for being attributed to China in there. I didn't see anything about that.
Pangolin, the weird Chinese cultural culinary practices in markets caused the pandemic is a far more, I mean, if it's true, it's true. So who cares if it's like, I mean, we just must deal with the truth, even if it plays into racial stereotypes. But that is the theory of COVID's origin that involves racial stereotyping, not the one that experiments were being done in unsafe lab conditions that were funded by the U.S. It's the intersectional theory is the one that it came from a lab. But if you, it was totally backwards the entire time that you were called racist if you thought it came from a lab, but you were not called racist if you thought it came from this,
No. First of all, okay, no, that's not what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The lab leak conspiracy is specifically linked to COVID disinformation, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys fucked it up because you could have been actually had reasonable things to point out here, because there is reasonable things to point out. There is things that China did wrong, but instead of doing that, you focused more on showing that COVID was fake when you could have actually imagine if right-wing journalism actually functioned proper right there. Like how many they would have won instead of like now it's like, it's like the people who still believe that shit are Russell Brand viewers,
Yeah.
Like how many people could they have won over by calling into question, like just stuff the China show does, just calling into question specific people in the West who helped China cover stuff up, the deer narrative type stuff.
Yes.
Imagine if that was what they were pushing. Instead, it's vaccines are going to kill you.
Yeah.
And like shifting people towards the horse paste and shit.
And then it was intentionally leaked to push vaccines on you. Like, fuck off. It wasn't intentionally linked. No, that's not how it fucking works.
And even here,
biological laboratories around the world are globally linked. They fucking everybody funds every fucking biological. That's why it's
called the lab leak.
I know, but this is like because I'm also at the same time disproving China's bullshit, blaming America for funding it and all that shit, right? Because that came from China as well. So it's like, yes, EcoHealth Alliance supplied some of the money for the Wuhan lab. Yes, it's American. Yes, Peter Daszak was in there. Yes, this is all true. No, the biological lab in Wuhan was not an American project. No,
Dr.
America
Fauci
wasn't.
Dr. Fauci.
Yes, Dr. Fauci was not in charge of the security of said Wuhan lab. Yes, the labs are global, which means that everybody funds all of them and they swap samples all the time because they're a different level biological laboratories. It's very funny that I fucking learned all about this because of a Russian disinformation campaign.
Seriously, can we just talk about what he's saying? They're saying we're racist for saying that the lab leak happened. They're racist for saying that Chinese culture caused it with the fucking food. That's more racist to me.
Because it's the actual criticism here The actual criticism of the Chinese government is not just it getting out locally. That can be handled, right? That can be dealt with. That's not an issue. They're level 4 biological labs for a reason. They handle fucked up shit. And people are like, oh my God, anthrax. Anthrax is level 2.
Yeah.
Just so you're aware of like where this shit plays, right? Anthrax is level 2. So these cunts in Wuhan are fucking with shit way worse than COVID. And COVID's
anthrax
what
is
got out.
basically on every farm at one point.
Yes.
It's
right.
extremely common biologically. It's not like an advanced fucking bat virus that's mutating or a bird virus that's mutating. Now,
yeah, like this is not a
check this
natural
out.
thing that
I
happens.
found something that if I was a conservative journalist, just doing the research from the information he's leaked, I found this. I think this is way more in line with the narrative they're trying to push, right? So we do this primarily by seeking to defund disinformation, breaking the incentive to create it for a purpose of garnering advertising revenues. This can be done by brands, advertising, and tech companies. They're literally saying their narrative. Like they're trying to defund organizations that have this type of view that they have, and how that's censorship. But it's like a boycott, divest, sanction type shit approach.
Sure.
Right?
I mean, that's a good way to do it. I would say BDS actions towards most things would probably work. Right? Depending on the number of like how it's getting money. Anyway.
Maybe they should try to do it like I just did instead of dumb bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
The thing is that if they were always rational, it would defeat the purpose of all their work, because they would be training a rational audience to think rationally about things. Right?
Yes.
They have to adopt the dumb narratives.
They have to be irrational because they've amassed an irrational audience.
Yeah, and they need to keep that type of irrationality for everything.
Yeah. But yeah, like with the labs, like it's because China's they've got two narratives that they go with, right? It's the World Military Games. They're like, oh, America left COVID in China for 6 months before the actual outbreak, right? And the white-tailed deer. Then the backup one, which was America did it, Eco Health Alliance, and then the backup of the backup was just a distraction, which was utilizing the Stop Asian Hate movement and redirecting it and co-opting it to be about COVID.
It's just
so
like
they actually
it's just like how
they
anti-Semitism has clearly risen, right? It's clearly risen, and fascists have clearly used the situation to start perpetuating anti-Semitism openly. And instead of like addressing and looking at people like Nick Fuentes and stuff, it's anyone who's protesting against the Israeli genocide or criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic now.
Yeah,
like
it's actually that. So like there was a real increase. I think it was specifically the issue was Black on Asian violence, I believe, at the time. And there was the big movement was the Stop Asian Hate movement. CCP's like, we can use this, co-opted it, redirected it, depowered their voices for their own state ends. So not like this is just pointing out how malicious the Chinese government has been. They also blocked investigations into the Wuhan lab to find out where it could go. As John said before, people have tracked down the person that something started from before. You think we can't track this down even with China's deep cleaning? There's fucking no way they could hide this shit. So like to just cite to like to
well, you can hide it if you stop the investigations.
Exactly. So to cite China on anything for COVID, from their numbers to how it started, is foolish.
Well, you can still cite it and say the Chinese numbers, right? You can still say that and leave it up to the viewer to interpret it.
Sure. But if we're, but that would, I guess it's coming to an independent conclusion, sure.
Mm-hmm.
practice.
But doesn't it really talk about the broader media landscape, that the ability to actually get information, to understand the root of things so that people can have conversations, be informed? It's really
just
hard.
like how I said earlier
we're
with
pretty
the
informed people.
Hamas narrative, Hamas health industry narrative, right?
Yeah.
And we've got to read 10, 15, 20 different sources to be able to get information. The average person doesn't really have.
Okay, it's just these two waffling on.
Yeah,
I don't care. Let's see how Falun
I
Gong
can't wait
spins
for
it.
this one. Falun Gong. I've been waiting for one to put on from this guy, you know? Because the Falun Gong comedy news is so funny that they did it. But like I recall something like this, but I'm not sure how much validity it had. It's still more of like a loose end thing, I think, but I'm not positive. I know for a fact though that they were warned a year ahead of time that it was not if but when a leak was
Yes,
going to
yeah, the Wuhan lab's security was lacking severely.
But like also it's completely probable that it formed in the wet market because of a fucking animal contamination.
Yes, that is also completely possible. But it's far more likely that it was the lab.
I think when governments start stopping
like,
investigations, it gets a little sussy.
Yes. Also, the Eco Health Alliance documentation kind of backs up that that's exactly what they were doing gain of function on. So it's kind of like the documentation's there. The only thing that's been stopped is the investigation by the Chinese government. And then they're like, oh, we only had 6,000 deaths. Because apparently, despite recording cases everywhere, the only deaths happened in Wuhan. Because that makes sense. Okay.
Democrats warned that Trump has a plot to radically transform America.
So if we're talking about the Winnipeg fire, I would have to look at it specifically. But what I'm guessing is that the what do they fucking call the stealing technology and stuff program? 1,000 Arms or something.
1,000 Talents.
1,000 Talents program. So like, I mean, it happens all the time.
I think it's United Front, actually.
And as I've said many times on this, China's smart for doing this program, right? But like, I'm sure it was more of the state responding to something like that. Like, you know, we don't know which Japanese are spies. Throw them all in internment camp type shit. You know, if they were suspicious
United
of
Front.
one person in there, they're suspicious of all of them, and basically associated them together, even if there was little evidence to do so. I can totally see a state doing that.
Yeah, it's the United Front.
Check out these
political strategy of the Chinese Communist Party involving networks of groups and key individuals that are
as
influenced or
I've said
controlled
before,
by the CCP and used to advance its interests.
The history of China is obviously the history of Maoism in many cases, and the united fronts that Maoism was able to create were way more successful than Marxist-Leninists from the Soviets. I mean,
the United Work Front Workers Department is a department of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, the CCCCP, tasked with United Front work. It gathers intelligence on manages relations with and attempts to gain influence over elite individuals and organizations inside and outside China, including Hong Kong, Taiwan, and other countries. This is literally China's imperialist policy.
Yeah, but also they have every right to do it.
Sure. But
it's
this
not
is
like
why
it's not like
just,
we don't do similar things.
No, I know, but this is just me pointing out that this is just another thing backing up my observation that China is an imperialist power. Right? This is just another of the many examples that I have. And this is the program that they use to steal secrets and programs and that sort of shit. This is the stuff that they will pay professors to give them secrets, this sort of stuff. We all know about this.
Into a fascist authoritarian regime. Wait, is that true? Welcome to America Uncovered. I'm Chris Chappell. So,
God, he speaks quickly.
I'm Mr. Falun
seems
Gong.
Biden isn't doing too well in the polls. And with Trump widening the lead over him, let's just say people have already jumped to their own conclusions as to what may come. It's not a question of
what do you think?
Trump
What do you
will
think
be
these
more
guys got on the risk index, huh?
authoritarian. But instead, what kind
Oh,
of
this guy's the
authoritarian?
worst.
He'll
We
definitely be.
absolutely
With that in
agree.
mind,
We
one
absolutely
particularly
agree.
chilling
He's-
plan
This place,
scaring the
this
living
page,
daylights
and this
out.
guy is literally owned by an anti-Chinese. Well, they are Chinese, but they're anti-Chinese government cult, and they're fucking
Falun
insane.
Gong.
They're fucking insane. Like we were laughing at those
people.
Chinese ladies crying at the Trump rally,
Mm.
and we were like, "Gotta be the Falun Gong."
It's
people.
gotta be, yeah, gotta be.
It is a wacky cult.
And it's deviously called Project 2025. Super scary.
They're also the reason that we can't talk about organ harvesting from Uyghurs without people piping up and being like, "That's a Falun Gong lie." Yeah, it is. We're not talking about that.
Yeah.
So is this Trump's secret plan to make America into a dictatorship?
They literally think that their organs are pure because of a ritual that they do,
Yeah,
and that's
they
why
do-
the Chinese
they do-
government wants to steal their organs.
That's their belief is that yoga makes their organs pure. Like they can just pray away the cancer type stuff.
Pray the gay
That's like
away.
their fundamental belief is that the body
Yeah.
is basically liquid or something.
Mhm.
Right? But the thing is that the narrative being pushed that it's like the Uyghur camps are done specifically to get organs and stuff. That's like a Falun Gong pushed thing to associate
Yeah.
people with them supposedly being targeted for their organs because their magic works, and that's why you should join Falun Gong. Like they're turning the organ harvesting thing when it's not that it's the government failing to prevent a crime from happening. It's not the government stealing kidneys. They have in the past, and everyone admits that, right? It's their kidney transplant and as rate is higher than the donation rate. That's only possible with organ harvesting, and it happens to Uyghurs because they're rural and it's poor, and nobody's going to care, especially the government, when it happens. So that's the conclusion, but we can't talk about that without tons of context, because when people hear organ harvesting, it's associated with something that is a fucking lie perpetrated by this fucking cult.
Mm-hmm.
Secret plan that you can look up online very easily. Time for another segment of Wait, is that true? Actually, Project 2025 is an initiative developed by the Heritage Foundation, a conservative DC-based think tank, along with various other conservative organizations. It outlines conservative policy proposals for the next president. It's over 900 pages.
Yes.
In a publication called Mandate for Leadership, The Conservative Promise. 900 pages. If I wanted to read a 900-page fantasy novel about politics, I'd just read Game of Thrones. Now,
Yeah, funny joke, but you should probably actually read this. If you didn't read this,
No,
Come on.
like they're
These
like,
are
wow, there's 900 pages and some of the stuff in there is bad. And it's like, he's like, it's actually this. Like nobody hasn't said that it's policy proposals. Like,
'Cause
no
it's all
shit.
policy proposals.
No shit, it's policy proposals.
Yeah.
What do you think people are trying to say it is? I don't understand like what he's refuting against.
just proposals from a conservative think tank. Neither
that, according to Second Thought, is an organization that Trump took 70% of the proposals from last time.
Oh, that wasn't even
Concerning.
Second Thought.
Was that
like,
Second Thought? I think
no,
that
it was the guy
Second Thought.
before.
Was it? Ah, okay. Never mind. Fuck you, Second Thought.
Trump nor whoever will be president is obligated at all to follow through with them. But seeing how Trump's first presidency actually followed a majority of the Heritage Foundation's policy
there we go.
recommendations, many are automatically assuming that Project 2025 is Trump's likely plan for his second
Okay, so
term
hang
in
on.
office.
So we're arguing. Maybe it won't happen. We don't know.
I think so, yeah.
We'll have to vote and decide and see. Then it happens.
Because Trump definitely seems like the kind of guy who likes to curl up and read 900 pages of anything.
That's the point.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's the point.
As a result, critics have had some really colorful descriptions of Project 2025. Many claim it will cement America as a right-wing authoritarian state and institutionalize Trumpism. Trumpism? What, becoming an attention-seeking narcissist? That's already an institution. It's called Instagram.
No.
They also say Project 2025 is a far-right
It's
assault
called Twitter,
on America.
actually, but
It's
we're
draconian.
just splitting hairs now.
Unhinged. It's a guide to turn the U.S. into a fascist's
true.
paradise. Yes, fascist's paradise. My least favorite Coolio B-side. Rest in power. I think you get the picture. They're loudly ringing the bell that
What?
Trump will end democracy yet again.
Bro. I know who Coolio is, and I'm joking here, but who the fuck is Coolio? Bro, you mean the guy who's in the fucking All That theme song? Like, what generation are you writing this for?
I'm surprised there hasn't been a left-leaning media article that's just a series of car alarm noises. In reality, Project 2025 has been public for
How
more
does
than
that
a
make
year
sense?
now. But the outrage really erupted after Heritage Foundation President Kevin Roberts appeared on Steve Bannon's War Room podcast and said this.
We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
And since this was on a podcast, I assume it was followed with some contrived segue to plug BetterHelp. Roberts later clarified, saying that American...
That's fine. That's fine. I didn't laugh, but I'm like, yeah, they suck. I think that's a
Patriots
fine.
are
That's an
committed to
SNL
peaceful
level
revolution.
joke.
Sure.
Revolution at the ballot box, and that it's the left that has a long history of violence, so it's up to them to allow a peaceful transfer of power. Here is a live view of American political discourse over who's causing all the problems. Many on the left took Roberts' remark as a cryptic threat, with some comparing him to a member of the Oath Keepers. And if you don't remember who the Oath Keepers are, I don't blame you. Political groups in America these days are like Oreo flavors. You remember there being only 2, then one day you wake up and go, when did all of these pop up? Which is why a year later, the media is all over Project 2025. Anything that makes people afraid sells, after all. I'm surprised the Puffington Host hasn't posted an article that just says,
come on,
boom.
you're doing the
So let's
same
try something
joke.
crazy. Instead of freaking out about headlines, let's look at what the actual document says. Which is why you have
Okay.
America Uncovered to help you go through 900 pages. This is why I had to start a gaming channel. The only way I can actually take a break from work is if I make my breaks work. Gamers Unbeaten is a real...
That's going to be like us.
Yeah, side.
is, and I'll leave it up to...
It's like monetize your life. That's really the dystopian capitalism we're in.
Yeah.
Monetize your life.
Yep.
You to form your own opinion. One of the things Project 2025 wants to overhaul is the federal bureaucracy. And one of the ways it wants to do that is by putting tens of thousands of federal employees
who
under
also did
Schedule
that?
F. Schedule F was a controversial executive order that aimed to strip job
they're
protection from a
anti-bureaucrat.
large
Okay, that makes it okay.
number of
Bureaucrats, who
federal civil
needs them?
servants, making it
They
easier
just clog
to
shit
hire
up. So that way
Yeah,
nothing
good.
gets done. Without those
Yeah.
bureaucrats there, shit would get done. This is great.
and fire them. This was something Trump tried to do during his final year in office. Firing a bunch of people, you say. Say what you want about Trump, but he's loyal to his brand. The order was met with opposition, and
joke.
Biden ultimately
one's fine,
repealed it
too.
before it could be fully implemented.
I don't.
Liberals
Again, I
warned
didn't
that
laugh,
allowed-
but I
Look,
thought.
look.
I
I will give him this. Their writing is pretty funny. Like the jokes are
someti-
funny.
no, they're hit and miss. You know.
Allowing this to go through would serve as a litmus test to make it easier to kick out liberals and steamroll conservative presidential agendas. Another example is environmental regulations. Project 2025 encourages utilizing all available energy sources, including fossil fuels, and eliminating many green energy programs and subsidies.
Yeah, that'll be
If only
great for the earth.
we could harness fear as an energy source.
Why don't you just nuclear and renewables and dump money into new shit?
Media would have America powered for the next millennia. With immigration, Project
did the
2025
joke
wants to
again.
eliminate T and U visas meant to benefit victims of certain crimes like human trafficking, mandate illegal immigrant detainment, expand ICE, issue clearer guidance on illegal immigrant detention and bond policies, and deny loan access to illegal migrants. For anyone still convinced that this is Trump's plan, relax. You can tell it isn't, because it doesn't say that Mexico is going to pay for all.
Would it be illegal to put claymores in your house in America under Castle Doctrine?
Okay. That goes down to the shotgun booby trap case, right? So, at minimum, you would still get arrested, obviously, but in court, could you plead a case? Maybe. They would have to be registered explosives. They
Okay.
would need to be registered with the state that they
Okay.
exist, right? And you would need to actively engage those explosives, right? It
Yeah,
could be
you would need to pull the trigger.
yeah, so if there was a camera on the Roomba that you sent towards them, maybe you could argue for it. But again, getting explosives registered to begin with is really
It's
hard.
hard.
Really
Yeah.
hard. Normally
No,
you
I'm-
have to normally for that license you're like a firework manufacturer or something like
Yeah.
that.
'Cause I'm just thinking, like, if
props like movie people, movie props
Yeah,
and stuff,
okay.
they'll have explosive licensing, right? But then, like, if you look at a channel like Demo Ranch, they 3D print a claymore and talk about they had to get it registered and how much money it costs to get it
Yes.
registered. And it's
Yeah.
actually kind of informative of like the process of owning explosives because things like tannerite, for example, is
Very
completely
accessible.
over the counter.
Yeah.
You don't need a license for tannerite because it's binary, right? So
Yes,
like it's like how you can basically have a binary explosive, right, on the shelf and buy the two components of that binary explosive, make the explosive yourself, and you're good to go on many cases. Like the Drano bomb, right? It's not technically illegal to just make a Drano bomb incendiary device and fuck around with a bomb like that.
Yeah. Is
The
that like the one we saw in that video?
yeah. And then there's also the Nashville boomer, right?
Yeah.
It was mainly like a petrol induced explosion, right?
Okay.
They visited his house and saw he had a bunch of bombs, but it's like, well, I mean, technically not illegal.
Because I'm just thinking, like, if this does become a thing and you were like aware the cops were gonna come and like try and fuck you up on purpose because that's just what they're doing now.
Well, if it was
could
the
you
cops, you'd
claymore
be-
your house?
If it was the cops coming for you and you tried to fight back, then no.
Well, what if you put a sign on the outside that fuck off, there are claymores inside? Gave them pre-warning and they went in anyway.
Well, it's their legal right as police to like enter your premises and to raid and how it's just like how like they literally could have been as brutal as they wanted at Waco.
Okay.
There was
Sure. I raise you multiple articles of the Constitution.
Yes. Nobody
So
cares though.
I think that I should be able to claymore my house to counter the police unjustifiably persecuting myself or anybody for that matter. I think that if the police are coming to your house, you're aware of it, and they are doing it outside of the bounds of the law, even within the bounds of the law, to be completely honest, but just for like the lib example, right? Outside of the bounds of the law, I see no issue with you defending yourself and your right to life from the state.
The court ruled
like
that
that is
using
Second
deadly
Amendment.
force on intruders in an unoccupied property was not reasonable or justified and therefore not a defense in tort of battery.
I'm not. I would be there. I'm not talking.
Yeah,
about
yeah. So I'm just reading you
unoccupied.
the opinion of the court
Okay.
on booby traps houses, right? It said would have been justified in defending himself with the shotgun if he had been home during the intrusion.
Even if it was the booby trap?
I'm not sure. The plaintiff's status as a trespasser is irrelevant when assessing the liability in the case. And there's
Fair
the thing is you'll see stuff like people like they'll do like knife traps for landlords and stuff. You'll see they're on the stairs, right? And the
Okay.
knife will come down from the stairs on a board that's loose that will just swing down and like poke you with their poking stick.
That's so funny.
There'll be vagrants and stuff that take over buildings will do that.
Okay.
So
all this.
I mean, look, it's at the end of the day, I'm against police raids. Both for the police safety and the safety of the people inside, because the people inside, whether guilty or not, the cops should not be the determining factor.
the
on
case
whether
is
they die or not.
notable for the proposition that although a landowner has no duty to make his property safe for trespassers, he may not set deadly traps against them, holding that the law has placed a higher value on human safety upon the mere rights of property.
Interesting.
So that doesn't necessarily say that like
you can't make the house very dangerous.
Well, it's like basically you have to deliberately cause the harm against them. And I think this also implies the castle doctrine shit, where it's like it's even then you have to have like immediate justification for your own harm.
Yeah.
For many of the things, and except for certain states where you can just shoot people in the head for knocking on the wrong door.
Yeah.
Even though that guy did go down for that.
Did he really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he got arrested for murder because he shot a kid who came up to the... No, because the kid survived getting shot in the head, remember?
Right. Because there was another one that was a guy shooting at a car turning around in his driveway. Like, bro, just turn it on yourself. You are a paranoid schizophrenic. You are a fuckwit. You are an actual danger to society. Like, if you are that paranoid about black people turning into your house in their car, seek help or end your subscription to life. It's one of the two. Seriously.
And then there's the initiative's socially conservative policies.
Here we go.
It advocates for allowing religious and moral exemptions.
So the booby trap basically blew off the guy's lower limbs, right? It like hit him in the knees and blew off his legs, right? So the article ends with the burglar later ended his own life using a gun in the front yard of his home.
Boy. Well, should have made better choices. I have no sympathy. It's like, I don't know, steal from corporations.
Who knows the reason why he did that though?
The booby trap or
No, killed himself.
Yeah, true.
It wasn't necessarily because he got his legs blown off or anything.
Sure. There's a lot we don't know.
To contraception and
Pretty
abortion
crazy
mandates,
story though.
limiting mail order abortion pills, prohibiting Planned Parenthood from receiving Medicaid funds, and getting the CDC to monitor and track abortions. Brilliant plan, because as we all know, limiting abortions has been such a winning strategy for conservatives. I'm beginning to suspect why liberals are giving Project 2025 so much attention all of a sudden. It also wants to restrict applying sex discrimination protections to sexual orientation in hiring and firing only. Restrict funding for transgender procedures and remove...
Restrict applying sex discrimination protections to orientation only. What? So what, only sexual orientation is protected? Is that what it's saying?
Yes.
Okay. Weird.
DEI initiatives from federal programs.
Wait.
So they're more pro-gay than pro-woman.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say.
Is that what they're telling us?
Procedures
Yes.
and remove...
Yes.
Is that what they... Wow. So they're more pro-gay than pro-woman and more pro-woman than pro-trans. This is a weird fucking ideology. So gay is fine, being a woman is not, but being a trans person is fine as long as you don't have procedures? What?
Move DEI initiatives from federal programs. Critics look at Project 2025 and say it's an extreme right-wing blueprint to ban medication, abortion, roll back LGBTQ plus rights, expand oil drilling and coal mining, and arrest and deport.
Now. It's only the TQ plus. We're TERFs.
11 million undocumented immigrants.
It's the Project 2030 that gets rid of the rest of the homos.
Will also use the Department of Justice as a tool to punish Trump's opponents and fire federal employees who are not loyalists.
Yes.
Yeah. Could you imagine how crazy it would be if the Justice Department was targeting the president's political rival? Seriously, could you imagine? Yet all the negative press over Project 2025 may have hit a nerve for Trump, because in just a few days after Roberts' remarks, Trump distanced himself from Project 2025, saying, I have no idea who is behind it. I disagree with some of the things they're saying, and some of the things they're saying are absolutely ridiculous and abysmal. Anything they do, I wish them luck, but I have nothing to do with them. What exactly Trump was referring to when he described some things that were absolutely ridiculous and abysmal isn't clear. But Trump's campaign emphasized that the Heritage Foundation is an outside group, and that proposals Trump hasn't personally endorsed should not be taken as statements of his plans. And as of now, Trump hasn't endorsed Project 2025. Unlike how he endorsed the God Bless the USA Bible, the only Bible not only endorsed by Donald Trump, but months later, still instructs what to do if the pages are sticky. Trump has his own policy plans called Agenda 47 for the...
That's fucking awesome.
47th president of the U.S. It focuses on things like
That is
illegal
not what I
immigrants,
expected.
energy, transgender procedures, and manufacturing jobs. But despite
so you mean Project 2025 then? Cool.
Trump's claims, Democrats aren't buying that Trump has nothing to do
idiot.
with Project 2025. They insist that Project 2025 is undeniably a Trump-driven operation, especially since many of the authors of the initiative are former Trump officials. They also point out that Trump's own super PAC runs ads highlighting Project 2025, and that Trump's allies partnered with Project 2025. So Biden's campaign continues using Project 2025 as a boogeyman to warn voters why they should vote for Biden, emphasizing that Project 2025 is the extreme policy and personnel playbook for Trump's second term that should scare the hell out of the American people. Granted, Trump...
No, not just Americans. Everybody.
You don't have to be scared of it.
No. It's just like, this is what you should be aware of. That this is like, globally, people should be aware of what the fuck this is. Because if Trump actually does come through with this, and this is the policy that he chooses to go with, this will ripple to other countries. America is
Well, Heritage Foundation has already done it in places like Singapore.
Yes.
If you're trans, you can be put into a mental institution in Singapore.
Like, America is the cultural peak of the mountain. Its refuse flows to the rest of the world.
Wait,
so this is
you mean
this?
this?
Is what
Are
happens.
you speaking of the Seven Mountain Theory, where they need to influence culture
Sure.
and everything else? That's literally what. No, you did though.
No, I know. I just at peak of the mountain because I'm using natural the natural evolution of rivers. Going from
Gamers Unbeaten.
Didn't do any of this.
And
when
we
he was president.
that's
First
what
time
we
around,
first watched. Like the first time we put this guy on was for the Gamers Unbeaten, and we all agreed that this is a fucking shit video.
If he wins this time, it's definitely the end of America.
No.
So what do you think? Does Project 2025 scare you? Leave your comments below. And if you like America Uncovered,
it's like being like that's like
nonpartisan.
That's like saying
scare
fucking
you.
Jackson was the end of America. No.
Leave your comments below.
But
And if you
were
like
his policies good? No. Did America continue? Yes. Did people die and suffer greatly under his admin? Yes. Did America continue? Sure did. Dude is on money.
America
Trump's
Uncovered's
gonna get that
nonpartisan
Mount
take on news and
Rushmore
politics.
spot.
Be sure to subscribe, smash that like button, and support the show.
All right.
We won't support the show, but we might give you a like for this video. Jack can
Hello,
decide.
students. My name
Oh,
is Professor Lando.
Okay.
And welcome to the esteemed Ligma
do you want to
University.
finish with this, or do you
In
have
today's
more?
lesson-
Because I don't plan on actually finish this video. I just plan on your reaction and when you find out what this is.
Well, there's also the Task and Purpose video about Ukraine and Syria that we've been sitting on for a little bit. There's also the Nazi posting girl on Tim Pool, so we can go with any of those.
Okay, because I don't think this is a necessarily.
There's also
finished
Friendly
one.
Geordies talking about America's grip on Australia.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
either one.
This one definitely for a little bit here though.
And we're taking a look at a very important topic, and that is one on Futanari. Yes, Futanari. What is it? And also, why exactly do why do we like it so much?
Why
That's
do
what
I?
we're
Why
trying
do
to
we?
answer today. So please, again, take a seat, open up your notebooks, and let's begin class.
Unironically, I would be against teachers teaching this in class.
Like I said, students, today we are going over futanari. It is a genre of explicit Japanese material, aka hentai, where a character or characters has both female.
Okay, I'm just going to throw up another video.
Hang on, you keep it going for a minute here.
I'm just queuing it up.
And male explicit parts, body parts. Now, what do I mean exactly by this? Well, I'll give you an example here. Let's take a female character, Chun-Li, and we compare it to a male character, for example.
There's no way he just drew that.
Someone like Naruto.
What the
Now, when
fuck?
it comes to futanari, in its most basic description, it describes a character that is intersex, having both parts. Now, you could take this as a traditionally female character like Chun-Li having a phallus, or a male character having breasts, for example. But when it comes to futanari in practice, out there on the field, we find that more often than not, the majority of the media is going to be female characters with the addition of male parts, conceptually speaking, and not male characters with female parts.
Why could that be? Is there something about titties that people
and penis?
It's the two. It's the mix of the two.
Also, the trend in Futa is that the cock is ridiculous.
Oh.
Now, don't get confused. There could be some crossover here with Rule 63, male characters and or female characters being changed into the opposite gender in fan-made media, fan art and whatnot. But we are talking about futanari. Now, before we get deeper into this subject,
I love how I appreciate the pacing of the video.
From now on, anytime you see a weird anime porn ad, you're gonna be like, "Oh, that's Futa."
Oh God.
I'd like to get deeper into the subject. You know what? Futanari is a genre in Japanese explicit fictional works. So when we talk about futanari, it is in the context of fiction. And although there might be some loose associations with this word to some real life cultural things many, many years ago, today, in modern times, and in the context that I'm teaching you about, futanari is not to be used to describe real life people, trans people specifically. Now, there might be some trans people that associate positively with this word. Who am I to say? Who am I to really know? But generally speaking, I think we would all agree that futanari, to describe real life people, would be pretty distasteful. All right, you hear that? It's lunchtime, students. So before we get onto the rest of this lecture,
I didn't pre-watch this. I just saw it recommended me futanari, and I put it on there to see if you would comment on it. And then when you reminded me it's on there, I'm like, oh yeah, make sure that's in there. Look at the back. Look at the chalkboard. This video is so good.
A schlong, schmeat, the girth, member, length. And to go along with this banana, we have two tangerines. And they go at the base of the banana like so. And this represents the male package, as you can guess. And in a futanari character, this replaces the normal female accoutrement that you would usually find. And they come in different shapes and sizes like they do in real life. They come just like this, girthy, way above average length, that's for sure. And maybe sometimes they come with a little bit of that skin missing at the top. And they say that loses.
He circumcised my banana.
He just opened it from the wrong end.
No, he didn't. That is the correct end. I've opened several bananas on this stream, and I open it like that every time. That is the correct end.
Some sensation for the banana, but I think they make do. And so that's going to be the first version of a futanari character that we might run into. And so what we have next is this donut that's going to represent the female body part
Jack?
usually found in explicit material. Right there.
Right?
This
but I do get rid of this
delicious
little
donut
piece at the top. Always, anyway.
Right right there. And so in the second form of a futanari character, in the physical appearance of it, instead of the standard mail package, you remove the tangerines.
It would be so fucking funny. Anybody coming across our video right now on Twitch.
No tangerines.
This thing about
it,
how we
would
learned
be
it
the
from
donut,
monkeys to open the right
female-
side. I don't know how much truth is to that, because when I see monkeys eat bananas, they
They
break them in
split it
half
from
and
the middle.
slurp the
Yes.
inside.
Mm-hmm.
entrance where it
That
normally
is
would be.
the correct way to open a banana. And eat it, by the way.
But with a banana protruding from the top. Arguably, this is a more niche version compared to the standard mail package being on a futanari, but otherwise popular within its own community. And for the third version of futanari character, we're going to combine our entire meal and have a balanced, nutritious diet.
The war in Ukraine, conflicts in the Middle East, and Africa are about to have a crossover episode. Ukrainian special forces aren't just fighting Russian soldiers on the front lines at home anymore. They're now engaging them in both Syria and Sudan.
That Ukrainian forces have struck Wagner-backed fighters inside Sudan.
In June 2024, the Ukrainian main intelligence directorate, HUR, released footage showing their special operators coordinating with Syrian opposition rebels. Together, they launched attacks on Russian forces inside Syria. They hit Russian checkpoints, ammunition storage depots, and logistics convoys that were filled with supplies. Then Russian foot patrols were ambushed with small arms fire.
The main strategy they appear to be using is guerrilla warfare, with IEDs and RPG strikes. Since these Ukrainian commandos have no direct line to resupply for weapons or equipment, they've had to improvise. They reportedly created makeshift mortar tubes put together in country to be used against Russian defensive positions. But how did the Ukrainian Special Forces team insert into Syria in the first place? It's nearly 1,000 miles away from Ukraine. You can't just hop on.
I wonder if the Russians report military deaths in Russia in Syria like America did in Afghanistan. So like if Russians are getting clapped inside Syria, is Russia reporting military deaths?
They might. I don't. But hang on.
I feel like they wouldn't because of the authoritarian sort of system, war economy.
Can we go back to what he just said, though?
What he say?
What was that?
Makeshift mortar tubes?
Remember how
the Paris Olympics?
How I went into detail about it's dumb that Al Qaeda and ISIS don't use makeshift mortars.
Mm.
There you go. There you go.
Look at that. You might have predicted something.
To be used against Russian defensive.
Well, we'll find out in a couple days.
And look, he's arguing they have no supply line, so that's why they turn to this.
Mm.
So, like, I think Cal will definitely agree with this stuff that I'm saying is that it's dumb to use suicide bombers when you can just use a mortar and keep your guy alive. Like, the worst that can happen is your makeshift mortar explodes and kills one of your guys. Okay.
Yes.
Like
You'd be dead anyway.
Like, I guess there's easier resources to make those types of bombs and cars and stuff, but like, where are the mortars as well? Why not both? Like, there's no way you like aren't gonna like the fact that there's no terrorist attacks using mortars in the West. Why? They're so easy to make.
Giving them ideas.
You can literally,
But how did
you can buy a basic mortar that shoots fireworks, right?
Yeah.
And then you can literally just be like, oh, how did they make this? And machine something, right? Very easily with scrap metal, right? And then you can literally take, right, toy rockets and take the boosters and the toy rockets as your propellant for an explosive. And you have a mortar.
Ukrainian Special Forces team insert into Syria in the first
Easy
place. It's
peasy.
nearly 1,000 miles away from
Literally
Ukraine.
one you can
can't just
light
hop on a plane
with a fucking match and run away from. So when they respond to the mortar strike, you won't even be there.
Make a couple. You can set up a whole line. It'd be like artillery.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying is like in Iraq, the insurgency used mortars, but like on bases. So what I'm saying is, where are they in the West?
Mm.
Right? Why are there no explosive terrorist attacks that use mortars? That's for me, it doesn't make sense because there's like so many pluses to it as compared to like a vehicle-borne IED. You know what I'm saying? I guess
Some
you
keys
can
and
fit
fly
more
door-
explosives in the car and take out blocks at a time.
Directly to Damascus airport without raising a couple of eyebrows. They could have been transported through various clandestine methods and channels. A
It's
team
math
could jump on
heavy.
a commercial vessel and sail south through the Black Sea, then stop
They
in
want to go
Turkey
to heaven.
before
That is
traveling
true.
overland
That is
into
true.
Syria.
But
They could have flown into Iraq.
What
and then
I'm saying is that it's just if you're a commander, you know, you should be thinking more logistically. But I guess when it's terrorist attacks specifically with ISIS and stuff, they want to die in the attack. They don't want to be taken into custody anyway. But I'm just saying, it's like that sniper in DC, right? He was able to kill tons of people.
traveled over land
'Cause he
where there's
thought
friendly
outside the
zones
box.
controlled by nations that are aligned with them all along that route. The war in Ukraine continues to rage on, which has led many to wonder why Ukraine would pull specialized troops away from the front lines and send them across the world to a seemingly unrelated conflict, especially when Ukraine is facing widely reported manpower shortages on the front lines. There are several plausible scenarios for what their goals might be that we're going to get into. Matthew Orr is a Eurasia analyst at risk intelligence company RAIN. He spoke to a publication called The New Arab, discussing the logic behind these operations, saying, quote, Kyiv likely believes that the few resources spent exaggerating the mere threat of such attacks on Russian interests in Sudan open the possibility of similar attacks across Russian activities in the Middle East and Africa, forcing Moscow to expend disproportionate resources to secure against such activities in new geographies. And there's
You know
some
what
evidence
else? You know what else
this
would really
might
help?
already
You know
be
what
happening.
else?
Because in
What
April,
Ukraine really should do is disrupt that Shahed drone operation, and they should do it before Russia can really start getting, their own manufacturing up, right?
Yeah.
So they're kind of too late to the ball already. Like, also, yeah. But the thing is in Iraq they had the access to the mortars and they used them very effectively. Same with Afghanistan, they had the access to them. But when it comes to homemade explosives, I think like Hell Cannon's insanely easy to make. I could make one. Like I would have to register the explosive with the federal government. It doesn't stop me from being able to manufacture it. Like if I was to use a Hell Cannon for devious purposes, I'm confident that I could make one and use it. I've seen enough being made in person that I think I'll be able to figure it out. Just like chlorine
24.
bombs, which are used by furries at conventions.
Oh, look, someone dropped another fucking chemical weapon attack on somebody, on another Assadist. The Ghouta chemical attack.
Yep.
2013.
Yep. Yeah, that one's the worst.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's super bad. I think that one's also sarin.
I'm looking at the Wikipedia now.
Yeah, it's something like hundreds of people died.
Yes, it was sarin.
Yeah.
Damascus. Suburbs around Damascus struck by rockets.
No, because
containing sarin.
remember, I pulled this one up, and because somebody tried to dispute it by going with the French intelligence number, remember? And then I looked at the source from Wikipedia, how they got that 281, and it was specifically like they only sourced it from one specific thing. They weren't looking at a total casualty number. They're only looking at casualties in a certain area. So like the United States itself says 1,400.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it says 280 to 1,800.
Yeah, but that 280 is not an actual estimate of the deaths.
Okay, what is
like
that? Then?
See, look, bro. Not only do I remember us looking at this, if I go here and I highlight the link, you'll see it's purple because I previously had brought it up. I don't know what we were watching or something, but I specifically like went in there and like looked at their source. Right.
Months after the attack.
F281. Yeah. So based on a methodological theoretical analysis of 41. No, so they counted bodies they could see in videotapes. That's it.
Damn. Okay.
They didn't go to health ministries or anything like that. So their estimate only comes from looking at the videos that they could see. So they said no less than 281 death casualties. And that's just from video. So and then here it says our own intelligence confirms that the Duma hospital, half of the victims were women and children, right? Independent estimates produced, for instance, NGO Doctors Without Borders mentioned at least 355 deaths. Several technical numbers from different sources assess the final toll approximately 1,500 deaths. That's the French report.
Okay.
So in the French report, they cite that it is 1,500 people. It is not. It is. They do. So they try to disinform by saying like, how wacky the numbers are from, how they try to discredit the FSA's number, the same way with the Hamas health industry, right? By saying, oh, those estimates, okay, you're going to believe those numbers, but the lowest estimate says this. So like, what is it? Seems like they're exaggerating. It's like, okay, who cares if they do exaggerate it?
Oh my god. Have you seen those Twitter memes where it's like, is this you? And it's like the most base thing ever is like the other picture is what it literally says that. This guy literally just did that. Right? This guy, this is his post, right? Cringe. He goes, supporters of Hezbollah.
Hot take that Palestinian flag is backwards.
It is. That's funny. So he goes, supporters of Hezbollah, the criminal Bashar al-Assad, and terrorist Iranian regime can't openly show their support without pretending to support Palestine as well. Remove the flag from among these vile symbols. Our cause is not for whitewash. Sorry, it's bad English. Our cause is not for whitewash the images of these murderers who have spilled innocent blood. So it's basically the cause isn't for whitewashing their crimes. We stand with the victims of these atrocities and are enraged that our flag is being used to legitimize these heinous acts. And then he retweets with this. Right? And he goes, this you? Yeah. Yeah.
Started. The Russian Ministry of Defense announced that they were sending additional troops to their positions inside Syria.
Got ya.
This is exactly where the Ukrainian
and this is exactly why ISIS can do attacks in Russia. Thanks, Ukraine.
The majority of these battles are taking place in this sensitive, disputed region in southwest Syria, bordering Israel.
So now they're
Source
helping
intelligence
Israel.
reports. This is where
Zionists.
most of the Russian mercenaries, troops, and police are currently concentrated. This is where the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the Ukrainian conflict start to blur lines. If you were to have guessed where Ukrainian special forces would strike at Russia inside Syria, you probably would have guessed from the Kurdish-controlled north, or possibly an attempt at hitting their less guarded oil fields in the central part of Syria. Since the start of 2024, Moscow's forces have been observed.
There's two places where I would look, right? Golan Heights and Deir ez-Zor, which would be more Iranian counter, and if that was the case. The Americans, with the north where the Kurds are, with the Americans and stuff, there is a lot of Russian troops there that are blended together, right? But not Wagner, because they're not about to have Wagner around Americans. They learned their lesson in the oil field or the gas field, right?
Yeah.
So they don't need to be hitting up there because those are like Russian forces and Americans are already there. These are like covert ops that they kind of don't have clandestine clearance from America, but like, who gives a fuck what America thinks about your ops anyway, right? So like, of course it's the Golan Heights, right? But I think he does raise a good point of being like, hey, you would think these places, but also I would include DEZ in that list of places where you would think it would happen.
creating 3 new forward operating bases and 14 observation outposts on the Syrian-controlled side of the Golan Heights on the border with Israel.
What's
Reports
also
indicate that
interesting
Russian
is
police have started to
they're also pulling resources from Russia in the north of Syria to move to a place that they didn't have to fucking concentrate much before.
Patrol and operate inside the province of Qintar and Dara, which
Dara
are
is
immediately next to Israel's claimed border. This is
Dara
a
is one of the
development
first
because
places
it's
that
the
is
first
like cleansed. Like it's like Homs and Dara are like the 2 places. It's the picture we use for the thumbnail on a Syrian conflict. I believe that is Dara in the background. About this when I say the stolen revolution, right? We didn't use a Kurdish image, even though we were talking to someone from Kurdistan.
First time in recent history that Russian troops have set up only a few hundred feet.
It's an
away from
interesting
Israeli
personnel
Defense
carrier.
Forces positions. So why are Russian forces building up new bases and increasing manpower on the border with Israel? Mauricio Molinari wrote a great article for La Repubblica where he explained its connection to the war in Ukraine. Israel's having frequent clashes with Hezbollah and pro-Iranian militias in that region. This gives Russian intelligence officers the ability to easily observe Western weapon systems capabilities, both defensive and offensive. They can gather valuable data on these weapons, which are some of the same type of weapons that they're facing inside Ukraine. And so the Ukrainian special forces that are striking inside Golan Heights against Russia might also be attempting to disrupt Russian intelligence gathering abilities. In the past, Russia has used Wagner forces for plausible deniability of their operations inside Syria. But what we're witnessing in the Golan Heights is very different. Russia has visibly planted their flag. Molinari said in his article, quote, Russia's acting with deliberate visibility, moving military vehicles, constructing installations, raising the flag, playing the national anthem, and manning bunkers old and new, from which they can clearly observe the Israeli civilian centers in front of them. Russian troops are specifically creating observation posts.
This guy's, he does it on his alt
like
channel,
Bir al-Jam, which is
but he does on his alt channel, during COVID, he does a Syrian War Explained thing, and it's just him, and it's basically him using Google Maps and sources and stuff to explain the Syrian conflict. And like, I think it's probably the best explainer on the conflict. And there's like criticism I could give, like, oh, I would have included this or that, but it's still the best. You know, like any report on Syria can be criticized, just because there's so much. Like, no matter what, you're leaving shit out. It's just a fact with Syria. It's one of the more complex conflicts going on right now. I can't think of what's more complex even.
Of Israel. Up until now, Israel and Russia has had this kind of unspoken agreement where they largely do not interfere with each other in Syria. So what's so special about the Golan Heights that seems to have attracted 100 different factions from around the world to fight over? To oversimplify things, before 19...
But he, basically to that guy, because I'm like, how do I word this without them being able to sort of push back and be like, Zionist, right? I'm like, why do you hold the same opinion as Zionists that justify their genocide by conflating Hamas and Palestinians and perpetuating collective punishment? They're not the same. Hamas used AQ, ISIS, and the Taliban to provoke death upon Palestinians. Fuck you, Hamas and Israel. I think that's pretty solid, right?
Sure.
1967, the Golan Heights was part of Syria. Then, after the 1967
really?
Six-Day War, Israel captured it. In 1981,
well, that's the joke
Israel
in our first
annexed it.
episode. They say like the Syrians living in the Golan Heights are living the best life, right? Because he said Syria wouldn't be bad if Israel came in and took it over. Like, that's how bad Assad is. Like, that was the point of saying that. It's like an extreme example that you're using about how bad Assad is.
Okay.
So, like, that's the joke. Is the Syrian and the Golan Heights have the best lives?
That's fair. Fair enough.
And since then, the United Nations and most countries around the world consider it to be Syrian territory occupied by Israel. Israel's occupied and administered the southwestern 2/3 of the Golan Heights.
Like,
it's a hotly...
just like the Sinai, like
Mm.
this is acting as a buffer zone during the Arab-Israeli wars, and that's why it's still a holdover. Because Lebanon wasn't involved in those wars. It's only after they make peace with Egypt that Lebanon is the main conflict zone. Surprised they don't. I mean, they do have occupation in Lebanon as well, but
Okay. So I'm
yeah,
just trying to.
yeah, there are lots of minefields there.
Disputed region and a confusing entanglement of various factions and powers. So we have this situation where
That's
Russian
Syria.
and Syrian government troops are fighting against Syrian rebels and Ukrainian special forces in the north of the Golan Heights.
Okay. Because I was looking at that map like Lebanon was Syria. I'm an idiot.
Yeah,
Okay,
Israel cuts a little bit between them. Just like how Afghanistan has a little piece that has China there.
Yes. And that little piece was Syria, and they basically just imperialized it.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Well, they still do. The other side of the Golan Heights, I mean, there still is stuff there. Like, that still does cut between them, but just barely.
Yeah. Man, if Israel has to give back Palestine, and if the same thing also gives back the Golan Heights, they would lose so much.
Nobody ever talks about the Golan Heights. I don't think that's ever going to be part of the deal.
No.
For a two-state solution.
No. Just in theory, like if Assad gets murked and the country is miraculously stable overnight.
Well, then a leader could make valid UN arguments against them for the Golan Heights. That's why keeping Assad in power is also beneficial to Israel.
To Israel, yeah.
One of
Troops
many
are
reasons.
located just a few,
just like how we kept Saddam in power.
Yeah.
Kilometers away in the south. Russian troops have been deployed to Syria since 2015, with about 3,000 to 5,000 troops stationed there at any given time. This is a mix of Wagner mercenaries, conventional troops, and police units.
Look up
Before
Trump
the invasion of Ukraine, the only direct action combat formation inside Ukraine's intelligence agency was a small special reconnaissance unit, which aided in the evacuation of Afghanistan's Kabul airport in 2021. After the war broke out, though, the need for an expanded intelligence service with military capabilities caused them to rapidly increase their numbers to 23 separate groups. Each of these groups is tasked with a very specific mission set, such as direct action, field reconnaissance, drone operations, and a host of other secret squirrel stuff that probably won't be declassified for another 75 years. Sergei Sakhankin, a senior fellow at the Jamestown Foundation,
squirrel,
that probably won't be declassified.
Who has a cock?
That's a bad example to use. Look at the screen.
For another 75 years. Sergei Sakhankin, a senior fellow at the Jamestown Foundation, told Business Insider that the Ukrainian operations here in Syria may be part of some sort of tacit agreement between Western allies and Ukraine to battle Russian mercenaries in Africa and the Middle East in exchange for certain military backing for Ukraine in its war against Russia.
So did they develop this, or did they just put a sign
plausible
there?
deniability when it comes to their missions in the Golan Heights. The geopolitical connections don't stop there, though. Russia's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sergei Lavrov, has directly compared the situation in the Golan Heights to the situation in Ukraine's Donbass. Since their invasion of Ukraine, Russia has established various recruitment centers throughout Syria, offering money to people to enlist and fight for them inside Ukraine. The Syrian mercenaries are then given Russian documents and flown from an airbase in Syria to Russia. The best data I could find on this comes from the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights that observed around 2,000 soldiers from Syria had been deployed to fight on the behalf of Russia inside Ukraine so far. So these operations could be in part to slow down mercenary recruitment there, although that certainly wouldn't explain it entirely given the relatively low numbers. Fighting Russia inside Syria might also grant Ukraine an asymmetrical warfare advantage. This is about economy of force. Movies and video games have us believing that special forces are only sent on the most dangerous secretive missions, and that a single operator is a one-man army who could hold back an entire assault. The reality is these elite forces will have more of an effect in a clandestine mission like this one than they would on the front lines. It's like how my old squad leader used to always call me a very special tool. He was, of course, saying that I'm good for specific missions, I think. But plans of these attacks are nothing new. A member on our Discord channel reached out to me and sent me a leaked, classified American intelligence analysis document. The documents have been widely reported on in the media, and I made sure anything I share here won't get me sent to prison, although I can't say the same for the guy who originally leaked it. The pages claim that Zelensky had ordered a halt, a cease of the plans to attack inside Syria way back in December of 2022. Apparently, the plans were scuttled, partly because it would have been too complex of an operation to pull off at that point. The American intelligence analysis was written last year in 2023, and it outlines the possible ramifications of a Ukrainian special forces deployment inside Syria. The American intelligence analysis believed that this kind of development would be highly unlikely, because if it happened, it could lead to Russian forces responding by supporting attacks against U.S. forces in Syria. It also stated that another reason this attack probably hadn't already happened is because the U.S. government was pressuring Zelensky not to operate inside Syria. But it states that if the plans went forward, they would aim to inflict enough Russian casualties to force Russia to bring reinforcements that were fighting in Ukraine, and would likely start to target Russian-controlled oil infrastructure inside Syria with UAV strikes, similar to the kind of UAV strikes we've seen Ukraine do recently.
Do it.
I hope they do.
By hitting Russian oil refineries. Lieutenant General Kirilo Budilov said that he vowed to destroy Russian war criminals anywhere in the world, wherever they are. So it could be a morale move. Budinov is in charge of the intelligence agency, and he likely planned the strikes in Syria and Sudan. Budinov's role has been to hit Russia using unconventional tactics.
And also
fighting isn't just in the Middle
potentially,
East, though. We've also seen
drone strikes inside Iran. Potentially.
Interesting.
in Africa as well. Videos surfaced of Ukrainian special forces battling it out in Sudan against Russian mercenaries and the RSF rebel group. A series of drone strikes hit Wagner.
I remember
militia
people
groups in the
were acting like
capital.
this was some
Ukraine first
commie conspiracy theory to frame Ukraine at first, which I'm sure Ukraine did as a smokescreen. I'm sure Ukraine perpetuated that rumor just so people would stop paying attention to what they were doing in Sudan.
Quietly deployed special operators there back in late August, just days after the breakout of the Civil War. Then a series of FPV drone strikes hit Wagner and RSF forces in and around the capital region. These strategies and styles of drone attacks are essentially identical to the ones conducted against Russia and Ukraine. In November, videos began being released by what appeared to be Ukrainian special forces stalking the streets of Sudan under thermals and night vision goggles. The videos show a small team of 9 operators clearing alleyways and setting into position before firing a rocket directly into the window of a nearby building that had several enemy fighters inside of it. After a couple more rocket shots, the occupants of the building began firing back. But as the non-thermal view indicates, it's pitch black outside during the attack, and they're essentially shooting blind. Sources within Ukraine's security and defense
bad at it, bad at it.
These actions.
Go
By
back, look at the bad at
Wagner's
it.
security within Ukraine's security, it's pitch black outside during the attack, and they're essentially shooting blind. Sources within
I saw
Ukraine's
that.
security and
I saw
defense
that.
What was that?
black outside.
Super slow-mo, we have to see it.
During the attack, and they're essentially
That's very slow.
shooting blind.
Oh, where is it? Hey.
It said no thermals is what the graphic was.
Actually shooting blind.
No thermals.
We see it. We see everything.
That's like that's in there for less frames than the Exorcist face that's tattooed on my back.
Sources within Ukraine's security and defense sectors confirmed these actions. By destabilizing Wagner's security positions and attacking them at vulnerable weak points, they're hoping to cause a disruption of their entire operations.
That's not
in Sudan.
Syria.
They're aiming to force troops to have to put up their own protection and defenses all over the country, which in turn reduces their efficiency and speed at which they can operate. Additionally, the resources spent to send a handful of Ukrainian operators into Sudan is significantly lower than the resources that will be spent now by Russia.
Also, Ukraine could easily just like pay a few morally like
Well, don't you know they're behind the ISIS attacks in Russia?
No, they could pay a few mercs that had a good moral compass.
Oh no, you don't think that's already
go
what they're
and
doing? Is
fuck
like
up
green
Wagner.
beret shit?
Ah, like
this is a green beret type operation that they're doing here.
Yeah. And they're probably getting paid.
That's
good
like
money.
because imagine like being like, why aren't the Green Berets operating on the front lines? Because that's not what their job is.
Yeah, their job is disrupting deeper shit that you don't even understand. That's what the job of special forces is.
Well, Green Berets specifically,
Mm.
you know, like their goal is to not actually fight, but train the militia
Yeah.
and like be able to utilize and use a localized militia.
Yeah.
And by the way, they also do training inside America where they simulate a civil war and them literally being like rounding up the townsfolk to be able to fight back. Like that's one of their training sims they do yearly.
Is it really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's video of it. They'll show you how they do the entire sim.
I'm interested. You'll have to
I'm
find a
pretty
video
sure
and
we've
send to
watched
me.
it as well.
I'm interested. It doesn't ring any bells.
To protect its own interests. This applies not just in Sudan, but across all countries Russia is currently operating in. What could some of the factors be for why the conflict has drawn both Ukraine and Russia here? Sudan is currently in the midst of a violent civil war. Russia has been dealing with the Sudanese government since 2017, working to build secure things like port access and permissions to build military bases, as well as training Sudanese troops and assisting them in putting down protests. The two warring sides of the Sudanese armed forces, or the SAF, under al-Burhan, who are currently still in control of the government. The rebelling side is the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces, under Diaglo. Currently, the RSF holds a large portion of the southwestern corner of Sudan, and their control extends north into the capital city. The RSF are also trained and equipped by the Wagner Group, who are working to overthrow the Sudanese government. According to the latest reports from Sudan, about 90% of the arms and ammunition used by the RSF have been directly supplied by Russia. Though Wagner originally supported the sitting government in 2021,
Russia
the
supporting
economic incentive
genocide?
in securing
No.
resources like gold deposits favored supporting the rebels instead, who were organized under the Rapid Support Forces. Any gold mines gained here are critical resources for Russia. Companies directly tied to Wagner, such as the Morale Gold, are working inside of the Sudan since at least 2017. Part of this effort is in an attempt to hurt Russia's ability to support their war effort materially. One of the mission goals in Africa is to disrupt the broader effort of Russia in the Sahel region. This area south of the Sahara Desert includes countries like Niger, Chad, which are the latest states to kick American troops stationed out and opt for Russian advisors instead. Since the breakout of the invasion, Sudan has been a major ally and supplier of arms and ammunition to Ukraine, especially in the realm of small arms. If Wagner was able to help remove the sitting government in Sudan, they would not only have full access to the nation's raw resources, but cut off supplies to Ukraine to be able to defend themselves as well. Hence, from Ukraine's point of view, the need for intervention. In February of this year, Ukraine's special forces published. Hence, from Ukraine's point of view, the need for intervention.
See? But I guess that's a relevant picture. It's just tiny edit, just tiny amount of frames.
In February of this year, Ukraine Special Forces published more videos and information showing they had captured Wagner troops and RSF fighters. 3 prisoners were shown, with one identifying himself as being a member of the Wagner group. It's always difficult to take anything a prisoner says at face value.
I tried
because
to
we don't know if they're
find
answering
it
honestly or not, because they're under duress.
Like by
But the
typing
reason I bring
Green
it up is
Beret
because
training, U.S. insurgency, civil war, and it recommended me one of the videos
The
it
movie?
recommended. No, one of the videos it recommended me is one of our favorite online content creators.
Tim Pool.
Nope.
Oh, that's great.
Look at the honkers.
Are you going to tell him?
Yeah, I mean it's all airsoft, right? It's
Yeah. It's all airsoft.
It's all
They're not
airsoft.
real. They're not real guns.
So that's what
it's
that's,
more
I
evidence
assume that's what
of
we
the
want to
war
say was
leaking out
fake
beyond
about
the
it,
borders of
right?
Ukraine. This video was a bit more significant than previous ones, as prior to this, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense pulled the classic line of neither confirming or denying having troops in Sudan. In the interrogation video, however, the flag of Ukraine is plainly displayed on an operator's uniform. Since March of this year, we haven't seen any development in Sudan regarding Ukraine's role in the fight, other than roughly 100 operators under the Timar unit that have been working on training SDF forces against the RSF. Many factors are pointing to the collapse of Sudan within the year. But for now, we'll have to see how
It's so funny that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has turned into proxy conflicts. Like that's
yeah,
fucking
but
crazy.
It's funny, but yet people try to say Ukraine is a proxy conflict. And it's
Yeah,
like,
there are literally Ukrainian proxy conflicts.
your thinking is way too shallow. You know.
It's literally this, right? Hold on, let me find it. It's literally.
I know more than you.
It's literally that. You don't know enough. You only listen to surface level shit. You don't look any deeper. You don't do any more research. You need to expand what you look at. Well, this bearded dragon be looking at me. All right. I think we'll call it there, though.
Yeah, I can't find this video.
I mean, it's turning into that now. Now North Korea is joining in. South Korea is like, oh, maybe we will as well then. Because everything North Korea has to do, South Korea has to match.
Anyway, everyone, go check out Destiny Dynamics for cool cosplays and gun reloads.
Is that the YouTube channel? Is it?
I mean, that's if you just look up Destiny Dynamics, they'll come up.
Yeah, like Destiny, right?
Yeah, DY.
Yep. Okay. Okay, that is all. Yeah.
I didn't see only news.
Goodbye.
I think Destiny is Fuda.